What happens when one man tries to watch all of the horror films of the 1940s? Well, we're about to find out because I'm your host, Josh Spiegel, and this is the 40s Project. Welcome to the 40s Project, and I think we're going to find that this is very different than the 1930s, considering that the Hays Code was in full effect. So things are going to get a little less scary and a little more goofy. And unlike the 30s Project, there's going to be a couple of years here that will require multiple episodes. So it'll be a little bit longer, but even then, it's still, I think, only going to be about 12 or 13 episodes. So not very long. But there's a lot of really great stuff in this decade. So let's dive right in and find out what the 40s were all about.
Our first film of the 1940s arrived on January 12th, and it was one of the biggest films of the year and a Universal Monster staple, with The Invisible Man Returns. It begins with everyone discussing a man who is going to be executed for killing his brother, but they all say he didn't do it. There's a man here named Frank Griffin, and he goes to see Radcliffe on death row, and mysteriously, shortly after, he vanishes. Of course, he's now invisible and a fugitive, and Griffin seems to know a little something about it. A police officer says that 9 years ago, a man named John Griffin was able to turn himself invisible and was killed after his crime spree, and was Richard's brother, so he's curious if he's tried to perfect his bro's formula. Jeffrey shows up at his fiancee's place all wrapped up, and if his voice sounds familiar, well, it's none other than the great Vincent Price himself in one of his earlier roles, and his first appearance on the project, except he showed up one time in the 80s project, but in terms of the 30s and 40s, chronologically, it's his first time here. He seems really irritable, and they're aware that the formula takes a toll on the subject's sanity, and Richard is attempting to come up with an antidote before that happens. He pulls off the bandages, and yep, he's invisible all right, with slightly upgraded effects from the original. Jeff's cousin is Cedric Hardwicke, who we just saw in 1939 in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and there's also the vagrant Willie Spears, and this is Alan Napier, otherwise known as the 60s Alfred Pennyworth. And of course, this is a sequel to the 1933 film The Invisible Man, although no actors from the original return, and the main link is Griffin's little brother continuing his work. The director was a man named Joe May, and this is his first appearance on the project, as he mainly did crime stories, and most of his work was in Germany, and he actually spoke no English. Early on in the production, they had said that either Boris Karloff or Bela Lugosi would be coming in to be the Invisible Man, although that didn't pan out. Price and Hardwicke had just been in a movie called Tower of London, a historical film, and they liked their work together, so they were brought on here, which was fortuitous because Price spoke German and would translate the director's notes to the cast. It had a shrunken budget of $243K and only a 27-day shooting window, and with such complicated special effects, that made for a stressful shoot. It ended up being a solid hit, earning $800,000 in ticket sales, and the reviews were pretty favorable. It would also go on to earn an Oscar nomination for Best Special Effects, but would lose to Thief of Baghdad. And this is a fun start to all of this, and it gets a 3.5 out of 5. Price is fantastic in the role, and the shift from a psycho invisible man to someone trying to clear his name works really well. Its significance is just a 3 though, since it's not the most known take on the character, and most of the relevance stems from the OG, but it was Price's first horror work and a notable Universal monster. Should you watch it? Yep, unwrap it. We're going to bounce on over to the UK now, because our next entry comes on February 27th there, and would get a US release in January of 42, and it's Crimes at the Dark House. This one starts in Australia, as a man is murdered, and the guy who does it has a very familiar cackle. And yep, what do you know? English horror, Todd Slaughter. The man he killed has an inheritance letter on him, so he takes his identity and heads to England to collect. Unfortunately, he finds out that all that was left to the guy was a large debt, but also an offer to marry the daughter of a rich man. But trouble arises when a woman appears and claims to have a secret child with Percival and knows that this guy ain't him. And then the woman promised to him is in love with another man. But then things get crazier when it turns out that the secret child hates him and is coming to get him. And his tryst with a chambermaid gets out of hand, and the fake Percival has to start killing anyone that seems to threaten his true identity coming out, making sure to do the slaughter laugh the whole time. And this is yet another entry from George King, who has worked with Slaughter several times, and I featured the pair on the 30s project with The Demon Barber of Fleet Street, Ticket of Leave Man, and The Face at the Window. The original title for this was The Woman in White, and it was based on a novel of that name from 1860, which has been adapted quite a few times before and after this. It's starting to become standard issue for Slaughter to be in a plot in which he's concealing his true identity and trying to win over a much younger woman who is already entangled with someone else. The story it's based on doesn't feature this character nearly as much, so it's been greatly altered to accommodate a bigger role for our fiendish killer. And this is pretty fun. It's a 3. It feels a bit like the other Slaughter movies, but there's enough distinct to set it apart. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's not well known and didn't have much impact at all. Should you watch it? Probably. This house is worth a quick visit.
You always said you were a teetotaler. You're going to have a nice drop. Now.
We are back in the States now for a film that debuted in West Virginia on April 4th, and it sounds like a sequel to a film from the early days of the 30s project with Son of Ingagi. When Eleanor and Bob get married, Dr. Helen Jackson asks her attorney to come over and help her to change her will.
Now tell me that old lady's got enough money to burn up a wet mule.
Is that a saying? Is that expensive? I've never wanted to burn any mule before, let alone a wet one. So I guess I'm just not aware of current pricing.
Meanwhile, at the wedding party, a musical number.
Here's one thing you must know, that you can't run with us no more. So long, old pal, so long, goodbye. Perhaps we'll meet again on high.
While Helen peeps in on them, but there's an explosion outside. When everyone goes to check it out, Eleanor stays behind and Helen confesses that she was in love with her father. Later on, Helen's brother confronts her about missing gold, and she introduces him to Engina, an ape-man monster that she brought back from her from a trip to Africa. She's also working on some sort of formula which he drinks and then goes mad and kills her, but since she's changed her will, Eleanor and Bob inherit her house and move in, not knowing that Engina still lives in the cellar and can be summoned through the banging of a gong, kind of like T-Rex. And this one is from Richard C. Kahn, and he did a number of films around this era that had a pretty niche role. And you see, this film features an entirely black cast and was the first horror film to do so. In fact, a number of Kahn's films would feature an all-black ensemble, something that was very rare at the time, although the director himself was white. And although this film is called Son of Ingagi, there was a film from 1930 called Ingagi, but there's no connection between the two. In fact, the script was adapted from a short story called House of Horror, and it's generally assumed that the title was altered to insinuate a connection between it and the earlier film to increase ticket sales. And this is a little on the dull side, so I'll give it a 2.5. I enjoy the beginning quite a bit, and the finale is kind of fun. It's just the middle portion that really lags. Its significance is a 2, since it is fairly obscure and unheard of, but it has some merit due to being the first horror film with an all-black cast. Should you watch it? I think it deserves a watch. It's definitely better than the film it's claimed to be a sequel to. This next one came out on April 12th and is 2 words that anyone who has ever worked a day of retail will dread hearing, and it's Black Friday. Not the Bruce Campbell film from 2021, though. Instead, this one has a man being led to his execution, and it's Boris Karloff for his first appearance in the 40s, and surely not his last. He gives his private notes to a reporter that he says was fair to him, and it shows his story in flashback, which starts on a Friday the 13th, of course. There's this professor, Mr. Kingsley, and he's retiring, and he's friends with Karloff's Sovak, but is then run over during a gunfight between criminals in cars. One of them is Bela Lugosi for his first appearance of the 40s, also nowhere near his last. Ernest realizes that he can save his friend's life by doing a brain transplant using the gangster from the car that ran him down, and does it. But when it turns out that the mob guy had a stash of hidden money, Ernie believes that parts of his brain may be able to recall where it's located. He takes him to New York, and sure enough, he seems to have flashes of familiarity, and is even able to talk to Red while he's in a trance-like state as his shifts starts to get more and more extreme. And this one is from Arthur Lublin, a pretty prolific director. In fact, this was one of 6 films that he made in 1940 alone, although he only dipped into horror on occasion. The script was by Kurt Siodmak, and he also wrote The Invisible Man Returns and several other films we'll see this year. And what's interesting is that he was apparently really into this whole idea of a transplanted brain, since he would revisit it with Donovan's brain and Hauser's memory. Another interesting bit is that the original title for the movie was Friday the 13th, but it was changed during the filming process. Siodmak claimed that the part of Red Cannon was originally intended for Karloff to play, and Lugosi was meant to play Sovak, but he says that Karloff was afraid of the role and that it required too much acting, and requested to play the Doctor instead. Lugosi, instead of getting the dual role, was then shifted into the minor part of the gangster, although no reason is given. There is some serious doubt as to the screenwriter's story, mostly because Karloff has played dual roles on multiple occasions, including in The Black Room. It is known, however, that the actors did indeed swap roles, but the reasoning for it is what's in question. And this is fine. I give it a 3, but mostly for Stanley Ridge's double performance, which is pretty killer, although the plot feels a bit standard. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's not really all that known, but it does have Karloff and Lugosi in it, even if just for a little bit. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah, it's an interesting story and does some fun stuff.
What business could you have with Marty?
You better come along with us and explain that to the DA.
This next one is another that came out on April 12th, but it did have a premiere 2 days earlier on the 10th, and it's one I'm excited about, and it's Dr. Cyclops. We meet the good, or I guess not so good, Doc, and actually Dr. Thorkel, and he's working on something that Dr. Mendoza disagrees with, so he kills him. And look at this glorious Technicolor. And unlike Dr. X and Mystery of the Wax Museum, you'll notice more variation in that color, and we'll discuss that shortly. The Doc summons a number of biologists up to his camp out in Peru, and he needs their help because his eyesight has gotten so bad that he can't use the microscope anymore. But then dismisses them very shortly afterwards, which doesn't sit well with them. That night, it's discovered that he has a miniature horse, and they confront him in his fancy linen suit, and yeah, man, that's the problem with wearing linen. It's gonna get all wrinkled like that. And when he invites them to see his new creation, he surprises them by turning it on, and it turns out that his whole thing is shrinking people down to about a foot tall. They then attempt to escape, but also have to avoid his cat, which keeps eyeing them up like tiny toga-clad snacks. And I love that they're all like, we're basically making dresses and toga and the like, but this one guy is like, nah, I'm just making a diaper, deal with it. And meanwhile, if you're like, hey, this guy has bad eyesight, that doesn't make him a Cyclops. The movie actually explains that, since the Cyclops of legend thinks that size beats intellect, and they're making the same claim about him. And this is another one from Ernest Schoedsack, whose work showed up a few times in the 30s Project with The Most Dangerous Game and Son of Kong, and he was an uncredited director on King Kong as well, and uses several of the same effects techniques here, and he would only do 2 more films after this one. It was the very first sci-fi / horror picture to be shot with 3-strip Technicolor. The earlier ones that I mentioned used a two-color process, only greens and reds. But this new process added blues to give a wider range of tones. And I said I'm excited to talk about this one, and that's because this used to be on TV all the time on Saturday morning when I was growing up. They would show older sci-fi and horror flicks, and I would watch them. And I've seen this a handful of times, but not for ages. And it did quite well when it came out, although there's no box office numbers listed. But it did get nominated for an Oscar for Best Special Effects, where it competed against The Invisible Man Returns, but did not win. And this is a 3.5. My nostalgia is strong, but it's really not all that good. Albert Decker as Cyclops is pretty great though, but the story gets a bit monotonous. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's not all that well known and doesn't really feature any horror stars, but it does have some name recognition and an Oscar nomination, plus the distinction of being the first genre film in full color. Should you watch it? Yes, the doctor's in.
And that is something which I cannot permit.
Moving into June now, and on the 21st, there was a fun release that got a premiere a little earlier on the 7th, but the 21st was the full release, and it's The Ghost Breakers. There's a big storm and a citywide blackout, and Mary here is given a deed to a property on an island as an inheritance that's said to be haunted. There's a radio station run by Bob Hope, and his assistant is Willie Best, who we haven't seen on here since 1932 in The Monster Walks, but he was very busy in the comedy world. He gets a tip from a mobster friend named Raspy, and he's doing an expose on a boss named Frenchie, who's pretty unhappy about it. When they try to take him out, he takes refuge in Mary's apartment and hides in her trunk, and is accidentally shipped to the island. On the ship over, Mary gets a threat, and Larry decides to help her, claiming to be a ghost breaker, and plans to figure out what the deal is. Oh, and by the way, Mary is played by Paulette Goddard, who we just saw co-star with Hope in The Cat and the Canary, and immediately after this she'd go on to appear in the awesome Chaplin flick, The Great Dictator. Before they get to the island, it's pretty clear that someone is trying to prevent them from getting there, and when they do get there, it turns out that zombies are involved. But of course, voodoo-style zombies as opposed to actual Walking Dead. And this was based on a play from 1909 called The Ghost Breaker, and this was actually the third version of it, with the first being all the way back in 1914 and the second in 1922, and is said to be an inspiration for Ghostbusters. The director is George Marshall, and he'd revisit this one a little later in the 50s with a remake called Scare Stiff that would instead star Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. This one was fast-tracked because of the success of The Cat and the Canary, and Paramount wanted to capitalize on that by getting another spooky ghost story with Hope and Goddard going. And that paid off because this one was beloved by critics and audiences alike, and it was a massive hit. It was such a big success that everyone and their mother tried to get in on the action by making their own ghost-busting movie, with some featuring Best appearing again as a character very similar to the one he's playing here. And this is pretty fun. I give it a 3. It's entertaining, but it takes them so damn long to get to the island that it's mostly unclear just what the whole point of the movie is, and by the time that the actual plot kicks in, the movie's almost done. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's not exactly a household name, but it has had a larger than usual influence on the ghost comedy genre and features some quality name stars. Should you watch it? Yeah. Who are you gonna call? Ghost Breakers.
Hey, boss, you ain't going upstairs, are you? Where does Ghost is?
Listen, you stay there. And if a couple of fellas come running down the stairs in a few minutes, let the first one go. That'll be me.
We're jumping ahead to September 17th now and checking out one that's gonna feel a bit familiar, and it's called Before I Hang. This begins with Boris Karloff, again, and he's on trial for a crime, this time doing a mercy killing on an old and suffering friend. But the judges sentence him to death. And geez, in how many movies does Karloff go to jail or get a death penalty? Like, he just got executed in Black Friday. and I'm pretty sure I've seen at least 2 movies in the 30s Project with the same setup. His prison warden is intrigued by the doc's ideas about stopping the effects of ages, as he thinks that he can stop cells from decaying, and they allow him to continue working up until his hanging. He does tests with this thing. What is this? Was he like, I need an anatomical model with a pumping heart, but I need one as disturbing looking as I can get? It should look like Howdy Doody frozen in carbonite. When they finally finish his anti-aging serum on the day of his hanging, they figure that they can just test it on him, since he'll be dead soon anyway. But then, right before walking that last mile, he's given a commuted sentence of serving life, which is daunting for someone who's just taken an anti-aging serum. But next, the plot thickens when it turns out that the formula used the blood of a murderer, and we all know that the urge to kill can be found in the blood. So Garth begins to attack. But another prisoner is blamed for the murder, so he's set free? He becomes obsessed with helping his aging friend by also giving them the serum, but will his murderous blood get the best of him? And the director here is Nick Grind, and oddly enough, he also directed Karloff back in 1939 with The Man They Could Not Hang, which was one of those other films I was talking about earlier with Karloff on death row. And this was actually the second film of what is referred to as Karloff's Mad Doctor cycle. He made several films in a row in which he was sort of a crazed, murderous scientist, and we'll cover the other ones as we moved on through the decade. It was originally titled The Wizard of Death and made by Columbia Pictures, and Karloff was under contract with them at the time. And this is just a 2.5 for me. It feels a little bit old hat at this point, and this really isn't a sequel to The Man They Could Not Hang, but it sure does kind of feel like it, or a remake or something. And it really feels like watching the same movie again, even if the circumstances are different. Its HCS is a 1.5, since it's also not really that heard of, but it has Karloff in it, even if it's one of his less noted roles. Should you watch it? You can probably leave it hanging.
George, don't. Don't touch that. I don't want to hurt you. George, don't. Don't.
This may be the big one because on September 20th, we had the return of the Universal horror icon, The Mummy, with The Mummy's Hand. It begins with the High Priest of Karnak, who is on his last legs, so he summons his son, Andoheb, and shows him the death of Princess Ananka from 3,000 years ago. Prince Karis was secretly in love with her and doesn't take her death well, so he steals the forbidden Tana leaves with the hope of bringing her back. He gets busted though and is buried alive as a mummy, but they bury the leaves with him, which seems like, I don't know, not a good idea. He then shows Ando how to restore Karis and then dies. Meanwhile, Steve and his silly sidekick Babe are in Egypt and they've been fired by the museum that they've been working for. But their luck changes when they find a vase that they think reveals the location of Ananka's tomb. They see Andoheb and he tries to convince them that the vase is fake, but they decide to move forward anyway and find it. They find funding from a stage magician and his daughter who come along with them into the desert, and they discover the tomb. But instead of finding the princess, they uncover Karis himself. Andoheb shows up there, and sure enough, a little while later, the mummy comes to life and goes on a rampage. And I suppose this is a sequel of sorts to The Mummy from 1932, although it's completely unconnected except for having a mummy as the main villain of the film. Although this is more of the classic wrapped-up guy that you'd expect, unlike the first one. After the success of Son of Frankenstein and The Invisible Man Returns, it seemed like sequels were the way to go for Universal, and they pushed this through with a lower budget of $84K, made sure to reuse footage from the other film, and also the score from Son of Frankenstein in order to save money. One thing they didn't skimp on, though, was the villain himself, as they did some extensive makeup work on his face with gluing little strips of cotton there, giving the look of aged wrinkles. And then, in close-ups, they actually went frame by frame and hand-colored them to black out his eyes and mouth to give them a spookier look. And this is a step in the right direction from the original one, but it's still not a great film, but I give it a 3.5. I like that it features more of the mummy that I want to see, but it takes him so damn long to show up. The significance is a 4, though, since this is most what people think of when they picture this particular character, and it's the first time that we're really getting it. Should you watch it? Yes, it's a part of that great Universal vibe. A week or so later, on September 30th, we're looking at our next entry on the Karloffapalooza that was this year with The Ape. We start with a bunch of punk kids causing trouble by throwing rocks at the house of a doctor that they say is mad and smash his windows. He's got that sort of lab that I'm pretty sure only existed in movies, and he's determined to cure a local girl of her polio paralysis, because polio used to be a thing. And good job, America. Make it a comeback. The circus is in town, and they have this big gorilla named Nabu, and he attacks a guy, which starts a fire, and it escapes. The doc figures out that the answer to his serum is using human spinal fluid, and prepares to try it out on Francis. But that night, Nabu gets into his lab and destroys all of the fluid he needs before the doc can kill him. Turns out that Adrian was fired because of his unauthorized experiments, but when he's looking like a suspect as to why there's so many corpses missing spinal fluid, he starts to wear the skin of the gorilla around town to make people believe that Nabu is responsible, which is pretty weird, right? And this one was by William Nye. And we haven't encountered him since 1934 with The House of Mystery, which coincidentally also featured a giant killer ape. In fact, this film was adapted from the same play as that one was, also called The Ape. This was from Monogram Pictures, and Karloff had a 6-picture deal with them, and the first 5 were all as a character called Detective Lee Wong, but then ended up recasting that role with an actual Asian man and hired Key Luke, otherwise known as the shopkeeper from Gremlins, or the guy who says, "Hi-ya." So this movie ended Karloff's contract. They actually tailored the plot to be similar to the Mad Doctor movies that Karloff was doing over at Columbia, so even though this isn't a part of that whole Mad Doctor cycle thing, it may as well be. The reviews weren't all that bad, actually, when it got some positive marks, although it hasn't aged well and feels rather lightweight compared to the other Karloff flicks from the same time, even though those were also pretty low-key. And in a year that features some clunkers of Karloff, this may take the cake. So it's just a 2 from me. It has some fun moments, and anytime you've got big silly gorilla stuff, I'm slightly entertained. But for a movie called The Ape, there sure ain't much ape. Its significance is only a 1.5 since it blends in with most of the other Boris movies with a similar theme, but it's still a Karloff flick. Should you watch it? I'd skip this one and go to the zoo instead.
Doctor! Look out, Doctor! The ape! The ape! Doctor, the ape! Doctor!
We're all the way into November now, and on the 22nd there was another mix of horror and comedy with You'll Find Out. It begins with everyone talking about the music of Kay Kaiser. He actually was a band leader at the time and plays himself in the film. After a big show, he's introduced to a woman whose party he's going to play at, and it seems like someone is trying to kill her, and her boyfriend Chuck is going to figure out what's going on. The party is at a big old spooky mansion, and the whole band arrives. There, Kay meets Janice's Aunt Margot, who claims to talk to the dead. And then, holy crap, Karloff is here too. That's the 4th movie this year to feature him. But he's not the only one here, since Bella pops in too. And this is his 2nd appearance this year so far. And as I've mentioned before, the pair had a pretty notorious rivalry with each other, and yet appeared together fairly frequently, although they would only be in one more film together after this one. Kay starts seeing spooky stuff around the house, and the drawbridge to the castle, the one way to get in or out, is mysteriously blown up. Next up, right before the bridge fell, a professor who studies spiritualists arrives, and it's Peter Lorre. So this has some powerhouse horror star quality going on, and both Lugosi and Lorre were from Hungary, and this would be the only film that they would appear in together, although Karloff and Laurie would co-star several more times. So, Kay starts to realize that something fishy is going on and tries to get to the bottom of who is trying to take advantage of Aunt Margot. And this one is from David Butler, and is the first time he's showing up on the project, but he was very active director and continued on into the 60s. This was done on a moderate budget of $371,000 and used some cost-cutting measures like reusing some props and recycled quite a bit from King Kong. It was a sort of vehicle for Kaiser, as his band had a successful radio show at the time, and this was an attempt to cross him over into the film world. Although this was the second film to feature him and his band, and he'd go on to do several more films. Upon release, it was a nice-sized hit, earning around $1 million, and was also nominated for an Academy Award for Best Original Song, but lost to When You Wish Upon a Star from Pinocchio. And I mean, this is fine. It's a 2.5 for me. Kind of standard haunted mansion story. Kaiser is likely a better band leader than a comic actor, because I wasn't feeling him here. Its significance is a 2, since it's never really spoken of and didn't really impact the genre, but was successful and featured 3 major players. Should you watch it? You could probably skip it. Getting near the end of the year now, and we go to December 13th for this next one, although it did have a premiere a little earlier on November 11th, but it's The Devil Bat. This gives us a doctor in the town of Heathville, and it's Lugosi again for appearance number 3 in 1940, and he's doing tests with a bat, and through glandular stimulation, he's increased its size dramatically. He rigs it up in this Frankenstein-looking lab, and I guess shocks the poor guy, and I have to say, Bella is rocking a Mr. Rogers look in a big way here, although Fred would never approve of training oversized bats to kill his enemies. His plan is pretty over-elaborate, though, as he creates a new type of aftershave that he convinces people to put on, and the bat then comes after that person and kills them, which is original? A reporter comes in to investigate with a tie he borrowed from the Riddler, and he's the first one to determine that a bat may be involved in the killing, while it continues its rampage and has the most hilarious scream as it does. So, I should point out that in this era, just like now, there were major studio players, but also lower budget films produced by smaller studios. These were often referred to as Poverty Row films or studios, and most of these films were westerns or crime stories. Several companies would pop up and churn these out, and a new one on the scene was called PRC, and this would be their first horror film. This was the era when Lugosi was a bit down and out and was starting to make a slight comeback, and PRC slapped him up to appear here. The film's protagonist, reporter Johnny Layton, is played by Dave O'Brien, and he had previously appeared in the rather infamous anti-drug film from 1936, Reefer Madness. His goofy sidekick is Donald Kerr, although Flash Gordon fans will recognize him as Happy Hapgood from the classic Serial. It was actually quite a big hit from PRC and was their biggest money-making film, so much so that they went back to the well to do a sequel a few years later with a film called The Devil Bat's Daughter, although it failed to make the same mark as this one did. There was also a sort of unofficial sequel of sorts that was released in 2015 called Revenge of the Devil Bat by low-budget filmmaker Ted Moring, the director of Camp Blood 6. Because of the somewhat low-end nature of the studio, they neglected to renew the film's copyright, so it slipped into public domain, making it available for anyone to release or distribute. And this is another 2.5. I love how ridiculous that the whole concept is with the bat attacking aftershave stuff, but it's kind of repetitive and just doesn't do enough with it. The HCS is a 2 since it's not also well known, but does have some name recognition and Lugosi's in it. Should you watch it? Perhaps it's amusing enough, but just not really something you can't live without seeing. Our final film of the year could actually be on here a bit earlier since it premiered in the UK on May 31st and then got a run there on October 12th, but it ran in the US on December 20th. and it's The Door with the Seven Locks, also called The Chamber of Horrors. It has Lord Charles here, and he's on his deathbed and has made his final arrangements for his estate and discusses that his money should go to his child, but his jewels will be buried with him, and there will be 7 locks that must be fastened after his death. Their keys are given to a doctor that he trusts, and his servants seem a bit shady, but young John is given the riches. After he passes, the door is all locked up, and time passes, and the keys are all then sent out to various people. When John is visited by June, the next in line for the fortune, he tries to tell her where the final key is and is killed, and his body vanishes. This sets her on the hunt to find the remaining keys and solve the mystery of what's going on, and that takes her to Dr. Minetta, played by Leslie Banks, who was the villainous Count Zaroff way back in The Most Dangerous Game. He seems to know more than he's letting on, and has a literal museum of torture devices in his basement and a weird fascination with Torquemada. But who has the keys? Who's doing that killing? What's in that chamber? Well, the answers come from Norman Lee, and this was the first thing that he did that would fall under the horror-adjacent category, but he'll show up again before the ending of the decade. It's a British film, and at the time, the British Board of Film Censors were pretty active, and up until the mid-30s, there was a ban on any films that featured supernatural horror or broad general horror-themed films. So outside of the earlier Todd Slaughter films that we've covered here, this was one of the first. It adapts a novel from 1926 called The Door with the Seven Locks, and the other British horror flick The Human Monster, which I covered in the 1939 movies, was based on a work from the same author. That author, by the way, was Edgar Wallace, a man who had a huge list of his works turned into films, most of which were in a silent era, but he's also the man who wrote the screenplay for King Kong. After its UK release, it was quickly picked up by the American company Monogram and given a release here as Chamber of Horrors, although that version runs around 10 minutes shorter. And this is okay, this is another 2.5. I really liked the setup and seemed like it was going to turn into a cool story, but then it just seemed to lose track of what it was about. Its significance is just a 1 since it's fairly unknown and didn't really kick off any careers or push the genre anywhere new. Should you watch it? I mean, it's not awful, but I would still leave this door locked.
Be careful.
Our year begins a little bit later on, as the first release arrived on February 3rd, and it's The Devil Commands. It starts appropriately enough on a stormy night in this big old spooky mansion, and a voiceover says that her father was famous 7 years ago and the head of the university. And her pops is none other than Boris Karloff for his first appearance of the year. He's conducting an experiment for some colleagues, and it features this diving helmet sort of thing, and of course, arcing electricity, which was a staple of every experiment back in the day. I don't know what these electric bolts are accomplishing, but damn it, they're essential. The helmet is supposed to transmit the thoughts of the wearer, and it's broken up when his wife arrives. Their daughter Anne is coming home for her 20th anniversary, but then there's a terrible car accident and Ellen is killed. Julian is despondent, and as much as Anne tries to comfort him, it doesn't work. One night, as he accidentally turns on his machine, he begins to believe that Ellen is trying to contact him through her brainwaves and wants to find a way to communicate with the dead. Everyone tries to convince him that he shouldn't, but he won't listen and seeks the advice of a spiritual medium named Mrs. Walters, played by Anne Revere, who we last saw in Double Door. He pegs her as a scam artist right away, but he also got shocked during the seance, which wasn't a part of her act. She agrees to get strapped into his device, but she doesn't have to wear the helmet. But don't fear, there is arcing electricity. But then when their experiment has some unfortunate results, their dynamic changes. And this one is from Edward Dmytryk, and this is the first that we'll see of him, but he'll go on to do The Caine Mutiny, and this is another in that string of films in which you just had Boris playing a mad scientist. It looks like the working title of this film was Edge of Running Water, but also maybe The Devil Said No? Both of the titles are reported as the working title, although it was based on a novel called The Edge of Running Water by William Sloane. It got some criticism for the fact that it has Karloff, Involves a scientist looking to revive the dead, a malformed lab assistant, missing bodies, and mad villagers, so there was clearly some efforts to do Frankenstein again. And this is interesting, although underwhelming, so I'm gonna give it a 3. I like what it's doing most of the time, but it's really nothing special. Its horror cultural significance is a 2 since it blends with the rest of the mad scientist Karloff stuff and isn't much talked about. Should you watch it? I guess listen to your devil and see what he commands. A little later on in the month, February 28th gave us another entry as we're going on to check out a movie that may have gotten its name from my marriage, The Monster and the Girl. It begins with the trial of Scott Webster, and it's said that he's accused of murder, and we get the story told through flashback testimonial. It seems that there was a gunshot, and Webster was found holding the gun, but then he gets up to give his own side of the story. When things aren't going so well for him, his sister Susan admits that he's covering up for her, so she gives her take on everything. Seems they were both wholesome churchgoers, and Scott was even the organ player, but she's come to her bro for some help. It seems that she met this man named Larry and fell madly in love and married him, but it turns out that this was all a ruse, and she's forced into the employ of a mob boss named Brule and forced into prostitution. Too bad that they don't listen to her and find Scott guilty anyway, and he's taken off to death row, where a scientist decides to use him as part of his experiment. The doc manages to remove his brain and place it into the body of a massive gorilla, but in a pretty unexpected plot twist, he retains his memories and heads out to get revenge on those that wronged him. And this one was directed by Stuart Heisler, and this was fairly early on in his career, even though he didn't do as many films as some of the other directors that we've covered here. It was developed with the working title of DOA, or Dead on Arrival, and it had a hard time getting past the censor board since the Hays Code was still in full effect. The original concept spelled out that Susan was forced to be a prostitute for Brule, and the board objected to that as a representation of white slavery. They changed the script to have her work as a bar hostess in order to pay off her debt instead, and merely hinted at the idea of prostitution. But even after they made the necessary changes, it still had troubles. The Milwaukee Film Commission pulled it from theaters there and claimed that even the hinting was too much, and also that it presented the justice system as being corrupt, and that the film was gruesome overall. It did end up getting some decent reviews and was called one of the weirder films of the time period, but doesn't appear to have been a huge success. And I enjoy it, but it's really unfocused, so I'm going to go with a 2.5. By the time that they get to the gorilla stuff, the film is almost over, and those are the parts that are the more enjoyable ones. Its horror cultural significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's definitely lesser known and doesn't have many notable horror stars, but it does have some name recognition to it. Should you watch it? I think so. It's odd enough to check it out. Two weeks later, on March 28th, we have another entry from Universal, although not one of the Universal monsters, with Man-Made Monster. It starts with a bus accident that the newspaper says is spectacular, and let's look at it again because it is pretty spectacular. Everyone dies except for one man, Dan, played by the Wolfman himself, Lon Chaney Jr. And what's wild is that this man's name is synonymous with horror films, and yet this is the first time that he's appearing in our rundown. We will, however, be seeing him plenty more after this. Turns out that he worked with electricity as a sideshow exhibit, which is likely how he managed to survive, and his story intrigues Dr. Lawrence. His cohort is Dr. Regas, who seems a bit off, and hey, it's good old Lionel Atwill, and for a man who was all over the 30s project, maybe as much as Karloff and Lugosi, this is his first appearance here in the 40s, but we will absolutely see him again soon. They decide to try to study him to figure out how he's built up an immunity to electric shock, and I don't know why this sticks out to me, but Lon Chaney Jr. is 35 years old here. I don't know what they had in the water back in the day that just made everyone look over 40 years old all the time, but for comparison's sake, Chaney here is the same age that Simu Liu is right now, and Rupert Grint.
And me. Wink.
Rigas keeps upping the voltage more and more, and he gets more and more gloomy until he's finally straight up glowing and electric and blindly follows the Doc's whims. Oh, and his touch is now an insta-kill. And this was headed up by George Wagner, and this may be the first time that he's been featured on the project, but we're gonna see more of him. Like soon, like the very next movie soon. And this was yet another one from Universal. And the story, the death touch concept, and the glowing man effect seem straight lifted from the Invisible Ray, and would also go out under the name Electric Man and the Mysterious Dr. R. Like seemingly every film here, they had originally meant for Karloff and Lugosi to be involved. Boris was meant to play the Electric Dan, with Bella playing Doc Rigas, and that was back in 1936. But then, as they were developing it, the Invisible Ray came out, and this one was considered too similar, so they shelved it. But then there was a shift in upper management at Universal, and so they dusted off this old script and retooled it a bit for this version. It was one of the lowest budget films the Universal put out during this time frame, and it went on to be a small success. But most importantly, it cemented Chaney as a horror star, and Universal slapped him into a contract really quickly. And this is gonna sound like a broken record, but this is another 2.5. It's fine and all, but it does feel like a repeat of Invisible Ray and just takes way too long to get to the point. Its significance is a 2.5 as well, since it's not a well-known film and not one that's discussed much, but it's seen as the kickoff to Chaney's horror career, so it definitely has merit. Should you watch it? It's worth a look, but if you've seen Invisible Ray, you can probably skip it. Alright, this is where it gets a bit interesting, because on that very same day, March 28th, there was another release from Universal called Horror Island. This has a sailor saying that he's on the prowl for buried treasure, and he comes across Bill Martin and tells him about a mysterious thief called the Phantom who tried to take his treasure map, but he still has a part of it. The map is supposed to head to a pirate's booty on a place called Morgan's Island that's worth $20 million. Bill finds out that the map may be a fake, and decides instead that he can make some money by staging a treasure hunt cruise that goes to the island. Along the way, he meets Wendy, and an interesting tidbit is that both Dick Foran here and Peggy Moran both starred in The Mummy's Hand a year before. They set sail, but there's sabotage in the form of a bomb, and then a tampered-with compass. They eventually make it to the island, and bad omens continue to plague them, with everyone not knowing if the incidents are real or just part of the show. And it turns out that the Phantom is there as well, leading to an assortment of silly and spooky encounters. And do you remember that one time that I said that we'd hear about George Wagner again? Well, that time is right now, because this one was also handled by him. This was actually created to serve as the second part of a double feature with Man-Made Monster. So the fact that I have this placed after that one means it was released after it. But keep in mind that it was literally released immediately after. It was also really low budget, but cost a touch more than its lead-in, and it was shot under the title Terror of the South Seas. It was a rush job, and I'm not exaggerating that. Shooting began on March 3rd of 1941, and the filming went for 12 days, with the team working extra long days in violation of the union rules in order to get it done. And, just to reflect there, at the time, there were regulations limiting the hours of a crew to 8 hours back then, and in current times, film productions generally shoot for 10, 12, 14, and even 16-hour days. But then, when Dick Foran got really sick near the ending of the shoot, they just straight up dropped the scene with him since they didn't have the time to reschedule it. After the shoot was complete, and in fact during the production, they rushed it to the editor and he cranked out a cut and placed a score in it from the other Universal Pictures, and they managed to get it out at the theaters a mere 13 days later. That means from the day that they started filming until the day the film was on movie screens was only 25 days, which is just insane. And yep, it's another 2.5. I like portions of this, but I don't know, maybe it's the Hays Code, but just everything in this year is coming off as really kind of bland and lifeless, although this has its upsides. The significance of this one is only at a 1 since it's lacking any horror stars and is pretty unknown, with the most interesting aspect of it being its short gestation period. Should you watch it? Again, it's not a bad watch, but it's certainly not essential.
Must have been something yet. What'd you eat?
Oh, I only had some lobster and some strawberry ice cream and a couple of beers.
It couldn't be that.
It couldn't have been.
We are moving into April now, and on the 25th, we're finally getting some Lugosi action with the Invisible Ghost. He appears right away, and he's a very wealthy man, and he's dining with no one, but insists that his wife is there, which upsets his daughter and her fiancé. There's also been a string of unsolved murders in the area, and it seems that his wife left him, but right after got into a terrible car wreck that left her with brain damage. But then, Ralph has himself a jealous ex-girlfriend that's stalking him, and Mrs. Kessler wanders off and Charles catches sight of her out his window, which makes him snap and he commits murder. Unfortunately, all the clues point back to Ralph, so he's put away for the crime and sentenced to death. And what's weird is that this is the 6th film that I'm covering for this year, and it's the 3rd one that features someone being sentenced to death for murder, and of those 3, 2 of them were innocent men, and the 3rd committed the crime under mind control. It's just weird that it's that recurring of a plot point. Things get weirder when Ralph's twin brother shows up unannounced, and Charles gets that killing feeling once again. And this is a weird one from Joseph H. Lewis, another guy that was pumping out westerns and crime films in this time frame. He made 7 films in 1940 alone, although he would only dip into horror on occasion. This was by Monogram Pictures, one of the low-budget Poverty Row studios that cropped up at this time, and it was originally titled either Murder by the Stars or The Phantom Killer. By this point, Lugosi wasn't being hired by the bigger studios anymore, and he signed a contract with Monogram, and this would be the first film he did after that. What's strange is that when the film was in production, there was a news article that claimed that it was based on the murder-suicide of General Walter F. Krivitsky, and he was a real man, a former Soviet military intelligence officer, and he shot himself while in Washington, D.C. And when I say shot himself, I mean in the way that a lot of people who piss off Russia mysteriously kill themselves. But that's strange because this story doesn't really share any similarities with that at all, so it's unclear what that article was discussing. And I'm starting to feel like I'm stuck in a time loop here because this is a 2. Everything here is either a 2 or a 2.5, and this is pretty unremarkable and dull, saved only by some fun moments with Lugosi. There's just too many plot elements at once, and none of them go anywhere. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's rather obscure at this point, and with the only real aspect that makes it stand out being the presence of Bella. Should you watch it? You can skip it. There's no ghost, invisible or otherwise. We now get to May, and on the 2nd, we get a film that I feel like I've covered already, but it's just a pretty standard title with the Black Cat. There's an old rich woman named Mrs. Winslow, and she's on the verge of death. Family is gathered at her estate, and oh look, Bela Lugosi is here too. He lets a couple of opportunists on the property, a real estate agent and an antiques dealer, and there's cats all over the premises to the point that they even have a crematorium and special room for the urns of all of their remains. When she dies, he hopes to have her urn put alongside all her cats, and she reads off her will to her heirs. And when Gil tries to convince her to sell the estate, she says no, but he also saves her from being poisoned. Shortly after, though, she's found dead, and all of the family members immediately set in on each other, including good old Sherlock himself, Basil Rathbone. But also, look for a role for Alan Ladd, Shane himself, just 1 year before his big break as a Western star with This Gun for Hire. Sure enough, there are secret passages, affairs, and it turns out that Gil may be a rather unlikely hero. I mean, unless he's the killer. And this was actually from Universal Pictures, yet another one from this year from them, since it seems like they were the only studio interested in making horror during this era. At least bigger studios as opposed to the smaller guys like Monogram. And this one was handled by Albert S. Rogel, another guy who was very active all throughout the 40s on a variety of quickies, and it seems like his reputation was for being rather harsh and regularly shouting at his cast and crew, and he was basically blackballed from the industry after being a part of a group that tried to recall the president of the Directors Guild in 1950. Even though this one is called The Black Cat and has Lugosi in it and is from Universal, it shares nothing in common with the film of the same name from 1934, also with Lugosi, and also from Universal. The concept was to cash in on the whole horror comedy craze that Cat and the Canary spawned, and they decided to have another go at the Poe story, and clearly just sort of changed everything to fit the mold of the Bob Hope film with the old spooky house and comic shenanigans. Despite that, their marketing for the film ignored the comedy and promoted it as a straightforward horror story. And this is a little step up, so I'm going to go with a 3. I guess I liked the vibe a little bit more than the others, but it still feels pretty standard and blends in with a bunch of the other films from the era, but this one has cats, so 3. Its horror cultural significance is a 2, since it's one of the least known films with this title, but has Rathbone, Lugosi, and Ladd in it, so it earns a bit of extra cred. Should you watch it? It's worth a look. Did I mention that there's a cat? More than one.
Stand back, everybody.
It's time to head back over to the UK for a film that was released there on May 5th, and even though it had a London premiere back in March, it wouldn't arrive in the US until 1947, and it's The Ghost Train. There's an express train headed cross-country, and someone pulls the emergency cord and to run back and get his hat, and I'd be pretty ticked off if I was on a speeding train and some dick halts the entire thing and pauses our trip just because he couldn't hold on to his damn hat. Well, people are mad at him, and he's interested in the lovely Jackie, tries to win her over with a series of goofy shenanigans. When Teddy, Jackie, Jackie's fellow Richard, and a few other people have to change trains, they're surprised to find out that the last train is already gone, and they'll have to find some place to go. Since it's raining, they insist on staying in the station overnight, which they're warned is haunted, and the station agent tries to convince them to leave, but they will not. And you may say to yourself, well, that's their fault then for not listening. But look, the amount of places in my life that I've been told were haunted, if I'd left every single one of them, I would have nowhere left to go. Everyone says that everywhere is freaking haunted if they've so much as heard a single sound there. Well, it seems like here, a long time ago, they missed the bridge, and a train carrying a full load of people crashed into the river, and ever since, there's a ghost train that can be heard, and if you see it, you die. Just a short while later, the station agent turns up dead, seemingly a victim of the train, and later, a woman arrives and claims that someone is after her, which kicks off some suspense and intrigue, and since this was 1941, Nazis. And this is by Walter Ford, a British director, and this was the first that we've seen him here. And based on his somewhat limited filmography, this will likely be the last that he'll be covered. It seems as if the concept was cooked up in an actual train station, as Arnold Ridley, the film's writer, was in a strange area that echoed the sounds of the engine. And it would often sound like one was coming, but none would show up, like a ghost train. At first, Ridley made it into a play with the same name, and that's what's being adapted here as well. That came out in 1923, and this was the third version of the story to be on film, although it's the only one that still remains fully intact and is not lost in any way. It's got some nice reviews and was compared favorably towards the earlier versions, saying it was the best adaptation of the lot. And it's pretty decent, so I'll go with a 3. Again, there's way too much set up here, and the more interesting stuff is at the station, but that doesn't kick in until the movie's more than half over. Its significance is just a 1, since this is very much unheard of and doesn't have any name recognition to American horror audiences. It may be ranked higher in its home country, but not so much here. Should you watch it? It's likely worth a ride on this train.
Pick up my hat. Cause of all the trouble. See you at Calais.
We now jump later on in the month as we go later into May now, and on May 14th, we got a look at King of the Zombies. This kicks off with an airplane lost in the middle of a big storm and in trouble with gas, and they decide to land on a nearby island and crash, so Bill Summers and his valet, Jeff, are forced to team up with the pilot to find shelter. They locate an old spooky house and are greeted by Dr. Miklos Sangre, played by Henry Victor, who we last saw all the way back in 1932 in Freaks. He's a bit odd and denies the existence of a radio broadcast that they thought that they had heard, and tells them a ship will be around in 2 weeks. They can catch a ride. And in the meantime, they settle in. Turns out there's zombies on hand, and keep in mind, this is still classic zombies, so not exactly revived Romero corpses. There's a woman there that also claims to be the doctor's niece, but also seems to be hiding something. They make Jeff go into her servant's quarters, which of course leads to a bunch of comic relief, but then there's ghosts as well. And I guess I should point out that James and Bill have no issues sharing a bed. Like, this is a giant mansion with tons of room, but they have to sleep together. Or do they? They then have to figure out what's happening here and what the devious Dr. Sangre is really up to. And the director here is Jean Yarbrough, who we last saw last year with The Devil Bat, but likely won't see again for a while since a good portion of his filmography is more crime and comedy than horror. It was created with the intentions of having Bela Lugosi play the role of Sangre, since Yarbrough had worked with him on The Devil Bat, but he wasn't available, so they started to talk to Peter Lorre about it, but that didn't pan out, likely due to money reasons. Since The Cat and the Canary and The Ghostbreakers were both hits, everyone was now trying to infuse their horror flicks with a touch of comedy, so they played up the humor here, mainly by casting Manton Moreland and a consistent comic relief. It was a decent success and actually earned an Academy Award nomination for Best Music, although I should point out that back in those days the field was much wider, and there were actually 20 films in contention for this category. It lost to Bernard Herrmann's All That Money Can Buy, which also beat out Citizen Kane that year. It also spawned a sequel, which we'll talk about in a few episodes, called Revenge of the Zombies. And this is also a 2.5 because it's pretty dull, but that ranking went up dramatically due to Moreland, who carries this entire film on his back and steals every scene that he's in. Its significance is a 2 since it's not well known, but it did get an Oscar nomination and was one of the few zombie-oriented films in this era. Should you watch it? Perhaps. Moreland is fun to watch, but the rest of it, not so much.
Move over, boys. I'm one of the gang now.
You may have noticed that things have swung more comedic this year, and that's about to ramp up a bit because on August 8th, we got another Universal entry, Hold That Ghost. We're set in the fancy Shea Glamour, and they have a pair of new relief waiters, and it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, otherwise known as Abbott and Costello, comic duo extraordinaire. At this point, they were popular radio performers and did burlesque shows, and had recently crossed over into film work the year before. This was their 4th movie in 2 years, and they had already had a hit called Buck Privates, in which they co-starred with the popular singing trio, the Andrews Sisters, who also make an appearance here. They get themselves fired and have to go back to their jobs as gas station attendants, and they're playing guys named Chuck and Ferdy here. And when Ferdy finds a gun, this is his first instinct.
Ferdy's either really stupid or crying out for help.
They get pulled into a mob shootout, and they find his will that simply says that his fortune will go to whoever is with him when he dies. and that will includes an old tavern, and a bus driver drops them off along with some unsuspecting other folk. They're in the middle of a big rainstorm. They're stuck there for the night and decide to try to make the most of it, but also look for mobster Moose's hidden treasure in the midst of silly tomfoolery. But what's pretty fascinating here is it was actually meant to be the film that they did right after Buck Privates, and it started filming under the title Oh Charlie. But because that was such a big hit and involved the military, they paused shooting this and rushed out another one just like that called In the Navy. After they finished with that, they brought this one back up again, but then added the opening and closing with the scenes in the club. The stuff with the Andrews sisters was a last-minute addition. Arthur Lublin was the director, and we last saw him last year with Black Friday, and we'll see him again in the near future, but he also directed the 2 films Bud and Lou did right before this as well. Because of the retooling, this one ended up being pretty pricey. Originally, it was meant to cost around $200K, but the reshoots and putting it on hold ended up costing between $25K and $150, bringing the total up to an estimated $300,000. It ended up being a huge hit and was critically acclaimed, and even now is considered one of their funniest films. And I'll give this one a 4. I have such fond memories of this one, and it lives up to all of them. Sure, the plot is something we've seen before, even earlier in this year, but the comic timing of Abbott and Costello cannot be beat. Its HCS is a 3.5 since I don't think that this is their most known horror comedy, but it did pave the way for all their future adventures against horror icons. Should you watch it? Absolutely. Fun horror gold. A few days later in New York City on August 12th, a film premiered that would then get a wider run in September, and it may sound familiar because it's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And I've already covered a version of this in the 30s Project and did another one in the first episode of the 20s Project. So I'm starting to feel like there's an attempt in every decade. We have yet another Henry Jekyll, and this one is none other than Spencer Tracy himself. And he's far more aggressive in his opinions than other versions that we've seen. And he's trying to separate man's good and evil natures. And just like in the 31 version, this Doc is engaged, and his future father-in-law disapproves of his experiments and once again encounters a woman named Ivy and helps her out. However, due to the restrictions of the Hays Code, this Ivy is no longer a prostitute and instead works as a barmaid. And, oh yeah, is also Ingrid Bergman of Casablanca, and like an insane amount of other things. The Doc finishes his formula and tests it on himself, and in lieu of a transformation scene, we get some surreal dream imagery where Jekyll is whipping naked women like horses. He transforms into a somewhat more low-key Hyde, but is able to take an antidote to reverse the effects. And I got so wrapped up in Ingrid Bergman being here that I forgot to mention that Jekyll's fiancée, Beatrix, is Lana Turner. So in terms of star power, this movie's bigger than anything else this year so far. After transforming again, Hyde tracks down Ivy and attacks her, eventually keeping her as his captive. And yes, this story is mostly pretty similar to those that had gone before. And that's because, as opposed to being considered a new take on this book, it was billed as a remake of the 31 version. This one was handled by Victor Fleming, and by this point he had already directed The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind, so he was a big-name director, and he had MGM buy the rights to the Paramount version to do this. They decided to do the transformation as more low-key with minimal makeup, with the intentions of stressing the psychological differences between the good and evil sides as opposed to a physical one. And this was considered a major release, as it had a budget of $1.1 million, and considering that the previous take had earned an Oscar, there were some high hopes here. Unfortunately, it was given a so-so welcome from critics, with the harshest takes being about Tracy's performance and the similarities to the 31 film. Tracy even criticized himself, later saying that it was by far his least favorite of the movies he had done and calling his own performance awful. The movie was profitable, though, and did quite well, and was even nominated for 3 Oscars with cinematography, editing, and music, although it didn't win any. And I like this, but not as much as the earlier takes, so it's a 3.5. I like that it gets deeper into Hyde and Ivy's whole thing, but it often just feels like the toned down version of things. Its significance is a 3.5 since it's a major story, even though it's not the most famous of them, but it has Tracy, Bergman, and Turner in it. Should you watch it? Yes, I mean, even if you've seen this story before. We're at September 6th now, as this run of horror films with a modicum of humor continues on with The Smiling Ghost. We meet down on his luck, Lucky Johnson and his assistant Clarence, once again played by Willie Best, who we last saw in The Ghost Breakers. Lucky is offered $1,000 to pretend to be the fiancée of Eleanor Fairchild for 1 month, although he's not quite sure why. She's played by Alexis Smith, and this is a somewhat early role for her, but her career stretched all the way into the 90s, and she was even a recurring character on Dallas. He goes to meet Eleanor's family, and they're a bit oddball, and include the skipper himself as their butler, and she moves in on him pretty hard. Shortly after, Lucky meets ace reporter Lil Barstow, and she tells him that Eleanor had been engaged 3 times before, and all 3 of them had died. And the story is that she's the victim of the Smiling Ghost, and her loves will all be cursed. The papers have dubbed her the Kiss of Death Girl. When he reveals that she's actually fallen in love with Lucky, he tries to solve the case of the Smiling Ghost along with Barstow. He's led to her second fiancé, who wasn't killed but is now trapped in an iron lung, and he insists that the Smiling Ghost is Eleanor's first fiancé and his ghost is getting revenge. So they decide to try to force the culprit out by staging a marriage. And yep, there's definitely a massive trend here with these types of films, and this one was directed by Louis Seiler, who directed a film from 1929 called Girls Gone Wild. I'm gonna probably assume that the trailers for it didn't feature a massive amount of blurring of boobs. And this one was by Warner Brothers, and it was a B film that was made as a quickie to try to capitalize on the Ghost Breakers, even going so far as to cast Best as a similar character to one that he was there. The actor got slighted a bit when it came to the film, though, as he isn't featured in the opening credits, and even though he's one of the main characters, is only given 8 billing in the end credits. Most of the reviews ranged from so-so to pretty unfavorable, but it did okay, even if it wasn't exactly a big hit. And this is alright, it's a 2.5 again. These are all starting to blend together with the same tone and setup, and the light comedy, and because of the Hays Code, light horror. Its significance is merely a 1.5, since it's out of a bunch of similar feeling flicks. This one just blends in. Should you watch it? Maybe, but if you've now watched several in a row like me, maybe not.
Your head is perfect.
Oh, thank you, sir.
What a perfect frontal cerebral protrusion.
Does it show?
Yes. You've had it from birth.
I got it Decoration Day in a private jam session.
Well, if you're expecting things to get more serious, you're likely going to be disappointed, since on October 24th, a week before Halloween, we had another wacky horror with Spooks Run Wild. This has this bunch of kids getting rounded up and put on a bus headed for summer camp, and these are the East End Kids. They were a popular group of comedy characters that were featured in a total of 22 films between 1940 and 1945, and this was the 7th film in their run. Basically, they were supposed to be a group of local bad kids, and their lineup would change from film to film. This one had characters known as Muggs, the leader, Danny, Glimpy, Skinny, Screwno, and Pee-wee. Turns out that there's reports of a monster killer loose in the area, although I suppose, like, in this case, it's a monster that kills as opposed to a killer of monsters. They hear weird sounds and encounter Angelo Rossito, who you will remember from the chant scene from Freaks, but you may be shocked to know that this guy is also the Master from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Then Bela Lugosi shows up for appearance number 3 of 1941. They get into wacky hijinks.
I can see my date with Marchie's going to be about as private as the Delancey Street Fish Market on Friday.
That is a very specific reference.
The boys end up stranded and go to Nardo's house, which is a standard old spooky castle. And then there's the standard bunch of hilarious situations and mistaken identities as the boys try to figure out if they're actually in the hands of the monster killer. And this was from another workhorse director named Phil Rosen, and this was a shot of mixing all of the popular things at the time. It was from Monogram Pictures, and like I said earlier, they had signed Lugosi to a contract, and the earlier East End kids were successful, so they decided to mix the two to cash in on the silly stuff and a spooky house trend. They put more money into it than their earlier efforts in order to make this the biggest of the East Side Kid films, and it did pretty well. It ended up being the last film for one of the kids, though, as the actor that played Skinny would join the military as a member of the Air Force and then died a little later on in 1943 in action. And this is alright, but it basically is just mildly entertaining, so it's a 2 for me. Like, maybe I'm just getting worn out on all these, but it just feels like the 4 movies I watched before it. Its significance is a 1.5, since it's part of a series that used to be popular and had Lugosi, but is still very unknown. Should you watch it, you can likely leave these kids unattended.
Ow!
This year wraps up with an entry that I know won't feel like any of these others, as we end on December 12th with The Wolfman. We begin with Larry Talbot coming home and he's greeted by his father, and Larry is Lon Chaney Jr. for the second time this year, and his pops is Claude Rains, the Invisible Man himself. And I know that I already made fun of how not young that Chaney looks, and honestly, if you didn't have any preconception about these actors, and I asked you which was playing the father and which was playing the son, would you even guess? Like, to be fair, Rains was 17 years older than Chaney, but he sure as hell don't look it. So, Larry is peeping with a telescope and looks into a woman's window with it, and is so enamored with her that he goes over to her place of business to meet her. Like, clearly normal behavior here. He buys a cane from her with a wolf on the head and is told about the legend of the werewolf. A man who turns into a wolf at certain times of the year and is said to see a pentagram appear on the palm of his next victim. He then asks Gwen out around 7 times and she keeps saying no, but he keeps on saying that he'll be there to pick her up at 8, which is like, dude, get the hint. They all go and consult with some traveling fortune tellers, and what do you know? It's Bela Lugosi again. He's just like all over this year. And here he's playing a character named Bella who sees the pentagram on Gwen's buddy Jenny. Sure enough, very soon she's attacked by something dog-like, and Larry kills it with the cane, but not before being bitten. The next day, it's revealed that Bella is dead, killed by that cane, and I don't need to tell you what that means for Larry, and he gets some guidance from Maliva, and also a protective charm. That night, though, he gives the charm to Gwen, and then later transforms into the Wolfman, and then goes on the prowl. And yep, this is from Universal, and yet another entry in their series of monsters, and their second shot at a werewolf film after Werewolf of London. The wolf design here was actually designed for that film by Jack Pierce, and it was decided that it didn't make sense for that film because the actor had to still be recognizable. But when this one came around, Pierce brought it back out and put it into play. Lugosi really wanted the main role and campaigned hard for it. They had originally wanted Karloff to do it, but Chaney was hired based on the strength of his success in Man-Made Monster. The budget was fairly hefty at $180,000, and the director again was George Wagner. And it's likely that he was the one that recommended Chaney since they worked together on Monster. It was a hit and was also critically acclaimed and injected some new life into the Universal slate, which had steered more towards sequels in this time frame. Of course, it itself would get sequels, all starring Chaney again, and eventually got a remake with Benicio del Toro in the lead role, and currently has a new take scheduled for 2025. And this is great stuff. I'm gonna go with a 4 here. It's moody and atmospheric, and I love the father-son subplot. It's not as inventive as some of the earlier monster entries, but it's still really enjoyable. Its significance is a 4.5 though, since it's the werewolf movie that all the rest would emulate, with the exception of adding the full moon stuff. It could have been a 5 were it not for it being the second attempt at the tale. Should you watch it? That's a howling yes. Let's kick off 1942 with a film that arrived on February 27th, and it's another one from Universal that's not quite a part of the Universal Monsters, and it's The Mad Doctor of Market Street. We meet that doctor right away, and it's that unsung hero of early horror, Lionel Atwill. He's hiring a man off the street to be a part of a new experiment, but whoops, the guy dies, so the police go on the hunt for Doc Nelson. In order to get away, he stows away on an ocean liner headed for New Zealand. That doesn't last long though, because the authorities suspect that he's on board and start their search, which causes him to change his plans and knock the detective overboard. He then just straight up sets the boat on fire, causing everyone to rush to the lifeboats. They end up on an island, including Patricia and her loopy Aunt Margaret and a guy who's courting her, Red Hogan, which is as much of a 40s hero name as you can get. There's a tribe of villagers on the island that very coincidentally happen to speak English, and it turns out that their queen has died. So Doc Nelson does his experiment stuff and restores her to life. He's declared a god and moves to have the lifeboats destroyed to trap everyone there to continue his work on the other passengers. So, this one was directed by Joseph H. Lewis, and we talked about him a little bit in 1941 as he directed the Lugosi-led Invisible Ghost, but he was mostly a Western-themed director. It was lower budgeted than most of the other Universal horror fare, and made use of a number of actors that they had under contract in order to keep the costs down. At this particular time, mad scientist movies were pretty popular, and Lewis tapped Al Martin to write the script, as he was the same guy who wrote Invisible Ghost. It got so-so reviews, and most commented on how it tended to blend with other Mad Doctor movies from around the same time, with only the Polynesian setting to make it stand out. What's weird is that it had a sort of sequel in the same year with an Abbott and Costello film called Pardon My Sarong. That movie was also set on a remote island where Lionel Atwill plays a mysterious doctor who seems up to no good. He plays Dr. Varnoff there, though, and is likely just meant to be a different character, but the similarities are very apparent. And this is fine, I'll go with a 2.5 on it. It's a case of not much happening, and when it does, it's not very exciting. Its horror-cultural significance is just a 1.5 since it's not spoken of at all, but it was on the Universal roster and featured Atwill, so it gets a tiny bump. Should you watch it? It's probably worth a peek, but it's really nothing special. Just a little while later, on March 6th, we got another one of the Poverty Row entries from Monogram with Black Dragons. It starts with the notice that Honolulu has been bombed by the Japanese, and this is one of the first overt film references to the fact that World War II was going on that we've seen so far. There's been some elements hinting around it earlier, but this is the first time that we've had it overtly brought up. But keep in mind, this is early 42. This is just after the US had formally entered the war. We meet Dr. Melcher, played by Bela Lugosi himself, and so far this year we've had Lugosi and Atwill, so we just need a Karloff appearance, but the doc has a meeting with an American official and seems to attack him, but right after, everything seems normal. Soon after, a dead body is found on the steps of the embassy with a Japanese dagger in his hands, and people begin to notice Uncle Bill's odd behavior. Melcher then continues his reign of terror by swapping out people, revealing that he's teamed up with Japan's Black Dragon Society and the Nazis to try to take down the US. Seems he's actually replacing these people with Japanese agents who have had reconstructive surgery to make them look like those that they're swapping with. And this was by William Nye, who had previously done the 1940 film The Ape with Boris Karloff, and this film was a bit of a rushed production. After the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1942, they pushed this one ahead and started filming in January in order to get it out in March. At the time, Lugosi was going through a number of issues because he was suffering from terrible arthritis and became addicted to morphine to soothe that pain. In order to support his habit, he had to be working constantly and would jump on any production that would cast him. It did okay when it was released, but is another film that they didn't manage to renew the copyright in time, so it lapsed into the public domain. Because of that, there's a number of unofficial releases of dubious quality out there, with some footage removed. And this is another 2.5. It's duller than I'd like, but some of the plot twists are just so over the top that it's hard to not appreciate it at times. If only the pacing was tighter. Its significance was just a 1 though, because it's basically completely unknown, and were it not for Lugosi, would be lost to time. Should you watch it? It's probably worth a shot just for the goofy aspects. One week later, we had what is likely this year's biggest release, and it arrived on March 13th, and it's The Ghost of Frankenstein. We learned that the specter of the big guy still haunts the village, and we get a recap of Son of Frankenstein, and a reminder that Igor was using the monster to get revenge, and was shot, and the creature was knocked into a pit of sulfur. The villagers all decided to blow the castle up, but I guess that Igor is still alive after all, although they don't say how he managed to survive his wounds. When they blow the place up, it unearths the body of the monster, preserved by the sulfur, and Igor saves him. Oh, and I should mention that Lugosi once again plays the assistants for his second role of the year, but you'll notice that the monster itself looks a touch different. We then meet yet another Frankenstein offspring, Ludwig, son of Henry and brother of Wolf, and he's Cedric Hardwicke, who we recently saw in both The Hunchback of Notre Dame and The Invisible Man Returns. The doc works with Theodore Bomer, played by Lionel Atwill, again for his second film of the year, so he and Bella are tied right now. Igor and the monster stroll into town, and now that we have a good look at his face, you can tell that Boris Karloff did not return to the character. As I stated back when we did Son of Frankenstein, he grew tired of the makeup and weight of the costume and decided not to play him anymore. So the gig was given to Lon Chaney Jr., the new Universal staple. They capture the monster and take him in, while Igor tries to convince Ludwig that the problem is the monster's broken brain, and he can fix him by putting in a better one. Meanwhile, I'm not sure why the revised design for the creature has such heavy droopy eyelids, but the monster is also far kinder here, because this is a pretty different take on the Frankenstein franchise, directed by Earl C. Kenton, a director we haven't seen since way back in 1932 with Island of the Lost Souls. He was very busy in between though, although not much in horror. It seems that even though he said that he was done with the role, Karloff did show interest in doing this film, but he was busy filming Arsenic and Old Lace and wasn't available, so they instructed Jack Pierce to make the makeup look as similar as possible to the previous films as to not turn off audiences. Unfortunately, after they cast Chaney, he had a severe allergic reaction to the makeup and had to be out for several days of shooting. It's frequently pointed out that the last film revolved around Igor getting his revenge on the town council and several members being killed off there, although this movie brings those characters and actors back with no explanation as to how they survived. It's also notable for the finale, which gives us sort of a reset for the character. In it, Igor's brain is placed into the monster and even talks, and what's hilarious is that this whole plot point is simply dropped in later films. The reviews were mixed, but it did do quite well keeping the franchise of the Universal Monsters alive and well. And it's fun, but it's a patch on the earlier films. I'll give it a 3. The story gets a touch monotonous, and it's clearly not really trying to do the exploration of morality and such that the series had been doing. Its HCS is also a 3 since it's a part of the original series and still one of the more known entries, but it's nowhere near as influential or regarded as either the original or Bride. Should you watch it? Sure, let this ghost haunt you.
You are Dr. Kettering. I am not Dr. Kettering. I am Igor.
Let's move on now to April 17th, and now we have another one from Universal with The Strange Case of Dr. RX. It begins with the discovery of a dead body with a note on it, signed RX, and the number 5, as it's the 5th murder matching the MO of Dr. RX. Manton Moreland is on hand, who we just saw in Revenge of the Zombies, but Patrick Knowles is here too, and we just saw him in The Wolfman. He's PI Jerry Church, and he's contacted by an old police friend to ask for his help in working on the RX case, but he's not interested. The victims are all connected to the District Attorney Dudley Crispin, as they're all people that he had defended in court, and when he represents another guy who's found innocent, he collapses right after the verdict. He's checked out by a doctor, and that guy looks familiar, and hey, that's Lionel Atwill. So I think I solved this mystery, and that makes movie number 3 for him in this year. After that death, Church agrees to investigate and gets on the trail of the doctor. And crosses paths with his own fiancée, who's played by Anne Gwynn, and we just saw her in The Black Cat. And hey, Detective Hurd has another officer with him that's some kind of stooge. And I'm not sure if a lot of people know that Shemp was famous outside of the Stooges. Like, he left the group in the early 30s and had a solid solo career, but rejoined the trio after Curly had a stroke that prevented him from continuing on around 1947 or so. We find out that another detective that worked on the case went insane, so Church quits, but it looks like even though he's off the case may not be off of him. And this is yet another one from William Nye, who, we just saw 2 movies ago with Black Dragon. And that was from Monogram. And this was Universal, so he had a little bit of a bigger budget to work with here. But it was still done on the cheap. It was also very rushed and started shooting with an incomplete script, and a number of scenes were ad-libbed on the spot, which Gwynn says made the production more fun, even if it ended up making less sense. And here's another interesting note. I already mentioned that Shemp is in this, and a few years later, he'd rejoin the Three Stooges, where he'd continue on until his death in 1955. After his death, while looking for a replacement, Mo Howard really wanted to use Manton Moreland, and was turned down by Columbia Pictures when they insisted on using an actor that they already had under contract. Oh, there's also a gorilla in this, and this is a fun bit because in that suit is a stunt actor named Ray Crash Kerrigan, and he got hired on a number of movies because he owned that suit. We've already seen him in it in 1940's The Ape, and he'd wear it in about 100 flicks. So this one was critically panned and pretty unsuccessful on release, with many saying that Atwill is pretty wasted on such a small role. And this is okay, I guess. I'm going to give it a 2.5. The story's not that good, but it's entertaining enough due to Moreland and Howard and weird ape shenanigans that it's at least amusing. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's pretty obscure and not many people talk about it, but it has enough recognizable faces for an extra 0.5. Should you watch it? It's worth it for some decent hijinks, but again, the story itself doesn't do much.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Home?
A little while later, we enter into May, and on the 8th, we have another Monogram production with The Corpse Vanishes. It kicks off with a wedding where the bride just collapses and dies, and her body is stolen away, and it seems as if she's just the latest in a string of similar instances. But there's another wedding about to go on as Alice prepares for her big day, and as she's getting ready, there's a delivery of a rather unusual orchid that she wears. But hey, Bela Lugosi is on hand, and this is his 3rd appearance, so he's once again tied with Atwill. Sure enough, Alice drops dead, and ace reporter Pat Hunter discovers the orchid and notices its unusual scent. Sure enough, Alice's body is stolen away, with Bella foiling the cops with the old E.T. trick. Pamela figures out that the orchid is the common denominator, and Angelo Rossito is here as well, and he and Bella share the screen the previous year in Spooks Run Wild. Turns out that Dr. Lorenz is taking the bodies to his secret lab where he's draining the women of some sort of fluid and injecting it into his wife which restores her youth and beauty. And I don't know, this must be that whole adrenochrome thing that the sanest people I know on Facebook are always ranting about. Pat follows her leads to Dr. Lorenz's place and begins to unlock his secrets, and this is from a guy named Wallace Fox, and it's his first appearance on the project, but he was pretty busy. But almost all of his work was on Poverty Row films, and he did a lot with Monogram, but not much in horror. Most of his stuff was Western-based. So, Bella was contracted to do 9 movies with Monogram, and this was the 4th of them, and it's probably one of the weirder ones with all the different plot elements that it throws in there. It didn't make much of a splash at the time, but it's since gone on to a different notoriety by being featured in the first season of MST3K, and is still the oldest film to be featured on the show. The episode isn't looked on favorably though, since it's considered one of the duller entries all around, and likely couldn't even be saved by riffing. This is another one that they neglected to renew the copyright on, so it fell into public domain. It could be released by anyone. And I'm just giving this one a 2. It's got some wacky elements in it that seem like they're going to be fun, and then it just doesn't do anything with them, and it's a slog. Its significance is also a 2, since it's fairly unknown, but it ended up getting a little more notoriety than usual thanks to the MST3 connection. Should you watch it? I'd say probably not. It's skippable. Fast forward 1 week to May 15th, and here's another low-budget entry with The Mad Monster. This is set in a swamp, and Doc Cameron here has this wolf all caged up and has drawn some of his blood and has some of the standard bubbling chemical lab. And when you were younger, did anyone ever buy you a chemistry kit, and were you upset that it didn't look like this? Because I certainly was. He also has Pietro here, strapped down to a table, and he's not too bright, and is also played by Glenn Strange, who we'll see in some Frankenstein makeup in the future. And he'd also, of course, going to be a big deal on Gunsmoke. The Doc's formula that he made from wolf blood turns him into Charlie Sheen, or was that the tiger blood? And he instead transforms into a wolfman. The Doc has a hallucination of his former colleagues mocking him and saying his theories were garbage, and he hopes to make wolf soldiers to send into war. And there's an antidote, so Petro turns human again. The Doc also has a daughter named Lenora. Cameron injects Petro again, and this time he heads into the swamps and goes on the attack, sneaking into a house and killing a little girl. After this, Cameron realizes that his plan will work and sends his Wolfman after his old colleagues with the intent to get revenge for spurning his ideas. And this is the first horror entry for this year that's not Universal or Monogram and was released by another Poverty Row company called Producers Releasing Corporation. The director was Sam Newfield, and this guy is considered to be one of the most prolific film directors in history. He directed almost 300 films in his career, and some TV in his later years. The vast majority of his stuff was westerns, and he did a bunch of Billy the Kid themed pictures in some series called The Lone Rider. He didn't do a lot of horror though, but dipped his toes in here and there, and this was his first entry into the genre. It was considered shocking enough in the UK that they banned it, and it wouldn't get a release over there until the 1950s, and even then, it had to have a disclaimer at the front. It was frequently tagged as being one of the worst films of all time, and Like the Corpse Vanishes, was also featured on MST3K. And this is another 2 from me. Much like the previous film, this has elements that seem like they're going to be cool, and then just doesn't do much with them. It spends a strong amount of time just featuring people sitting around rooms, talking. Its significance is just a 1 since it's virtually completely unknown, and outside of Strange, doesn't have any names to boost it. Should you watch it? You can skip this too. This monster's not mad enough.
Did I walk in my sleep again? Yes. Doctor, ain't there some way you could cure me from doing that? I'm afraid not.
Let's head overseas now, and over in the UK, on June 1st, we have one called The Night Has Eyes, otherwise known as Terror House. We're introduced to a couple of teachers who are planning on heading out onto the moors, even though one of their friends vanished there a year ago. They head out on a train, and As they begin their hike, they run to a man that they met there, and he gives them the heebie-jeebies. They think that he may have been involved with their friend's disappearance. But then a massive storm breaks out, and they're forced to take refuge in the first house they see. But unfortunately, that guy is there too. They sit around and talk to him, finding out that he was in the Spanish Civil War and used to be a pianist, but never recovered from what he saw in combat. Over the course of the night, he's back and forth with being nice and jerky to them, and is secretive about some of the rooms in the house. Over the course of the evening, Marion becomes smitten with Stephen, although she still suspects him, and she may be right, because he has a gun and a signed photo of her in his drawer. The next day, when the storm subsides, Doris decides to go back home, but Marion chooses to stay and figure out the mystery. And this is the rare British horror film that doesn't have Todd Slaughter in it. It was an early work from director Leslie Arliss, who didn't do a ton of film, but then later would shift into TV. And this was based on a novel from 1939 by Alan Kensington. The role of Stephen is played by James Mason, most known for being Humbert Humbert in Kubrick's version of Lolita, and this was right before he became a top box office star. It stirred up some controversy because it was initially rated as being for general audiences, but then suddenly switched to the H for horrific, which meant it couldn't be viewed by anyone under 16. Since the larger scale cinemas wouldn't show H ratings, the film had to settle for the independent market, although it managed to do quite well there, and earned a nice reputation as a character piece. And this is nice. I'll give it a 3. It's a touch slow going, but the mystery works even if it's like a little predictable, and the character stuff is great. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's still pretty unknown, but it deserves a little boost for featuring Mason just as his name was starting to mean something. Should you watch it? Probably. Put your eyes on this night.
Come here, look. Come here, you little brat.
So that last film was The Night Has Eyes, and the one before that was The Mad Monster. But what if we fused those two for October 20th's Night Monster? This one is set in the posh Kingston Manor, and the servants are very concerned about Lord Ingston and have summoned a doctor for him against his wishes. And one of them is Rolf, once again played by Bela Lugosi from movie number 4 here. He also has a rapey chauffeur and a fortune teller on staff, and there was a killing nearby recently, but the police don't seem all that interested. Unexpectedly, a number of doctors show up, including Doc Harper, who is given a ride by mystery writer Dick Baldwin. Mr. Ingston is an invalid, and some of the doctors that arrived were working with him when his paralysis kicked off, and one of the others is appearance number 4 for Lionel Atwill. So he and Bella are still tied for 4 this year. Ingston reveals that he's had an engineer rig up a complicated system which allows him to move his arms, and then assembles everyone for a demonstration from his yogi, in which he makes a skeleton appear. Later, as everyone prepares to go to bed, bodies start to pile up, leaving little pools of blood on the floor. And this is yet another entry from Universal, and they were really rocking the horror world this year. And the director was Ford Beebe, and this is another guy who was crazy active and dipped a bit more into the serial world, and did some Flash Gordon movies, Buck Rogers, and The Green Hornet. This is the first thing that really lands as horror though, but we'll see him again in the coming years. Much like Dr. X, Atwill plays a small role here, as does Bella for that matter, doing side characters, even though they're both given top billing. It's considered to be a loose remake of Dr. X, even if it's not billed as such, because of some very similar plot points, although they do feel like rather different tales. And this is decent, but it's a 2.5. It just feels like either Dr. X or Dr. RX or whatever, and it's just a toned back version of it that's less interesting. But it's enjoyable enough. Its significance is a 1.5 also, since it's another that's not really talked about, but with Lugosi and Atwill, even in a lighter capacity, it deserves a little boost. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's okay and all, but it's another that you won't be missing much without.
What's the meaning of all this commotion? Miss Instant must be allowed to sleep. Do you hear what I say?
You're the only one making any noise. Shut up.
Just 2 days later, on October 22nd, looks like things were gearing up for Halloween as we got this next one. The Boogeyman Will Get You. We're down on a farm and hey look, it's finally Karloff! He was all over the previous 2 years, so it's wild that it took him until October here to appear. He's Professor Billings and he's selling his tavern to Winnie here, and the only catch is that his lab is there, and she agrees to let him stay there for a while to finish his experiments. Turns out, though, that his experiments involve putting people in this contraption and, whoops, accidentally killing them. Then, Peter Lorre stops in, and it's his first appearance here this year as well. And I think he's supposed to be a bad guy, but he carries around a kitten with him, so he's my favorite character. Winnie has an ex that's trying to win her back and really taking her ditching him well.
All right, I'm through. I hope you starve.
The inn gets a resident right away, but then it appears as if there's some spooky things happening. And when the doc's murderous streak is uncovered, he says he's trying to create a superhuman, and that the dead men are still there in spirit, and they form an alliance with plans to continue the experiments. And hey, look, another studio jumps in here, since this one was from Columbia, and was the final film of Karloff's contract with them. The reason why he was absent from the screen so much here is because this is when he was doing a very successful stage run of Arsenic and Old Lace, and this script was cobbled together to have some similarities to that. Lou Landers was the director, the same guy who worked with Karloff back in 1935 with The Black Cat. Beyond that, it also jumped on the horror comedy bandwagon by having a sillier sensibility to it. One tidbit is that Winnie is played by Jeff Donnell, and they've made sure in the credits to credit her as Miss Jeff Donnell, so that people wouldn't be confused. The actress's real name was Jean, but she was a big fan of Mutt and Jeff comics, and her nickname became Jeff as a small child, and she ran with it as a stage name. The reviews for it were a bit mixed though, and it did fine, but later discussion of the film noted that it was about a madman trying to create a race of Supermen. And considered that the war was raging on at this point, it's seen as a vague parody of Hitler. And it's decent. I'm going with a 3. It's really more like a 2.5, but Karloff and Lorre play off each other so well that it raises it a bit. Its significance is a 2, since it's not all that well known, but with 2 of the genre's biggest stars in such prime roles, it gets a little extra oomph. Should you watch it? Sure. Did I mention the cat?
Huh? Certainly, all of them. Will $50 be sufficient? I mean, $20?
20. Oh.
A mere 1 day later, on October 23rd, we get one more bigger entry with another Universal Monster saga, and it's The Mummy's Tomb. This one starts with some wild time bending, since we have the character of Steve Banning from The Mummy's Hand, once again played by Dick Foran, but he's much, much older now, and he recounts the events of the last film, and it's said to be 30 years later, which is wild because that either resets the events of that one to the 1910s or sets this one in the 1970s. There's also footage from the first movie to recap that one, and it's actually a full 11 minutes worth. And this movie is only an hour long, so around 1/5 of this movie is recycled footage. We're told that Marta has since passed away, and somehow Endoheb, the high priest, has survived his fate, and he passes on the instructions for reviving the mummy to his follower, Mehmet, before dying of old age. He uses the Tana leaves to bring back Karis in order to get revenge on Banning and his team, and we get a good look at Mr. Bandage. He certainly looks a bit different, and that's because, much like we saw with Ghost of Frankenstein, the role was taken over by Lon Chaney Jr. His first victim is Banning himself, and an early example of the horror staple of bringing back your hero from the last film to kill them off, and that just leaves his descendants to take out to complete his revenge. And as we've covered, this is the next chapter in the Mummy saga, which had a long gap between the first and second entries, but not so much here since there was just a 2-year break. The directing job was given to Harold Young, and it's one of his only jumps into the world of horror outside of a TV movie from 1961. Before this, he had mainly worked in England, and this was his crossover into American film, and afterwards he'd stay in the B-movie world. Chaney took on the Mummy role, mainly because he just had renewed his contract with Universal, and they were keen to hype him up as their new horror star. And it's interesting to think that when you think of the Universal monsters, you picture the big four. You got Dracula, Frankenstein, the Wolfman, and the Mummy, and in the space of about a year, Chaney has now portrayed 3 of them. The weirdest aspect is that 30-year time jump, especially because the film ends with John Banning getting notice of having been sent off to duty in World War II, so it seems like they're retconning the Mummy's hand to take place in the early 10s. And this wasn't as beloved by critics, and a number of the reviews talked about how much the plot is almost the same as the previous film. It doesn't offer much new, but it still did very well at the box office, ensuring that Universal would bring the Mummy back several more times, as we'll see as we get further into the decade. And those critics were right. This is probably the least of the Mummy sequels, so I'll go with a 2.5. It's just a repeat of the same stuff we saw in the last one, and it makes us sit through 11 minutes of old footage. Its significance is a 3, though, since it's part of one of horror's biggest franchise, even if it's a lesser-known entry, but just being a part of the Universal Monster Saga gives you an edge. Should you watch it? Probably, just for the ties to the franchise and to see the silly old age makeup. One week later, a day before Halloween, there was yet another Monogram picture with October 30th's Bowery at Midnight. It starts with a criminal on the run, and he attacks a guy and steals his clothes. He finds out about a local soup kitchen that's run by, well, it's Monogram, so it has to be Bela Lugosi for appearance number 5 for 1942. And he was just burning through that contract, isn't he? Turns out that Wagner has ulterior motives and is using the kitchen as a front and recruits that guy as one of his henchmen, but then kills him. Wagner has a double life, though, because he's also a meek psychology professor who's married as a sort of a secret identity. When another criminal ends up in his kitchen on the run from police, he ends up in Wagner's employ, and he has him shoot the guy that normally does his shooting of guys. We're also introduced to good guy John Archer, who's one of the professor's students, and he's engaged to Judy, who works in the kitchen, but doesn't seem to know about the crime stuff. And yeah, working for Wagner seems to suck, because you never know when he's just going to randomly chuck you off a building. And if this seems like a standard crime thriller with no horror elements, well, it is, until the last 10 minutes or so, when the horror stuff finally comes into play with zombies. And not only is this another one from Monogram with Lugosi, but it's also handled by Wallace Fox, the same guy who did The Corpse Vanishes. The company had success with their Bela-led features, so they were eager to shoot more, and they announced a couple of films called Night of Horror and Torment, but then came out with this one instead. The film had some weird notoriety in that it was re-released in 1949, where it was more successful than its initial run and became a minor hit. It then got a lot of TV airplay and has a strange part of television history because the very first ever episode of Late Night with David Letterman ended with a comedian simply reciting dialogue from this film from memory as the closing credits ran. And this is okay, I'll go with a 2.5. It's just way too long before they get to the interesting zombie stuff, but there's some fun bits here and there, just not enough to get it up to a 3. Its significance is a 1.5 because it's still pretty unknown and not much talked about, but it does have a handful of odd things in its history to give it a slight boost. Should you watch it? It's a toss-up. It's entertaining enough, but it's not really essential.
Bowery at Midnight with Bela Lugosi, John Archer, and Wanda McKay.
You shouldn't smoke that. It might stunt your growth.
All right, you got it. Go ahead, smoke it.
I'm saving it for after dinner.
You shouldn't smoke that. It might stunt your growth. If you gotta go ahead and smoke it. I'm saving it for after dinner.
As we move on to November 7th, a new player has entered the ring for the year as Warner Brothers release The Hidden Hand. This opens up with an insane asylum inmate escaping because of the least observant police officers known to man, and tags along with them as they go to visit his sister in her big spooky mansion. Lorinda's servant is Eustace, played by Willie Best, who's really had a surge here in the 40s as the whole horror comedy thing took over. They think that John will return home, and they're right, but he's been expecting him, and she's planning on testing her relatives who all want her money, and she wants him to help her with her plan. He poses as her new butler, and all the family members arrive and tragedy starts to arise, like their bird is poisoned, and as her test begins, she pits people against each other while John gets excited about killing more, and during everything, Lorinda is declared dead. But when other bodies start showing up, it seems like John is up to his old tricks? Or is he? And like I said, this is from Warner Brothers, and they weren't heavy into the genre, but still did their fair share of low-budget flicks, and this was one of them. The director was Benjamin Stoloff, and we haven't seen him since way back in 1933 with Night of Terror, but he didn't do much horror, and only did a few films after this one. It's also based on a play, which feels pretty apparent when you're watching it with the locations and staging. The stage version was on Broadway, and actually featured Humphrey Bogart and Walter Abel. And I like this. It's a 3. The comedy elements don't overshadow the plot, and the whodunit aspect is actually pretty fun, and you're never quite sure how much of it was all set up. The HCS is just a 1 though, since it's very unknown, and with the exception of Willie Best, doesn't feature much in the way of known faces. Should you watch it? Sure. Don't let this hand remain hidden. A little later on in the month, on November 27th, right around Turkey Day, we go back into Monogram Land with The Living Ghost. This one has a man named Walter Craig, a successful banker, who's gone missing. The family decides to call in a private detective named Nick Train. He's said to be the best. When they go to meet him, though, he's a bit of an oddball, also working as a phony psychic, and is retired from detective work, but gets convinced by the family. He goes back to the estate to talk to everyone on the grounds, and on his first night there, Mr. Craig reappears, sitting in his chair, only he appears to be a zombie. Nick gets down to solving the crime with his goofy charm, and when a dead body appears with Craig standing over him, the plot thickens. That body continues to move around, always looking to attack someone, and it's up to Nick to figure it all out. And like I said, this is another Monogram picture, but one that didn't feature Bela Lugosi, and it's clear that they were heavily inspired by the wave of horror comedies that were happening thanks to The Cat and the Canary. It was based on an original tale from Howard Dimsdale that was titled Money for What, and then adapted into a film version. William Bodine directed, and this guy has 400-some directing credits, but a lot of those were TV episodes, so it wasn't as prolific as some of these other guys who directed hundreds of feature films. And this is the first that we're seeing him, but he'd been directing since 1915, so he was firmly entrenched in the film world, but didn't do much in the way of horror. It said that the budget was extremely low, in the $15,000 to $20,000 range, as a number of Monogram films were, significantly lower than those from the other studios. When it was released, it was given negative write-ups as being rather standard and just following all of the cliches of similar films from the era. It was also released under a number of titles, including Lend Me Your Ear and A Waking Nightmare. And I find this to be pretty meh. I'll give it a 1.5. It's basically like watching one of any number of the others that I've watched, but with less charm and anything interesting. Its significance is just a 1 since it's never spoken of and has no names attached, leaving no impact on the genre. Should you watch it? This is a pretty easy skip.
I'm the sympathetic listening ear around here, Jeeves.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Okay. Why must there be a butler in every murder mystery?
On that very same day, November 27th, there was a little higher budgeted entry, but still a lesser known name, with The Undying Monster. It tells us about the cursed Hammond House and the Hammond monster that besieged all the owners of the house. Time passes, though, and the current owners discount all that as mere superstition. And damn, look at this place. I know that I should be in awe of how big this manor is, but all I can think about right now is how insane that air conditioning bill must be. But then it appears as if there is indeed something on the loose outside, howling away as it attacks. Oliver manages to fight it off, but his lady friend is in a coma, and he says that he and Helga are the last remaining Hammonds alive, and they declare that it's likely that the Hammond beast has returned. Meanwhile, there's a Scotland Yard scientist and his wacky sidekick, and they're brought on board to solve the case. They all go to the big house, and weird stuff starts right away as they hear rattling chains, and there's a whole ass crypt in the cellar. But uh-oh, it looks like the servant staff knows a little more than they're letting on. Seems like there's motive to go around, since if Oliver dies, Helga becomes the sole heir to the estate. And we have a new player on hand, since this is the very first release of the year in horror from 20th Century Fox. And it's by John Brom. And it's the first and likely only time we'll see him here, since the entire rest of his filmography avoids horror stuff. It's said that the role of Bob Curtis was originally meant to be played by George Sanders, and Fox had to suspend filming when he ended up refusing it. It's said that he said yes, but then was instructed by the studio to show up for work dressed as a gorilla, and then he just said no thanks. I guess this caused him to have to do some reshoots, but they were able to get it all together to get it out as a part of a double bill with a mystery film called Dr. Renault's Secret. And what's wild about this one is that it sort of ends up being a Wolfman knockoff, even if it never really commits to it. And this is okay. It's a 2.5. It looks nice, and I dig that it's doing something different, but the setup to this film feels so far removed from the finale and takes way too long to get there. Its HCS is a 1.5 since it's not very well known, but has a small cult following and is another early werewolf film, so it has that. Should you watch it? I actually think this is skippable. This year ends with a film that debuted in New York on December 5th, but got a bigger rollout on the 25th. Christmas Day in 1942 goes out with Cat People. We meet Oliver here, and he's at the zoo where he notices a young woman named Irina sketching a Black Panther, and he goes to talk to her, and they go back to her place. She says that she's only recently arrived in America, and they hang out all day, with her telling him that she's from Serbia. But this isn't a Serbian film. And they make a date to see each other tomorrow. He buys her a cat, and who does that? You met a girl yesterday, and then you randomly just bring her a cat? Here you go, person I met 24 years ago. Here's a 20-year commitment. Enjoy. The kitty hates her, so they swap it out for a bird, and that night they each say they love each other, and damn it, people, what part of 24 hours ago are you not getting? She then says that she's a descendant of cat people, but he doesn't believe her, and they get married. And at the wedding, a strange woman walks up to Irina and calls her sister. She asks him to wait to consummate their marriage because she's afraid if she gives in to her passions, then she'll become a cat. But then trouble arises when Oliver's assistant, Alice, confesses that she's in love with him, which Irina finds out about and sure isn't pleased. Soon, something is stalking Alice in the swimming pool, growling like a big cat, and it seems like there may actually be more to Irina than meets the eye. And this was from Frenchman Jacques Tourneur, and produced by Val Lewton, who had just moved into producing for RKO Pictures to make B movies. He was given a budget of $135,000 to work with, and he selected the crew from people he had worked with under a previous producer. He was simply given the title Cat People and had to work with a concept around that, and Tourneur took the concept and fleshed it out, even though he was unhappy with the given theme. The beginning of filming was rough because one of the executive producers saw early rushes and called Lewton and told him to fire the director, but the producer sent footage to another of them and he loved it, so Tourneau was kept on. But problems continued as higher-ups at RKO weren't happy with it either, and there was a lot of questions about how to handle the film. Reviews weren't great either, with critics being wildly split. However, the film was a nice hit, becoming one of RKO's biggest performers, with some saying it made as much as $4 million at the box office. Its success led to a sequel in 1944 called Curse of the Cat People, and the look of the film would influence a number of imitators. There was also a remake in 1982, also called Cat People, that sort of follows the same basic plot, but expands on it quite a bit. There's also a pseudo-sequel called The Seventh Victim, which was co-written by DeWitt Bodine, the writer of this film, which featured vague references to this one to tie it in. And I love this. It's a solid 4, and the one thing that this nails is the mood. All of the atmosphere is gorgeous, and it builds tension amazingly. The difference between this one and a number of other films on this list is vast in terms of execution. Its significance is a 3.5 though, since it had a big influence on filmmaking, but this is not one of the more known films out there. I think it's been seen quite a bit, but nowhere near on the level of some of its contemporaries. Should you watch it? Of course, there's multiple cats, so you'd be silly not to. This episode begins on an odd note because we haven't had one of these for a while, but on February 10th, there was the release of a film called Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. It was an odd anthology film that was made up of segments from earlier films with a new wraparound segment. The screenings were weird because it was part of a roadshow attraction and would feature live actors who would then interact with the audience while the movie was going on. It's said to have had segments of Vampire, White Zombie, The Return of Chandu, and several more films, but at some point became lost, and no known copies exist today, our first lost film since the early 30s. The first film of the year that we can still watch arrived on March 3rd, and it was from Warner Brothers, and it's The Mysterious Doctor. A man named Frederick strolls into town and pops into the local pub, where a member of the Mentors is tending bar apparently, and he's told about a bloody battle that happened there, and a soldier named Morgan who was beheaded. His ghost is said to still lurk in the area, haunting the place under the name of Black Morgan. It's set in the middle of World War II, and the doctor is there to check out a local mine where the locals are wary to work because they're afraid of the ghost. They're wary of hiring people from the outside because they don't trust strangers, and Holmes decides to stay and check out the mine for himself to see if the legends are true. Turns out that there's more to the doc that meets the eye when they find out that he's parachuted in, and there's a lovely local resident who's keen on making sure that no one hurts the doc, and a gentle giant that all the kids throw stones at. When Holmes heads into the mines, he's followed and attacked, seemingly killed. A military man comes in, frantic for them to reopen the mine to contribute to the war effort, and a couple of them work up the courage to go looking for Holmes. They find his body, Son's head, and big old Bart gets the blame. But then it appears as if there really is a headless ghost on the prowl, so there's a genuine mystery afoot, or ahead, or whatever. And this was brought to you by Benjamin Stoloff, who we haven't seen since 1933 with Night of Terror. He had done a number of crime pictures in between, though, all with a lower budget. It took some tips from the Universal Pictures by giving the whole things a gothic vibe and atmosphere, particularly in the mine scenes, but the wartime setting firmly places the film in the modern day. The working title for it was The Mystery Doctor, but it was eventually changed, although it's not stated for what reason. It's often pointed to as an early World War II propaganda film masquerading as a horror show, but it also has a low-key mystery vibe, even if it's all a little easy to figure out. And it's alright. I'll give it a 2.5. It's less than an hour, so it moves pretty fast, and it's entertaining enough to keep your interest with some nice, although obvious twists. Its significance is just a 1, since it's not much known, doesn't feature any key players, and is only noteworthy for its wartime setting. Should you watch it? It's fine, it's alright. If you watch it, you won't be mad. It's time to dive back into the world of the Universal Monsters because 1 year after Ghost of Frankenstein and 2 years after The Wolfman, on March 3rd, the Titans clash in Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. A couple of grave robbers bust into the Talbot crypt and find where Larry is at rest, and he was meant to be 31 when he died, even though Lon Chaney Jr. consistently looks to be in his 50s no matter his age. They say that it's been years since he died, and they open his casket, and he's remarkably unrotted. Of course, he's not quite dead yet and ends up in the local hospital, and they say that his funeral was 4 years ago, but that night, it happens. There's a full moon, and it triggers his transformation, which is interesting because in the 41 Wolfman, it was when the wolfsbane bloomed and not by the light of the moon, and this is the film that establishes that as the character's trigger. He disappears by chewing through his restraints and heads off to find a cure for his lycanthropy and encounters Maliva again and travels with her to seek help from Dr. Frankenstein in his home village. His destroyed castle is still in ruins and the doc's still dead, but Larry transforms again, killing a young woman. The town hunts him and he hides in the ruins, falling through the floor and turning human again, where he then finds the monster encased in a big block of ice. So, just to recap, in the last movie, Igor found his body under the castle encased in sulfur, and now it survived by being encased in ice.
The luck of this guy.
Since in Ghost of Frankenstein he was played by Chaney and clearly can't be here, in keeping with the idea that Igor's brain was placed in the monster, he's now played by Bela Lugosi. The two then team up and seek out Elsa Frankenstein, daughter of Ludwig, niece of Wolf, and I guess granddaughter of Henry Frankenstein. But this isn't just Lugosi and Chaney, since Lionel Atwill is here too, as the Mayor, a different character than he played in both Son of Frankenstein and Ghost. So, this was the first crossover between franchises of the Universal Monsters, and the first film to establish that they're all taking place in a joined universe. It not only breaks the continuity of the full moon thing, but it also mixed timelines, as the Wolfman was set in present day, while the Frankenstein flicks took place around the ending of the century. But this movie sort of hand waves all of that. Originally, Chaney was meant to play both the Wolfman and the monster, but they decided that it would be too difficult to pull off without putting massive strain on Chaney. He originally only wanted to play the monster, and they were considering recasting Talbot, but he changed his mind, so they had to find a new Frank. They went with Lugosi, and originally they had continued to continue the story of the last film with Igor's brain in the monster's body and have him talk and plot revenge, and several scenes were filmed with him speaking. However, when they watched the footage, Bella's accent was too strong, and it came off as too silly, so the scenes were cut. Since the creature was blinded at the ending of the last film, he once again cannot see here, but that fact is never stated and is only signified by his method of walking with his arms out, feeling his way around. It wasn't warmly received and it was considered a silly, schlocky film, but it still did big business. It kicked off a whole horde of what would be called monster rally films that featured several of their characters. It's worth noting that there's a cameo by Dwight Fry, Renfield and Fritz himself here, and would turn out to be his final horror role. After this, he was in 2 crime pictures and then passed away in November of '43 of a heart attack. And this one's a 3.5. It's pretty fun, but really uneven, and just not enough fight between our two guys. And I have to say that Lugosi really isn't a good fit for this role. Its significance is a 4, though, since it's the first film teaming up some Universal monsters and has really taken on a stronger significance because of that, and has 3 horror superstars in it and 2 iconic characters. Should you watch it? Absolutely. Watch these guys go at it, even if there's not enough of it. That very same day, March 5th, there was a double dose of Bella, since that day also saw the release of The Ape Man. This one opens with the news that a doctor has mysteriously gone missing, and his sister Agatha comes in to help look for him. She meets with one of his associates, and he says that they made a scientific breakthrough, and Jim insisted on making himself the test subject, and is still alive. He takes her to him, but it's revealed that he transformed himself into a sort of an ape man, although honestly, he just looks like a hairy dude. Like my Uncle Gary was hairier than this guy. Meanwhile, a reporter named Jeff and his new photographer Billy are on the case to break the story of the missing Doc, and they go to his house to interview Agatha. Doc starts to get despondent and has figured out that he can cure himself, but to do so, he needs to inject himself with human spinal fluid. He goes out to get some with the assistance of an actual gorilla. The problem is that the injections only work temporarily, so he has to go out and keep getting that fresh fluid. But then, this weird guy keeps showing up, even saving one of the intended victims. So, this was by William Bodine, and it's his first appearance on here, but he's done a very large number of other movies, mostly comedy and crime flicks. This was another low-budget number from Monogram, and just part of their contract with Lugosi, and was so low budget that the cast stated that they had to bring their own clothing to the shoot as the company didn't have a wardrobe department. It was based on a story called They Creep in the Dark by Carl Brown, and was even released under that title for a bit. The reviews were mostly bad, with critics mocking the low-key makeup for the Ape Man, and the very bare-bones plot. It was also deemed very unintentionally comedic, but was actually pretty successful for a film of such a low budget. It made enough money for them to go forward with a sequel in the following year with Return of the Ape Man, and that would also feature Bella, but in a different role, and the films were unconnected. It's another one that they failed to renew the copyright on, so it went into public domain status and anyone was able to give it a release. And I thought this was entertaining, so I'll go with a 3. It's not a great flick, but it has some funny moments, a great gorilla suit, and the weirdest revelation about who that guy that keeps showing up is. Its HCS is just a 2 though, since it's a little more known, but not really seen, and I think that people are more just familiar with the picture of Lugosi with the fur on his face. Should you watch it? Sure, go ape.
Who are you anyway? Me? All right.
This next one got a premiere in Ohio on April 8th, but it went wide on April 30th. And it's another known title with I Walked with a Zombie. We meet a young woman, Betsy, as she agrees to take a gig working as a nurse for the owner of a sugar plantation in the Caribbean. When she arrives, her carriage driver tells her about some of the island's history and says that the population is made up of descendants of slaves. As she arrives at the house, she meets the owner's little brother, Wesley, and Paul, the owner himself. She's there to care for Paul's wife. That night, she sees her wandering around outside. She appears to be in some sort of a trance. Later, she's informed that Jessica is a zombie, but not in the undead sense. Instead, she has a tropical fever that did damage to her spinal cord that left her without any willpower or the ability to speak or act. It also seems like there was some family strife between the bros because Jessica wanted to run away with Wes right before becoming sick. After talking to the maid, Betsy decides to try to take Jessica to her local voodoo priest to try to help her, and she encounters other zombie-like individuals before watching one of their ceremonies. But when it turns out that there's more that meets the eye here, it's up to Betsy to try to figure out what really happened to Jessica. And this was another one from Jacques Tourneur, the director of Cat People, once again in association with producer Val Lewton. The whole thing stemmed from an article called I Walked with a Zombie that ran in American Weekly magazine, and some RKO executive saw it and said, hey, we could make a movie called that. They had their writers study up on Haitian voodoo practices and asked them to use the story structure of Jane Eyre as a model. It's said to have been shot on a very low budget, at least for a studio production, as opposed to one of the Poverty Row films. It was a decent hit and started with a limited run before expanding onto more screens and earned quite a bit of attention. In time, the film has been evaluated as a commentary on slavery, drawing a parallel between that concept and the zombies, and it's been noted that the film avoids the pitfalls of demonizing the Haitian rituals and treating their customs and beliefs with more accuracy and respect than other films of the sort did. Because people seem to just make up a bunch of stuff about Haitians for some reason. In the year 2002, there was a film called Ritual that featured Jennifer Grey and Craig Sheffer that was a loose remake of this film as well. And I'm giving this one a 4. It's got the mood nailed and some great performances, and it's not the silly exploitation film that you'd expect. Like Cat People, there's subtext happening here, and it's equally as charming. Its HCS is a 3 since it's a more broadly known title and had a decent impact on the film world, but it's never been that big sweeping hit that you think and hasn't been a cultural mainstay. Should you watch it? Definitely take a walk with this one.
Her eyes are empty and she cannot talk, and a nurse has come to make her walk. The brothers are lonely and the nurse is young, and now you must see that my song is sung.
This next one did have a preview screening back in February, but its general release was April 12th, and we're looking at Dead Men Walk, which is supposedly different than Walking with a Zombie. It opens with a funeral that's interrupted by a woman who's quite angry, calls the deceased a devil worshiper. The dead man's brother, Dr. Lloyd, says his bro Elwin was tempted into the dark arts, but he also had a hunchback assistant who says that the doc killed his brother himself. And Zolar is played by Dwight Fry, and as I mentioned earlier, he died a little later this year, and he shot this film before Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, and is a bigger part for him. So this is basically his last juicy role before his early demise. Lloyd's niece is getting engaged to David here, and later that night, Elwin's dark, magic-infused body rises from the dead and starts killing villagers by way of draining their blood. He confronts his brother, and I guess I should mention that they're twins, and Elwin is not only bulletproof, but can straight up vanish as well. His revenge involves slowly stealing the life of Gail, draining her of blood at night, and they start to think that a vampire is to blame, and it's up to the Doc and David to team up to save her life. And this is directed by Sam Newfield. We last saw him last year with The Mad Monster, and as I stated there, he did around 12 westerns a year. This was also from PRC, Producers Releasing Corporation, another Poverty Row company, and it was shot really quickly, completed in 6 days, and very cheaply. It's said that the dissolve effect used to show Elwin ghosting through doors would have cost around $25 each back then, so they could only do it a couple of times in order to save the cash. George Zucco plays a double role here, taking on the good Doc Lloyd and the evil Elwin, and let's talk about this guy for a second, because he wasn't just in this. He's also appeared in so many movies I've covered so far, on the down low. He's been in The Mummy's Hand as Andoheb, The Monster and the Girl, The Mad Monster, Dr. Renault's Secret, The Mummy's Tomb, and now this. I mean, he may not be on the level of a Karloff, Lugosi, or Atwell, but he's becoming a pretty regular face. They distinguish the two by having Lloyd wear glasses and Elwin not, but there's a couple of continuity errors in which the good Doc is missing his specs. Like a lot of the quickie films of the era, there's not a lot of information about the release or box office, but it doesn't seem to have been a big hit. And it's fine, it's a 2. The setup is great, but then it doesn't do anything with it for most of the runtime, and everyone just repeats the same information and actions over and over. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's not talked about at all, but I'll give it an extra 0.5 for being the final time that we're going to see Dwight Fry in this series. Should you watch it? It's okay to walk on by. Now let's travel overseas, and we've already had a movie by a French director, but now it's a French film that debuted there on April 21st. It got a US release in 1947, and it's Le Main du Diable, or Carnival of Sinners. We're up in the mountains in this remote hotel, and there's been a big avalanche that has everyone penned inside. But then a mystery man shows up at the door, and he appears to be missing a hand, and is carrying a small box that appears to be a casket. But then the police arrive looking for a small man carrying a coffin, which freaks Brousseau out a bit. That night there's a blackout and everyone scrambles, and when they go back on, his little black box is missing. Everyone wants to know what the deal is, so he tells them in flashback that he was once a painter, but his girlfriend ditched him for his lack of ambition. A chef witnesses the whole thing and approaches him and shows him that little black box, and inside is a hand. He says it's a magic talisman that will give him whatever he wishes for the price of 1 cent, and says that he has to sell the hand at a loss or he'll be condemned to hell forever. Rousseau doesn't believe the story but buys it anyway, and as soon as their deal is complete, the chef's left hand vanishes. He goes to a fortune teller who tells him that he's cursed, but it ends up working, and he quickly gains fame, and Irene has returned to him. But then things start to turn as he spots a man following him, eventually appears in his office and says that Rousseau has the devil to pay. But the problem is that he has to sell it at a loss, and since he only paid 1 cent for it, he can't. And the man tells him he still has to pay his price, leading to death and gambling, and then ghosts. And this is a little French ditty by a man named Maurice Tourneau, father of Jacques, who we've already covered this year. Like his son, he did a stint in Hollywood, but had some troubles there, and was eventually removed from an MGM production of Jules Verne's The Mysterious Island, so he returned to France to continue his career. This particular film was said to be a partial adaptation of the Robert Louis Stevenson story, The Bottle Imp, but mainly because of the paradox of having to sell off the cursed item at a loss. Again, it did get an American run, but likely only in smaller movie houses, and there's not much record of its success. And this is interesting. I'll give it a 3. It's like 3 movies at once, and you never really know where this thing is going. I'm not sure it all adds up to something, but at least it's an interesting ride. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's virtually completely unknown here and doesn't feature any known faces, but is likely more significant in France. Should you watch it? I'd say yes, get some tickets to this carnival. We jump ahead now to June 4th, and we're back in the US, and we're taking a look at another Universal entry, Captive Wild Woman. An animal trainer, Fred Mason, is unloading a bunch of animals off of a boat, including an ape named Sheila, and a tiger gets loose. Mason's fiancée is having trouble with her sister Dorothy, so she took her to see Dr. Walters, an endocrinologist played by John Carradine, who we haven't seen since The Hound of Baskervilles back in '39. Mason works for Mr. Whipple, although he's not freaking out about people squeezing Charmin, but seriously, why the hell did that guy care if people squeezed toilet paper in the supermarket? Like what, was he worried that they were going to break? It's freaking toilet paper. Let people squeeze it, you ghoul. Doc Walters wants to use Dorothy's glands to transplant into animals, and he kidnaps Sheila to use as well. He does the operation on a pair of them, and in the middle of it, Sheila starts to transform into a human, much to the horror of his nurse. When she objects, the doc decides to kill her and place her brain into his ape creation, and her transformation is complete. He names her Paula Dupree. She's played by the enigmatic actress Aquanetta, who may have helped destroy the ozone layer in the 80s, and she has a reputation for playing exotic women. Walters brings her to the circus, where it seems like she has a unique sway over the animals, but no one suspects her beastly and rather overcomplicated origins. But when the effects start to wear off, she transforms back into a monstrous form. And this is another from Edward Dimtrick, director of The Devil Commands from '41, and this was a film that took a while to get made. They originally announced it 2 years earlier, and at one point George Wagner was attached to it, but it also had troubles with the production code, who wouldn't approve the script. They took offense to the notion of a brain transplant into an animal, which means that a soul could be transferred into an animal, which they considered offensive. So they threw in the stuff about the glands in order to show that the animal was transformed into a human before the transplant. So that's why that whole thing is so convoluted. The reviews were mostly negative, but the film was a big hit. It kicked off a small series. 2 follow-up films will be made in the following years, which we'll cover in the upcoming episodes. And I'll give this one a 2.5. It's fun enough, but ultimately there's just too much footage of lion taming. Like, it's clear that they wanted to take advantage of that footage that they had, but I'm here for ape women, damn it. Its significance is a 2, since it's got a bit more attention and had Carradine and 2 sequels, but never really caught traction with the horror mainstream. Should you watch it? It's probably worth checking out. So we had an ape man, then an ape woman, but now on June 25th, we get the release of The Leopard Man, although it did premiere a bit earlier in New York on May 19th. We're in New Mexico, and a woman named Kiki is a performer at a nightclub and dating the owner, Jerry. He wants her to use this Black Panther as a part of her act in order to gain attention, although she's a touch nervous about it. One of the other dancers gets jealous, though, and scares it, so it runs away. It attacks a young woman named Teresa and kills her right at her front door. There's then quite a bit of hubbub in the town about it, with people blaming Kiki for losing the cat, and a little later, another woman is killed and the leopard is blamed, although Jerry seems to think otherwise and talks to the cat's owner, who agrees. But then Charlie realizes that he's been blacking out at night while the murders are committed and asks to be locked up. But that night, Clo finds herself as yet another victim. So, who's responsible? The cat or something else entirely? And this is a year of Tourneau, since this is another one from Jacques, his second film on here this year. And even though you'd guess that this would be some sort of follow-up to Cat People, especially considering that the leopard in the film is the same cat that was in that movie, it's not connected in any way. And avoiding spoilers is a very different kind of movie altogether. Much like Cat People, this entire film was built around a title, as the heads at RKO once again just said, make a movie called Leopard Man, and left it to Luton and Tourneau to concoct the rest. They negotiated with Lon Chaney Jr. to appear in it, but a deal couldn't be made, possibly due to his contract with Universal. It was based on a book called Black Alibi by Cornell Woolrich. After it was completed, RKO didn't quite know what to do with it because they couldn't quite figure out what kind of movie that it was. And it would turn out to be the final collaboration between the director and producer. The reviews were mixed, with critics citing its all-over-the-place nature, although it would grow in reputation over time, and was William Friedkin's favorite film. And I thought this was pretty nice. I'm going to give it a 3.5. I think Tourneau really excelled at taking these simple plots and making them seem like more, just by having them be beautiful and have more introspective dialogue than its contemporaries. Its HCS is a 2, though, since it's fairly unknown, but its relevance seems to be growing a bit, and people are realizing what a little lost treasure that it is. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. This is a pleasant surprise. It's been a while since we've had one of the horror comedies that popped up a couple of years back, but on July 30th, we go back to that world with Ghosts on the Loose. Right off the bat, we have this group of people in their mid-20s, but they're kids, right? I mean, well, they're the East Side kids, who we last saw in Spooks Run Wild. And we see Muggs, Glimpy, Danny, Scruno, Benny, Stash, Dave, and Sleepy. Glimpy's sister is getting married, and he's the best man, and the boys are prepping for the wedding. And her fiancé Jack says that he's brought a house, and he lucked out to find it since it was really cheap. He's told that the house next door is haunted, but it's also being used by a Nazi spy ring, led by Emile, played by Bela Lugosi, who was also in Spooks Run Wild, but as a different character. The big day arrives and they go off on their honeymoon, having rented out his house, and the boys decide to go decorate it to surprise them. They get the addresses mixed up, though, and go to the house next door, and soon enough, spooky shenanigans are popping off. There's all kinds of painting, swapping silliness, and Emile and the gang try to scare the kids off. And I basically explained the East Side kids in that previous video, but they were a comedy gang that starred in 22 movies with Monogram Pictures. This was the 14th film of their escapades, and there were 6 movies in between Spooks Run Wild and this one, and both of the films shot under the working title of Ghosts in the Night. It was the first credited film for Ava Gardner, and at the time, she was mostly known for being the wife of Mickey Rooney, and several posters for the film simply credited her as Mrs. Mickey Rooney. She was not known at all at this point, and their marriage made a ton of headlines, even though it only lasted for a year before Rooney married someone else a year later. She was actually in about 15 movies before this one, but wasn't credited in any of them, and Monogram had to borrow her from an MGM contract for her to appear here. William Bodine directed this, as he did a bunch of work for Monogram, including The Ape Man, which also had Lugosi in it, and like a number of the East Side Kids quickie films, it was shot really quickly for virtually no money, and even though it wasn't a success really, it looks to have at least been decently profitable. And this was pretty lackluster, so I'm just giving it a 1.5. There's not enough Bella, and I'm just not into this brand of comedy unless it's done really well, and for me, most of these jokes just did not land. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's just a footnote on the year, but since it's part of the kids series and has Lugosi in it, it's getting an extra 0.5. Should you watch it? I'd say no, unless this is your type of the haha. We're now bouncing ahead a bit to August 21st, around a month or so later, and let's look at another RKO picture, The Seventh Victim. This is set at a boarding school, and young Mary here hasn't paid her tuition in a while because her sister would take care of that, and has gone missing. Mary decides to go to New York to find her and discovers that her sister, who owned a cosmetics company, has sold it off to her assistant. And oh, by the way, Mary is Kim Hunter, and this was her very first film, and she'd later get an Oscar for playing Stella in Streetcar, and then of course Zira in the Planet of the Apes movies. One of the women who works there says that she was last seen at a restaurant, and it turns out that she's rented an apartment above it. There's nothing there though except a chair and a noose, and she starts to try to figure out what happened to her, discovering that her sister was secretly married to Gregory, an attorney. She also gets help from a private detective named Irving, and when they go to the cosmetics company late at night, he's killed. She sees some men carrying his body on a subway, but they then vanish. The plot thickens when she works with Dr. Judd, her sister's psychiatrist, and briefly sees her sister at his house. And she's Jean Brooks, who we just saw in Leopard Man. Everyone seems to have reasons to find her, as she seems to have been involved with some risque groups.
Are you Jacqueline's sister?
Yes, do you
Know her? Oh, my dear, we were intimate.
Including, oh no, Satanists. So, the cult doesn't believe in killing people, so their whole thing is goading people into committing suicide. And since Jacqueline has ditched them, their plan is to do that to her, leading to a confrontation. And this sort of convoluted tale is from Mark Robson and was his directorial debut, but he had earlier worked as an editor, and he did I Walked with a Zombie and The Leopard Man. It was a script that had been circulating for a while and went through a number of rewrites, with Val Lewton heavily involved in the version that finally made it to the screen. It's said that the oddly disjointed feel of the film came from a number of changes made in the editing process after the film was finished, with several key sequences being completely deleted. It was budgeted at $100,000 and had some troubles when it was panned by critics who called it a little too all over the place, and audiences snubbed it. It was considered a disappointment, and reports flew about multiple walkouts from screenings. Its failure, along with that of another RKO thriller called The Ghost Ship, caused Lewton to cancel several other planned horror films on their slate. Over time, though, it's been reevaluated for its dark and nihilistic tone, and its more overt depiction of a lesbian couple. The relationship between Jacqueline and Francis is overt, especially for the time period. Of note is the fact that the character of Dr. Judd also appears in Cat People, played by Tom Conway in both, although he died in that one, so this would either be a prequel or a different continuity. He does at one point reference knowing a woman that he calls a raving lunatic, a reference to Irina from that one, and he had a different name in the scripts. That means they changed him to Dr. Judd during shooting, likely specifically to link the two films. And this is a 3.5. It's a weird film, and I will say that it's hard to get into because the story is just all over the place. But it's not a hard movie to watch because it's dark and lovely and is excellent and building this mood that hangs over it, like that noose in the apartment. And that ending, jeez, is that dark. Its HCS is a 2.5 because it's not one that's well known to the general public, but it did have a big influence on filmmakers and brought Hunter into the industry. Should you watch it? Yes, be victim number 8. Around 1 week later, we go back into Universal Monster World for another big one on August 27th, although it premiered on the 12th, but it's The Phantom of the Opera. And look at that glorious color. This version begins at the Paris Opera House, and one of the up-and-coming stars is Christine Dubois, who holds the fancy of the local police inspector, as well as the violinist Eric Claudin, played by the Invisible Man himself, Claude Rains, for his third round in the Universal Monster World with that film, The Wolfman, and now this. It seems Eric has a condition which is affecting his fingers and his violin playing, and he's fired from the orchestra. But unfortunately, he's broke because he's been secretly funding singing lessons for Christine. Desperate to sell a concerto he wrote, he believes that a publisher is attempting to steal his music and attacks, getting horribly burned by acid in the process, fleeing the scene. Later on, the mysterious phantom is now haunting the opera house, and Christine is now the understudy for a lead role under the diva, Madame Biancaroli, and when she's drugged, Christine takes her spot and dazzles the crowd. The singer is quite upset about the whole thing and demands an investigation, and also that Christine is removed as her understudy, which of course upsets the Phantom, and he puts his devious plan into motion. So it's interesting that I'm covering this here because I just watched the 1925 version for the 20s project, which was also from Universal, so it was interesting to compare and contrast. The company had originally intended to redo it back in 35, which was to have set the saga in modern day and featured a Phantom that wasn't actually disfigured and merely believed he was, but went into standby for a while. But eventually, the plans moved forward, but in a much more traditional way. However, this new version changed it so that Eric was actually Christine's father, giving a different reason as to why he was so invested in her career. When the concept was declared to give too much of an incestuous overtone to everything, they removed it, but elements can still be seen within the finished product, and interpretation can still be made that he is, indeed, her dad. Arthur Lubin was brought on to direct, and we just saw him directing Abbott and Costello in Hold That Ghost, and it was his decision to bring on Rains, saying that he was the only choice for the role. This upset Lon Chaney Jr., as his father was so noted for the original that he badly wanted to be the character as well, and formed a resentment towards his former co-star because of it. It wasn't as warmly received as the 25 version, though, saying that it was a watered-down and more sanitized version that was made for all audiences and loses its edge. The technical aspects were acclaimed, though, with the sound and the color getting a lot of attention. Even with the so-so write-ups, it was a huge hit and went on to be nominated for 4 Oscars, winning 2. It took Best Art Direction and Cinematography and is the only one of the Universal Monster crew to get an Academy Award. There was even going to be a sequel to this, but script issues and Rains' availability led to it being changed into another film entirely, and we'll discuss that more when we get to 1944. And I'm giving this a 3.5 because it's enjoyable and really nice to watch, but man, is there a lot of operaing and not much phantoming. I liked the fleshing out of the backstory, but there wasn't enough of that story going on in the second act. Its significance is a 4 since it's a take on the classic tale, even if it's not the most known, but it got Oscars, which no other Universal Monster can say. Should you watch it? Yes, book your opera tickets soon. 1 month later, on September 17th, we're headed back into Monogram Land and also into sequel territory with Revenge of the Zombies. We're told that a woman named Lila has died, but it's suggested that she may have been poisoned, and her husband was her attending physician. There's then a pack of zombies under the sway of this creepy doc, and it seems like he's done the same to Lila. Scott and Larry decide to go investigate along with their wacky comic sidekick Jeff, played by the great Manton Moreland, likely playing the same character that he was in King of the Zombies. They go to the doc's house and encounter the creepy housekeeper, played by Madame Sul Tae-wan, who was also in King of the Zombies, but is most likely a different character here. When we finally meet the doc face to face, it's John Carradine again, and Jeff encounters a zombie outside for some shenanigans. They start to investigate the doc's lab and discuss his experiments, and he explains that he's creating a new army to help his country, one made up of the living dead. He shows this with Lila, and she seems to obey his commands, but then they discover a secret radio in his closet and find out that the doc is in cahoots with the Nazis, and that Army of Zombies is made to work for them. And this is another low-budget Monogram affair, this one directed by Steve Sekli, and he was a Hungarian director who had done a number of films in Germany, but then eventually crossed over to America, where he churned out a bunch of Poverty Row flicks. Later in his life, he also co-directed the killer plant flick, Day of the Triffids. Even though this is considered a sequel to King of the Zombies, it's also a partial remake of it, and features quite a few of the same plot points. Originally, it was meant to star Bela Lugosi, probably in the role of the doc, but for whatever reason, he ended up not being in it. Around this time, Monogram signed a contract with Manton Moreland for 6 films, and this was the first of his run with them. There's not much information as to how this was reviewed or how much money it made, but it did get some cult success and was a staple of creature feature style shows that would play old films. And I thought this was a drag, so I'm going with a 2. It starts off strong, but as soon as everyone gets to the house, it's a snooze. It's only boosted by the scenes with Moreland, whose comic bits are a welcome diversion. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's not spoken of and didn't get much attention and might have been a little higher with Lugosi, but instead has slipped into the shadows. Should you watch it? This is fairly easy to skip.
And I don't like what's going on here lately.
What's going on here lately?
You'll find out soon enough.
What will I find out?
You'll see with your own eyes.
What will I see?
Things walking ain't got no business walking.
What thing?
Let's go back into Universal Monster Land, and this next one actually first screened in Mexico on October 20th and then made its US debut a little later on November 5th, and it's Son of Dracula. So we already had Dracula's daughter, but now I guess he had a son too. Train rolls in, it's meant to be carrying a Count Alucard, but he doesn't appear to be on it. But his luggage is, and this guy notices that Nilbog is actually Goblin spelled backwards. He's coming to stay with Catherine here, and she's anxiously awaiting his arrival, even though she's warned by the psychic Queen Zimba that he's trouble. And he is trouble, because when he arrives, he's Lon Chaney Jr., who I guess nursed his disappointment about not being in the Phantom by being Dracula instead, or at least a Dracula, son of him to be exact. Catherine's father is the wealthy Colonel Caldwell, and not long after the Count arrives, he dies and leaves all his money to his daughters. Catherine and the Count get married, and her longtime boyfriend Frank is so angry that he tries to shoot him, but the bullets go right through him and kill Kate instead. But when she turns up alive a little later on, it's clear that something fishy is going on. And this is the 3rd entry in the Universal saga of Dracula. And it's kind of weird that there's 3 Dracula movies and the character is only in one of them. And also odd that Lugosi was still working with Universal as he was in the Frankenstein movies. It had been in gestation for a while, and the company had in fact registered the name Son of Dracula all the way back in 1931. The movie seems to suggest that it takes place in a different continuity when it introduces a Hungarian professor named Laszlo that claims to be an expert on Dracula. It says that he was destroyed in the late 19th century, which doesn't align with the timelines of the others. Although those earlier films would have the Count transform into a bat, this is the first movie that gives you an on-screen transformation. Casting Chaney Jr. as Dracula seemed to be a natural choice, especially since his father was meant to play the character in the original film, but he died before production began. However, many at Universal felt like he was miscast as the Count here, and lacked the weight and charm that Lugosi brought, and his performance is still the source of argument. It was meant to be released earlier in the year, but was bumped by about 6 months, most likely to make way for war stories to capitalize on their reflection of current events. Robert Slodmack was the director on it, and it was his first horror-related work, and not a lot of what he did after fits the genre, so we likely won't see him for a while. But what's silly is that the writer was Kurt Shodmack, Robert's brother, but he was fired and replaced by Eric Taylor, and it's said that Robert did the firing because of a sibling rivalry between the two. The reviews were fair, with most critics finding it a pretty standard horror film, although some felt that it was funnier than the others, and not intentionally. It was a hit, though, and continued Universal's Monster Parade. It would, however, be the final solo entry for the character, and the next couple of films would be Monster Rallies, and this was the only time that Chaney Jr. would appear as the character. And I like this fine. It's a 3. It's amusing enough, but put me in the group that doesn't think that Chaney works as the Count. Its HCS is a 3.5 since it's one of the lesser known entries of the series, but it's still part of the Universal Monster saga and one of the most known franchises ever. Should you watch it? You should. And it's not the best Dracula, but it's still a bloody good time. It's strange that this one comes so close to the release of Son of Dracula, because on November 11th, there was an odd one with The Return of the Vampire. We're told that it's around 1918, and a werewolf appears, looking pretty cool, and it awakens its master, a vampire. When a woman is admitted to the hospital with severe blood loss, she mysteriously dies. There's rumors about a vampire named Armand Tesla, and his picture sure looks familiar, and he seems to be preying on women around town. Doc Saunders figures it out and decides to hunt Tesla down, and they find his coffin and drive a spike through his heart, which makes the werewolf return to human form. And it then jumps ahead many years, and Lady Jane insists it's a true story, and that Andreas, the Wolfman, is still a man, and now her assistant, and the doc has since passed on. It's now in the middle of World War II, and there's bombing raids, with one striking the cemetery where Tesla's body rests. A couple of guys come across his body and remove the spike, so the vampire returns.
It's in the title.
We finally get a good look at Armand, and yep, it's Bela Lugosi, once again playing Dracula, Tesla. He turns Andreas back into a fuzzball, and then takes on a new identity of Dr. Bruckner and infiltrates Jane's inner circle of friends, looking to get his revenge. And this is a weird one, because do you remember how I was just saying that about how odd it was that Lugosi wasn't involved in any Dracula sequels? Well, I suppose technically this is one, except it was from Columbia and not Universal. Lou Landers was the director, who we last saw with The Boogeyman Will Get You, but he had previously worked with Lugosi all the way back in 1935 on The Raven. They actually intended for this one to be an actual sequel to Dracula, and developed it as one, but when Universal found out about it, they threatened them with a lawsuit. Because of that, Columbia just changed a handful of names and details, so there could be a different vampire, but it can still be seen as a sort of unofficial sequel? Lugosi was excited to be getting top billing in a Hollywood picture again, and received $3,500 for his appearance here. But it would end up being the final time he'd get that distinction, as he'd only get the top spot in the Poverty Row productions from this point on. The budget was low, at around $75K, and was one of the studio's lower brow productions, but it ended up doing pretty well and earned around $500,000 at the box office, making it a certified hit. It would go on to earn a nice reputation and be known as a film that's as close to seeing Bela take on the Dracula role again as you're going to get, and also the first time to feature a battle between a wolfman and a vampire. And it's a 3.5 for me. It's not doing much different for a vampire story, but it's pretty fun stuff, and it's a joy to see Lugosi slip back into that Dracula mode. Its significance is a 2.5 since it's not much talked about, although it likely should, but gets some extra points for essentially being a Dracula pick that's not a Dracula pick. Should you watch it? Yep, give this one some love. 1943 comes to a close on November 12th with another entry from Universal, although not one of the core monsters, with the Mad Ghoul. We meet Dr. Morris, another appearance by George Zuko, and he's a professor teaching about the ancient Mayans and their use of an unknown nerve gas. He has one of his students, Ted, help him with his research on the gas and introduces him to his lab. There, he demonstrates being able to revive a dead monkey that was exposed to the gas by using heart fluid from another animal. Ted has a girlfriend named Isabel, played by Evelyn Ankers from The Wolfman and Ghost of Frankenstein, but she's fallen out of love with him. The doc knows this and starts to put the moves on her, even though they're 30 years apart in age. And I mean that. Zuko was 57 at the time, and Ankers was 25. But then, foul play ensues when Morris hits Ted with the nerve gas, which turns him into some sort of ghoul. But I'm not sure if he's mad yet, so I'm not sure if it's in the title or not. He commands him to forget about Isabel and now has to dig up freshly dead folk and remove their hearts in order to get the fluid he needs to survive. The police start to investigate along with local reporter Scoops McClure, and Ted seems to have some vague memories about what happened to him. But then, when the heart stuff only turns out to be temporary, Morris realizes that it's going to take regular injections of heart fluid to reverse the effects permanently, just as Isabel heads out on a singing tour. Ted goes to see her, and what do you know, the ghoul attacks seem to follow her around. And as mentioned, this is another horror entry, but non-monster oriented Universal film, directed by James P. Hogan. This is our first time seeing him on any of the projects, as he did crime films, including several adventures of Ellery Queen and Bulldog Drummond, but this would be his final picture, as he died of a heart attack a mere 1 week before its release. It was created to be the second part of a double feature for Son of Dracula with a pretty low budget and was shot under the title The Mystery of the Mad Ghoul. Jack Pierce, legendary makeup effects artist, was brought on to handle Ted's ghoul look, which was extremely painful for the actor that played Ted, David Bruce. The reviews were actually pretty good, even if they weren't great, with Zuko getting the most attention for his performance. It did well enough, and for a moment, they were even considering having the Mad Ghoul becoming a recurring character and was meant to appear in a film called Chamber of Horrors that would also have the Invisible Man, the Mummy, and some others, but it never got beyond the planning stages. And this is fine. It's a 3. It's got enough entertaining stuff going on to be a worthy watch, but it's missing some of the other elements that really made the other Universal monsters stand out. Its significance is just a 2 since it never really stood out all that much, but it was a Universal monster tale in a way, even if it doesn't quite make itself remembered. Should you watch it? I think you should. It's a good time.
It's no use, Dr. Morris. I'm sending this evil back into the darkness. There's nothing left of it now but you and me and death.
We kick off this monster year on January 13th with a film that debuted in Vermont and got a wider release a few days later on the 19th, and it's The Lodger. It's set in the past, in Whitechapel, and police are on the hunt for a serial murderer on the foggy streets. Right under their noses, though, another killing happens. We're then introduced to a man named Slade checking into an inn, and he's an oddball, flipping over all the portraits in the room because he says that their eyes are all following him. So, let me get this straight. There's a ripper on the loose, and this guy comes in talking all stodgy and freaks out about women looking at him and talks about his habit of going out late at night alone, and no one is alarmed and yeah, here's our guy. A young singer named Kitty is also staying there, and a member of Scotland Yard, Inspector Harwick, is on the case. He seems to suspect Slade, and Ellen and Robert, the inn owners, seem to finally think he's up to something as well. And Robert is Cedric Hardwicke, who we just saw as Ludwig Frankenstein. The killings continue, and it appears as if the victims are all somehow connected to Kitty, and this one was from 20th Century Fox and is based on a novel called The Lodger from 1913, a story about the Jack the Ripper killings. This version clearly takes a lot of license with the actual events of the Ripper and is instead somewhat inspired by them as opposed to being a direct recreation. The lead actress here is Merle Oberon, and we haven't seen her here on the project, but she's been in more highbrow fare like Wuthering Heights and The Scarlet Pimpernel. In 1937, right before she was slated to appear in I, Claudius, she was in a bad car crash and her injuries kept her from doing it. And that crash also gave her a number of scars on her face, And the cinematographer of this film, Lucian Ballard, developed a special lighting that would wash out her complexion and not show the scars. The device remains in use to this very day and is referred to as the Obi after the actress. Meanwhile, Ballard and Oberon fell in love on this film and they got married 1 year later, although their marriage only lasted a couple of years. It was actually a story that had already been done back in 1927 as a silent movie, one by Alfred Hitchcock, and it had its first sound version in 1932, but would later get made again in 1953 and 2009. And this is pretty good, so it's a 3 out of 5 reels from me. It feels a little overly long, and it's a patch on the Hitchcock version, but it's got some nice atmosphere and performances are solid. Its horror cultural significance is a 1.5 though, since it's a lesser known version of the take, although it did get some recognition and respect, but it's certainly never really reached a bigger mainstream audience. Should you watch it? It's probably worth a shot. Let's move into February now, and this one premiered on February 10th in Washington, D.C., but got a wider release later in the year, and it's The Uninvited. We meet Rick and his sister, and they find an old abandoned house by the ocean and decide to just buy it. And to live in a time where you could just accidentally bump into a house that you could afford. The property belongs to a man named Commander Beach, who had been in a lot of films but hasn't shown up on the project since all the way back in 1931 with Svengali. The commander offers them the house for a shockingly low price, much to the dismay of his granddaughter Stella, and they buy it. It seems that Stella is a little obsessed with the place, and the locals tell of the sad backstory of it, but Rick soon meets up with the granddaughter and becomes smitten with her. They start to notice some odd things around the place, like scared cats and odd drafts and the sound of sobbing late at night. Beach wants his Grandy to stop going to the house, and things get more intense as the housekeeper Lizzie insists that she sees a woman's ghost around, causing Stella to pass out. It's revealed that Stella's father was a painter that had an affair with his model, a woman named Carmel. It's said that she later tried to abduct Stella as a baby and had a confrontation with her mother and pushed her off a cliff and died shortly afterwards. But when they have a seance, it seems Mary is haunting the house in order to protect Stella from Carmel, and Rick becomes convinced the situation can only be fixed by curing the house. And this one was from Paramount and was considered a highbrow ghost story as opposed to a low-budget horror film, and was directed by Lewis Allen, and was only his second film, although he'd go on to a career that would stretch all the way to 1980. It was adapted from a Dorothy McArdle novel called Uneasy Freehold from 1941, which went by the title of The Uninvited in the US. Originally, they wanted Hitchcock to direct, but he was unavailable, and when they filmed, there was some tension on set. It seems that Gail Russell, who plays Stella, was very difficult on set, at one point breaking into tears and holding up shooting because she didn't want to wear a hat that they wanted her to wear. The other actors in the film criticized her performance as well, and Allen said that she could only manage to do about 5 or 6 lines at a time without bursting into crying. It was a huge hit though, and was one of the highest grossing films of '44. It was boosted by a number of glowing reviews, which pushed it above the horror competition of the year, although it got some criticism from decency groups because they objected to a character that they felt had too many lesbian overtones, although the studio said that any such content was merely read into it and not intended. And this is really enjoyable. It's a 3.5. It's a bit overly long and fairly easy to guess the mystery, but it's really well told and has great atmosphere. The HCS is a 2.5 since it was a huge hit at the time and has a bunch of acclaim, but this has never been one that people talked about or established itself as a movie that people had to see. Should you watch it? Absolutely. I invite you.
I won't be afraid, Mother.
Just a bit further into the month, on February 21st, we're going back into Monogram land with the release of Voodoo Man, the opposite of Voodoo Lady who's shaking that stick and driving me crazy. We kick off at a gas station, and the attendant is George Zuko again, looking to fill in the low-key horror legend gap left by Lionel Atwill, not appearing in as many during this era. Seems that Nicholas is actually setting up a young woman's kidnapping, and it appears as if she's just the latest in a string of disappearances. A writer goes to investigate, and it appears as if none other than Bela Lugosi is behind things. And how is this working? Where is the camera supposed to be? Like, we watch them pull into this space, and there's nowhere around here for one to be located. But then Betty is taken, and she's Wanda McKay, who was also in Bowery at Midnight and The Mad Doctor. And she meets Dr. Marlowe, who shows her his dead wife. He plans to bring her back to life by using the life essence of other young women, and one of his assistants is John Carradine, and we'll be seeing him quite a bit in this coming year. The Doc's essence transfer is a combination of hypnosis and voodoo, and very important, bongo drumming. But soon the police are getting involved, and the Mad Doc's scheme runs the risk of falling apart before he can revive his wife. And I mentioned that this was from Monogram, and just to recap, they were one of the low-budget Poverty Row film studios that cranked out a number of films for as little money as possible. They had Lugosi on contract, and the last number of films that I featured that were from them all had Bela front and center, but this would be one of the last. In fact, it was the final film that he shot for the studio, although it wasn't the last release, and we'll talk about that shortly. The original title here was Tiger Man, but it was changed during filming, and the director was once again William Bodine, who also handled Ghosts on the Loose and The Ape Man. There's really no info on how it performed or anything, but like a number of the Lugosi-led Monogram flicks, it didn't really become a big splash. And I'm giving this a 2.5. I love the wacky setup and seeing Zuko in that getup, and Carradine straight up acting the fool, but the whole middle portion of this is just a bit of a drag. Its HCS is just a 1.5 because it's not discussed much at all, but I'll give it the 0.5 for the Lugosi and Carradine combo. Should you watch it? It's probably worth a quick peek, but it's definitely not great. We're into March now, and on the 1st we get another entry from Universal, although not exactly one of the monsters, and it's Weird Woman. We meet Professor Reed, and it's Lon Chaney Jr. again, racking up another Universal credit. He's married to Paula, played by Anne Gwynn, who we previously saw in Black Cat and Black Friday. But, fun fact, she's also the grandmother of Chris Pine, and they're troubled. I mean, Dr. Reed and his wife, not Anne Gwynn and Chris Pine. Seems he met her while traveling in the South Seas, and back in the day, were these hats mandatory when you traveled? They're just a staple of every movie in which people are on an expedition somewhere. I guess Paula is an islander, although she doesn't much look like the other people that live on the island. There's just something different about her, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He pissed off the locals, and she claims that an immunity symbol saved his life, and he takes her home with him. When they arrive, she's given a cold greeting by Reed's friends who mocked her tribal superstitions, and he also had a young student who has a crush on him. But Ilona, played by Evelyn Ankers, who was opposite Chaney in The Wolfman, she's the most upset about Paula and spreads false rumors about both her and Reed. Things ramp up when the doc finds his wife still practicing her voodoo and gets her to quit. And then, when one of his colleagues kills himself, they say it's because he was bewitched, and fingers start to point at the Reeds. And this one was by Reginald Laborg, and he had done a large number of shorts before this, but not many features, although we'll see him again just a little later this year. This was part of a series that they did that was called the Inner Sanctum Mysteries, and some were more mystery films, and others were a little more horror-oriented. This was the second part of the series, and it was based on a popular radio show at the time called the Inner Sanctum Mysteries. It was based on a book called Conjure Wife from Fritz Leiber from 1943, and was the first adaptation, although there'd be a couple more shots at it, including Witch's Brew from 1980, which I covered over on the 80s Project a while back. What's funny is that there's conflicting reports. Some say that Evelyn Ankers called this one of her favorite roles because she got to play a villain as opposed to the good girls that she was normally cast as. However, another says that she was uncomfortable with the role and was disappointed in her own performance. She felt that she was miscast. It was not all that well received, with reviewers calling it dull and unscary, but it seems as if it performed well enough. And I like it fine. It's a 2.5. It's a bit slow and predictable, but it's certainly entertaining enough for what it was. The significance is just a 2 since it's not one of the more well-known of the era, although it's from Universal, it has Chaney, Gwynn, and Ankers in it to give it a touch more credit. Should you watch it? Perhaps. It's not as weird as the title makes you hope, but it's decent. We're going back at the sequel land on March 3rd for a film that had a New York premiere, but then got a wider release sometime in April, and it's The Curse of the Cat People. We have a bunch of school kids, and one of them is little Amy, and she's a bit of an outsider amongst her class. Turns out that her parents are Oliver and Alice from the first Cat People film, and her behavior worries her dad because she seems so similar to Irina, the Catwoman. She tries to play with the other kids, but they won't let her, so she wanders over to this old house where a woman gives her a ring. She's told it's a wishing ring, and wishes for a friend, and is soon seen playing with what appears to be an imaginary friend. When she goes back to the house, she meets an older woman, and it's Elizabeth Russell, who was also just in Weird Woman, and also her mother, Julia. She claims that the woman that says that she's her daughter is not, and is only a spy taking her place, and says her own daughter died when she was 6. But then, a little while later, Irina herself is appearing before Amy, her new friend. But is she real? The product of a wish? And what's the deal with Julia and her daughter? And this is clearly the sequel to Cat People from 1942, although it's a very different kind of film. Val Lewton returned to produce it and partially wrote the script, but a new director was brought on board. Part of it was handled by Gunther von Fritsch, and it was to be his feature debut, but he had some trouble keeping up, and the film fell behind schedule, so they had the editor, Robert Wise, take over. If that name is familiar, it's because he would go on to become a major director, winning 4 Oscars, doing The Haunting, The Sound of Music, West Side Story, The Day the Earth Stood Still, and many, many other films. It had a meager budget, but because of the delay, it was boosted up to around $200K. Lewton didn't want to market it as a sequel to Cat People, but instead wanted to go with the title of Amy and Her Friend, but the studio insisted on the name, and then demanded a couple of reshoots in order to further the connections. It wasn't well received at the time, and the studio was disappointed with it, as were critics, but it did pretty well on release and has grown in reputation over time as being a cool and distinct horror tale. And I quite like this. It's a 3.5. If you're expecting a follow-up to the first film, you're really not gonna get it since it's a separate story with those characters, but I like where it goes, and it looks so nice and captures childhood fear really well. Its significance is just a 2 since it's a lesser-known follow-up film, but it's a recognizable title and launched Wise into his directing career. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. There's a cat in it, although not as much as you'd expect.
His cold arms around you, clasping you into the cavity of his bony chest. And then, forever, you must ride, and ride, and ride with the Headless Horseman.
Just a week and a half later, on March 14th, in Chicago, there was a world premiere of a film that would go wide later on in April, and it's The Lady and the Monster, otherwise known as the Josh and Christie story. We're set in Arizona, and there's a professor named Muller who works in a big old castle, and it's Eric Van Stroheim, who we haven't seen on the project since 1935 with The Crime of Dr. Crespi. He has a young ward and shows his experiments to a colleague, and he believes that you can save a human brain's knowledge by transplanting it into another person. There's a monkey here, which makes every movie better, but they're planning to kill it, so that's a step down. He knows that Janice and Patrick are in love, so he tries to keep them apart because he's actually also in love with Janice. And, like, gross, dude. Like, she's your ward. That's like your daughter. Like, what are you, Woody Allen? But then there's a small plane crash, and the pilot is rushed to Muller's care, but he dies on the table. Muller takes advantage of this and decides to use his brain to test his theory and goes through with it. But they wait until after they've done all that to go through his wallet and see if he has identification. Like, you've had so many chances before this, guys. But it turns out that the brain belongs to one of the wealthiest investment bankers in the world, a man named William Donovan. His wife becomes very curious, and her and the family lawyer start to investigate, but then the brain starts to send out some telepathic messages and controls the actions of the people around it. So, this is by George Sherman, and he's another one of these guys who just has this massive laundry list of westerns that he did in this period, and this one sticks out as being one of the only horror-related blips on his filmography. It was produced by Republic Pictures and was based on the novel Donovan's Brain, which had just been released in 1944. The part of Janice is played by Vera Ralston, and this was her first actual film, as she was previously a professional ice skating champion. She was dating the head of Republic at the time, and he put her in the movie, but she couldn't really speak English all that well and had to read her lines phonetically, with no clue of what she was actually saying most of the time. Apparently, working with her was so difficult that Sherman stopped working with Republic to avoid having her be in another of his films. It wasn't all that well received or reviewed, but would later get a shot when the novel was adapted again in the 1950s. And this has some decent stuff, but it doesn't really add to much. I'm going to give it a 2. It's kind of fun watching this, knowing about Ralston's trouble with English, but I'll say that she does a pretty good job at not seeming like she doesn't know what she's saying. Its HCS is just a 1.5 though, since it's another one that's not much talked about and doesn't feature any of the familiar faces outside of Stroheim. And this is a little bit of recognition. Should you watch it, it's probably worth a view, but it's also skippable.
Patrick, what Professor Muller is trying to tell you is that your imagination is running away with you.
That's what you asked him to tell me.
No, Patrick, that isn't.
Please, Janice, don't say any more.
Fast forward a bit now to April 15th, my birthday, and in 1944 I was about 7 years old, and here's where we have the release of The Monster Maker. It begins with a concert pianist and his daughter is watching him play, but she's spied by a man across the way, which makes her uncomfortable. And for good reason. It's like, chill, dude. She's Wanda McKay again, straight from Voodoo Man, and the creepster introduces himself as Dr. Markoff. And he says that Patricia looks exactly like his late wife, and then acts even stockier. Like, he even sends flowers afterwards. 3 freaking times a day, and sending notes, and also a full 2 decades older than her. Her dad goes to talk to him, but the guy has a gorilla in a cage, and if his previous actions didn't tell you that he was a nutter, then that should. And that gorilla, once again, is stuntman Ray Kerrigan, in the suit that he owned and booked tons of gigs of movies that featured a gorilla in a cage because that was something people had back then, I guess. But we've already seen Kerrigan and his fursona in The Ape and The Strange Case of Dr. RX. Anthony tells the doc to back off his daughter, and he's like, look at my dead wife, see? They look alike, so I'm allowed. Igor knocks out Pops, and then just has this jar marked acromegaly, which is a disease that people have in which their body's growth hormones are out of whack, and normally gives them enlarged hands and feet, and maybe their jaw or nose. It's not something that can be found in liquid form. He injects Anthony, and he has an attendant who's a little strange, Glenn Strange that is, but then, bear with me, because this is complicated. The doc's not a doc. He was married to Lenore, but she left him for this scientist, but she had acromegaly, and the doc decided to try to cure her, but he died. Then Igor killed him and is posing as him and using his notes to still try to cure the disease. What? Soon, the serum takes effect and the disease takes over Anthony, who becomes a distorted mess. And the only one that can help him is Markov, who is willing to cure him for his daughter's hand. And this one's from producers Releasing Corporation again, another Poverty Row studio, and was directed by Sam Newfield, the director of The Mad Monster. And remember a bit ago when I was talking about directors that did like a whole ton of westerns? Well, Newfield was one of them. Because I'm not sure if you know just how crazy popular that westerns used to be. They were like the superhero films of the 30s and 40s. PRC wasn't really into the horror scene, but they had just purchased another studio that went bankrupt and now had greater access to sound stages and equipment. And this was their first horror release after that, giving it higher production value than before. It's notable because it was the first credited score for Albert Glasser, and after this he'd go on to a number of bigger releases in the 50s, like the Colossal Man movies, The Spider, and of course, Teenage Caveman. And I'm just going to give this one a 2. Like, it has crazy setups and the scenarios sound bizarre, but it doesn't really do a lot with them, and it kind of plugs along. And its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's not really that well known, but it does have a couple of things that stood out and made it recognizable in the era, but just not enough to kind of push it much further. Should you watch it? It's probably not really. This one is fairly skippable. Now we jump all the way to May 30th for a New York City premiere of a film that would then go wide on June 16th. And who you gonna call? Ghost catchers? We see the selling of a family manor, and they're worried about ghosts, and are also musicians, but on their first night there's pinchings, and words appearing on mirrors. One of the sisters runs next door for help and winds up in an electric chair, tied down and forced to watch a dance routine. It turns out that it's a nightclub complete with wild shows, and the owners are a comedy duo known as Olsen and Johnson. They were a popular vaudeville and radio act that had a stage show called Hell's a Poppin' that they also turned into a big hit movie. After several musical numbers, the boys decide to go next door to see if they can help out, and they decide to spend the night to see what's going on. The family tries to get out of the lease, but they can't, and the ghost is meant to be a guy named Wilbur who's on the loose and pinching butts. They begin to drive him out of the house, and it seems like it works for a bit, but then there's gnomes, bears, and horses, and Lon Chaney Jr., Andy Devine, and they unravel the secret of the house. And don't blink or you'll miss an appearance by Tor Johnson as an extra, basically. So this is pretty similar in theme and idea to the Abbott and Costello film Hold That Ghost, considering that they both revolve around an old house that's meant to be haunted and singers at a nightclub. And the fact that, I don't know, it reuses the same damn opening animation from Hold That Ghost? In fact, the similarities between the two films is actually mentioned in the film itself, as Olsen and Johnson called the other film an unbelievable picture and referenced the moving candlesticks.
Remember Abbott and Costello and Hold That Ghost? The whole thing turned out to be gangsters.
That was a very unbelievable picture.
Yeah, especially when that candle started moving back and forth in front of Costello. Like that.
It was directed by Edward Klein, who had been in the game since 1916, and I actually featured him in the 20s project on the Buster Keaton short, The Haunted House. The working title of this was High Spirits, although it has no connection to the Steve Guttenberg and Daryl Hannah masterpiece of that name from the 80s. This is another one where there's not much info as to show how the film did, but they were a popular team at this time, and with the oddball cameos, this was the equivalent of an all-star bash. And I'm giving this one a 2 because it's too many musical numbers and not enough ghost stuff, and what ghost stuff there is feels way too much like Hold That Ghost. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's not well known, although it's a catchy title, but Olsen and Johnson aren't really known for this as much as their earlier film. Should you watch it? I'd skip it and check out Abbott and Costello instead. Moving forward into June now, and on June 1st, we have yet another release from Universal and yet another sequel, and it's Jungle Woman. It begins with the shadows of a man and a woman fighting, and the woman is killed, and Dr. Fletcher is brought in for the murder. And it's J. Carrol Naish, who we just saw in The Monster Maker, and he tells his story about what happened. And we get a flashback to a circus act with lions, and yet another guy in a gorilla suit, and it's shot and killed. But Doc Fletcher takes it with him. And if this is familiar, it's because it's a recap of Captive Wild Woman from 1943, which I previously covered, and we relearn about Sheila the ape that was turned into a woman. Evelyn Ankers is here again and reprising her role from the first film, and she's all over the 40s project. We find out that Dr. Fletcher encounters Paula, the transformed Sheila, after the events of the ending of the last one, and she's human again and alive, and he takes her into his institution. She shows an interest in the doc's daughter's fiancé, speaking for the first time. There's another patient here named Willie, and when strange stuff like animal killings start to happen nearby, he gets blamed. But soon, the doc puts 2 and 2 together and is able to figure out that there's a connection between Paula and Sheila. And this sequel was handled by Reginald LeBorg again, fresh off of Weird Woman. It was originally meant to be called Jungle Queen, and they got into quite a bit of a trouble with the script since the company that was responsible for enforcing the Hays Code felt that it was hinting too strongly at bestiality. They had to tone down certain aspects and also made it clear that the character of Paula was not nude in animal form. No one really wanted to do it outside of the studio though, and only did it due to being under contract. LeBorg hated the script, but said if he refused it, he would have been suspended without pay and not offered other projects. And Aquanetta, Paula herself, said that she felt used and ended up leaving Universal over it. It did well enough for them to do a third part with a recast Paula, which we'll discuss in 1945. And I'm giving this a 2.5. There's just not much to it. Not much happens, and when it does, it all happens off screen. So there's just a whole bunch of standing around talking. Its significance is a 1.5, since it's also somewhat lesser known, but it is part of Universal series and has some of their regulars in it. Should you watch it? Maybe, particularly if you want to check out the whole Jungle trilogy.
Holy!
A little over a week later, there was a premiere in Los Angeles on June 9th for a movie that would then go wide on July 12th, and it's another Universal sequel in The Invisible Man's Revenge. It begins with a man on the run, and it's John Hall. And I guess I should mention that there was an Invisible Man movie that I didn't include in the project, although I probably could have. But back in 1942, there was a film called Invisible Agent that was a part of the series. But it was more of an action movie than a horror film, so I didn't put it there. Hall was in that film as the Invisible Agent, but he's not the same character here since he's now Robert Griffin, and he was Frank Raymond there. Here, he's an escaped inmate who has killed some people while escaping. We then meet the Herrick family, including their daughter, and it's once again Evelyn Ankers, looking to become the MVP of 44. Robert goes to see them and accuses them of leaving him to die on a safari in Africa, and he now wants his share of the diamond fortune that they found there. But the Herricks lost it. Even though they try to offer him half of the money that they do have, he wants more, so they drug him and dump him off in the swamp. He's chased by police and takes refuge in the house of a local doctor, and it's John Carradine again.
What was that? Methuselah, my old parrot. Beautiful plumage, hasn't it?
The plumage don't enter into it. It's stone dead.
The doc introduces his invisible dog, which gives Griffin the idea to make himself see-through, and what a coincidence that a dude named Griffin, with no connection to the previous Griffins, would happen to run into a doctor that has also created an invisibility formula. It works and he goes transparent, heading out to get his revenge.
It's in the title.
He soon wraps up in the classic Invisible Man garb and tries dabbing his face in flour, and technically, this is the 5th film of the series because I know that I mentioned The Invisible Agent earlier, but there was also The Invisible Woman in 1940, but that movie was just a straight-up comedy. So, after 2 movies with invisible characters that stayed away from horror, this is the one that brought it back to its roots. The director was Ford Beebe, the man who directed Night Monster, and they had hopes to bring back Claude Rains, but that didn't pan out when he turned it down. Since Hall was under contract with the company, they simply used him instead. It wasn't as well received as the earlier entries, with several reviews pointing out that it didn't really do anything new and that we had seen all these effects before. It still was a decent-sized hit though, since it earned back double its budget. This would end up being the final entry of the official Invisible Man series, although it would later be spoofed in Abbott and Costello Meet the Invisible Man. And I agree with those critics because this is a 2.5 for me. We've seen all this and seen it done better, and it's just not that interesting or fun. Its significance is the same since it's part of the Universal Monster saga, but it's not one of the more well-known entries. It's one of the lesser entries, with less named stars than usual. Should you watch it? I mean, probably, but just know that you've already basically seen it.
You don't believe me, eh?
No.
Come here.
What?
Have a look.
Speaking of Universal sequels, well, here's another one because on July 1st, in Mexico, a film premiered that went wider in the US on July 7th, and it's The Mummy's Ghost, part 4 of the Mummy franchise, but part 3 of the Karis saga. Ando Heb is back, and it's George Zuko again, and he has a new acolyte with Yusef here. It makes him the new keeper of the mummy. There's then Professor Norman, returning from the last film, and gives a recap of those events, and at the school there's a young woman named Amina, and she feels tingly when she thinks of Egypt, like we all do, or was that just me and Amina? Sure enough, Karis is back in action, and it's once again Lon Chaney Jr. under those bandages, making him the first actor to play the character twice. He kills Norman, but encounters Amina, which makes her faint, and an odd mark appears on her hand. The law in town knows that means the mummy is back in action and warns the town. And oh, I forgot to mention that Yusef is John Carradine, and he's really doing it up this year. He was pretty active in film before this, but it seems like 44 is where he really went horror. They're trying to restore Karis's lost love, Ananka, and go to the museum where her body is. And he goes to touch her, and I swear, dude goes straight for her titty. Like it's wrapped up in bandages, and he's seeing his lover from thousands of years ago, and the first thing he thinks of is, hand must touch booby. Well, it turns out that her soul is no longer there, and is now in Amina, giving the fellas a new mission. And like I said, this is basically the third part here, considering that the first Mummy film was unconnected to this chain of films with Karis as the main antagonist. The director was Reginald Laborg for his third film of the year, and he was originally meant to be teamed up with the Jungle Woman, Aquanetta, in the role of Amina, but on the first day of shooting, she fell down and hit her head and got a concussion, and had to be replaced by Ramsey Ames. Chaney is said to absolutely hate the mummy makeups, and it's said that it was his least favorite of any of the monster get-ups that he was strapped into, and there's rumors that he would often have doubles stand in for him. But Laborg insists that it's him under the bandages in every scene. It was another hit, but not as big as previously, but it was filmed along with another entry, so more of the Mummy would soon follow. And much like The Invisible Man's Revenge, this is a 2.5. This is really just the last movie again. There's nothing new happening here, and it just feels like a pretty pointless retread. Its significance is also that, since again it's part of the Universal Monster saga, but not a well-known one, but has that roster of stars. Should you watch it? It's probably worth unwrapping, but it's not very impressive. We jump just a little bit to July 17th now, and we're going to stay with these sequels, although this one is from Monogram, and it's Return of the Ape Man, although we're about to see that it's not exactly a sequel. We're told about a missing tramp, and what's the status of calling people a tramp? Like I guess that it's not really a considerate thing to call someone anymore, but like what qualifies it? Like, do you have to just be homeless, or was the whole train traveling thing a requirement? Bela Lugosi is here, but clearly playing a different character than he did in The Ape Man, but he's a doctor again, and his assistant is freaking John Carradine again. This man is trying for the title here, like taking Karloff's place, because we haven't seen him at all this year. They're doing an experiment, and they had the tramp frozen on ice for 4 months and revived him. And there's then an expedition to the Arctic, where they find a man frozen in ice. They thaw him out very scientifically with a blowtorch, and he's revived and immediately attacks. But since his brain is too primitive, they realize that they'll have to partially transplant another one into him.
You know, some people's brains would never be missed.
Perfectly normal thing to say at a party.
When the doc tries to use a young man's brain, John steps in to save him, but soon the ape man gets loose, which leads to double crosses, with John being a bigger part of the experiment than he planned. And like I mentioned earlier, this is from Monogram and would be the end of Lugosi's contract with the company, although this was filmed before Voodoo Man. And as you can tell, there's no connection to the earlier film, The Ape Man, outside of the title and the fact that Bella is in the lead. It's an entirely different storyline with no similar characters, but it's just not Lugosi and Carradine here, since George Zucco is also credited. But he's not really in the movie. He was cast as the Ape Man and was intended to play him, and actually is in 1 or 2 shots, but then he got really sick and had to bow out, and they cast Frank Moran to take his place. Both actors are credited in the role, although what's funny is that Zucco gets prime billing, even though he's in the film for what amounts to about 2 seconds. There's not much information about this one and how it performed, or even any reviews out there to check out, but it likely didn't really leave all that big of a mark. And this is just a 2.5 again. It's got a handful of moments that I really laughed at, including one with the most obvious dummy over the caveman's shoulder, but it's just really dull for most of it. Its HCS is a 1.5 since it's very forgotten, but it's got Lugosi and Carradine together, which gives it that 0.5 bump. Should you watch it? Again, most likely not, but it's not a total waste of time. We are into August now, and on the 17th, we have a film from a company that hasn't gotten much play so far, and it's Columbia Pictures, and the film is Cry of the Werewolf. It starts in some sort of occult museum as the guide shows us the body of a staked vampire and a photo of voodoo rituals, and it's all said to be the collection of Dr. Morris. He then tells of a woman named Latour that was a werewolf that plagued the countryside, but she disappeared. Then there's a group of traveling Romani and their princess is on hand looking for her mother's grave, and she says that she's a descendant of the Latours. Morris is visited by Elsa, and she's worried that he's been getting these threats, but that night the doc disappears into a hidden passage in the fireplace, and his notes on the Latours are found in the fire, and his body is later discovered. Elsa and Morris's son Bob decide to try to figure out what happened, and there's this big handprint there, but they can't figure out who it matches. The princess's tribe is brought into question, and Bob becomes enamored with her, and Celeste is Nina Falk, and she's Oscar-nominated, although clearly not for this. She'd later be in The Ten Commandments and Spartacus. And Bob is a guy named Stephen Crane, and he makes the oddest faces all throughout the movie, and was only in 3 movies. With this being his first one, and then left acting. And I have to say, for a movie called Cry of the Werewolf, there's not much wolf activity going on here. Most of the movie is the investigation, and it's directed by Harry Levin, and it was his first directing gig, and he'd later go on to do Journey to the Center of the Earth, and Where the Boys Are. This film represented Columbia's attempt to try to capture some of the monster magic that Universal was succeeding with, but unfortunately, it wasn't all that well received. The budget was pretty low, and it showed, and most of the reviews complained about the sluggish nature of it all. And one notable critic was Joe Dante, who cited it as one of the worst horror films of all time in a list that he did for Famous Monsters magazine. And it's not quite that bad, but I'm still just giving it a 2. It's just dull and dry, and Crane as the hero is as wooden as can be. Its significance is a 1.5 since it's not all that known and doesn't have any horror names, but it gets a bit of a bump for being the first film of Levin and having Falk in it. Should you watch it? You could skip this one.
Well, fancy meeting you here. How'd you get shut up in there?
On that same day, August 17th, there was another one from Columbia, mainly because it was made as a double feature with Cry of a Werewolf, and it's The Soul of a Monster. It seems that there's a famous physician who has a rare disease that's killing him, and everyone's bummed because he was a real philanthropist. His wife is really upset about the whole thing, angry that her prayers haven't been answered, and reaches out to two other powers, either man or devil, to help out. And a mysterious woman, all dressed in black, then appears, causing chaos wherever she walks, and she says that she can help George. Shortly after, he makes a miraculous recovery, but then weird stuff starts to happen. A dog dies, and it seems like he may be responsible, which worries his good friend Vance. It seems that Lillian has a sway over him, and everyone notices his behavioral shift. And then it shifts straight into religious parable as they figure out that he's made a deal with the devil and is now a man with no soul, and Vance has to try to save him if he can. And this was by Will Jason. It was his first feature, much like Cry of the Werewolf was Levin's first, but Jason had done a very large number of short films prior to this. It was shot under the title of Death Walks Alone, but it was changed during filming. It was notable in that it was one of the first films to use a new type of dummy ammunition for films after all of the weapons departments had used up their supply of blanks. These new charges were quieter and far less difficult to work with. A number of people compared it to The Seventh Victim, what with the whole morality play aspect of it, although this is a far more stripped down version of all that, but it's clear that Val Lewton's films had some influence on the look here. And much like Werewolf, there's not a lot of information about how well this one did, but it was derided at the time and called an empty film with a cop-out ending. And I'm not exactly a fan either, because I give it a 2. It's super preachy and quite dull. I like the setup, and it looks like it's going to be wild and fun, but then it just goes like a different, lazier direction. Its significance is just a 1 as well, since it's not known at all and doesn't really feature any faces you'll recognize. Should you watch it? It's odd that this was a double feature with Cry of a Werewolf, since you can pass on them both.
You know, I think you're actually afraid of me. Get out.
This next one had a debut on October 11th, as it played both Boston and San Francisco, but then it went wider on the 20th, and it's The Climax. We're at this big theater, and hey look, it's Boris Karloff, finally! And in bright, bold Technicolor, too. He had taken a break from film after doing The Boogeyman Will Get You, and strictly performed on the stage, doing a nice stint on Broadway, while also dealing with chronic arthritis. He got a spinal operation to deal with it in '44 and returned to film, with this being his first back from the break. Here, he's Dr. Friedrich Hohner, and when his fiancée spurns him, he kills her. It's now 10 years later, and there's a new production being organized, and Hohner hears her sing, and is enamored. And if this sounds vaguely Phantom of the Opera-like, well, it probably doesn't help that the younger sister is played by Susanna Foster, who was Christine in the '43 Phantom. Much like that film, there's no shortage of musical numbers here, and the doc decides to approach her and tells her about his lost love. But things get a little freaky as he plops her down in front of some sort of machine he created and hypnotizes her. And after that, she finds herself unable to sing, becomes a slave to the doc. And this movie has a pretty insane backstory. It's from Universal, and was directed by George Wagner, the man who did The Wolfman and Man-Made Monster. And the crazy thing about this one is that it was originally a sequel to Phantom of the Opera, which is why it feels so much like that one. That movie was so expensive to make that they wanted to make use of the sets and costumes and such in order to get back some of the money that they spent on them. And since they were neck deep in sequels to their other properties, doing a follow-up to The Phantom made sense. But then there were issues with Claude Rains, the Phantom himself, and he was unavailable to play the role again. Instead of recasting, they opted instead to rewrite the script and change quite a bit of the details to make it a wholly original story, and cast Karloff. It actually ended up being his very first color film, fitting for the grand occasion of him returning to the horror. It had a strong budget of $750,000 and was hyped up, but didn't quite get the warm welcome everyone was hoping, and the reviews were merely so-so, and it ended up not making nearly as much as the other Universal Saga films. However, it did get nominated for an Oscar for Best Art Direction, although it didn't win. And this is a 2.5 for me. I wanted to like it more because it's so lavish and those sets and costumes are fantastic, but the story's just so dry, and there's nothing to it, and Karloff basically sleepwalks through the role. Its HCS is the same because it does have some notoriety due to that backstory and the Phantom connection, but it doesn't have much note on its own. But it has Karloff and Foster to add to it. Should you watch it? Probably yes, as a curiosity of what could have been.
You will never try to sing again. Say it.
I will never try to sing again.
We're getting near the end of the year now, and on October 26th in Oakland, and then November 11th across the US, we're looking at Bluebeard. And after that bright color of the last film, it's a bummer to be back in black and white here, but we have a body being fished out of a river, and we're in Paris with a murderer on the loose that they've dubbed Bluebeard. We meet Lucille, and she's introduced to a puppeteer named Gaston, and his chest isn't covered with hair, or maybe it is, and it's John Carradine, yet again, for his 5th appearance of the year. We get to see like the whole one of his puppet performances, and ew, those are kind of creepy on their own. He says that they're all based on people that he's known, and he flirts with Lucille, much to the annoyance of his partner in the puppet show and also girlfriend Renee. Well, he strangles her to death and dumps the body in the river, since he's also Bluebeard. He decides to create a new show and wants Lucille to help him make costumes for it, and he also works with an art dealer that knows he's the killer, but since his paintings make so much money, he doesn't say anything. Turns out that one of his paintings tip off the police, and they think it'll help them to find Bluebeard, but they have trouble finding out the name of the painter, leading to a number of people on the search. And in Morel feeling things close in on him. And this was another from Producers Releasing Company, and it was directed by Edward G. Ulmer, who we last encountered all the way back in 1934 with the Lugosi and Karloff version of The Black Cat. That movie was for Universal, and it seems like Ulmer had an affair with the wife of Carl Laemmle's nephew, and she ended up leaving him and marrying Ulmer, so he was blackballed by all of the studios because of it. Because of that, he had to work for all of the Poverty Row studios like PRC with super low budgets, like this one was around $170K. It was based on a classic French tale called Bluebeard and was one of the number of films that was told about the killer. It didn't get much acclaim except for those that praised Carradine's performance, and he himself is quite proud of it and calls it his best work. And this isn't great, but it's a cool character piece, so I'll give it a 2.5. There's some decent moments, but it just doesn't add up to much. Its significance is just a 1 though, since it's another one that is never discussed and only Carradine to carry it, but out of the several films that he's been in this year, this is the least known. Should you watch it? It's a maybe, although considering the existing print is pretty poor quality, you might want to skip it. This next one had a premiere just 1 day later on October 27th, and it went wider on December 1st, and it's Murder in the Blue Room. It begins with this spooky ghost-like thing emerging, and it's just a prank. But then there's a singer, and it's Anne Gwynn again from Weird Woman, and she talks about a room that is said to be haunted. A trio of performers are on their way to the house, and they're the 3 Jazzy Bells. And they put on a whole performance, but everyone is concerned about the Blue Room. A guy named Larry wants to marry Nan and asks to see the room, and there's an actual ghost roaming around outside. Larry chooses to spend the night in the room, and the next morning, he vanishes, and they believe that he fell out the window into the sea below. The Jazzy Bells come back to the house, and everyone tries to figure out the mystery of not only what happened to Frank, but also the real story about what went on with Nan's father. And when the girls decide to show the butler what the song they were singing last night was, for some reason, music starts to play? And it makes me wonder if, in-universe, they were just singing and dancing with no music behind them and seeming more unhinged. And if this story sounds vaguely familiar, it's because it's another version of Secret of the Blue Room, a film that I covered way back in the 1933 episode of the 30s Project. Both films are a remake of a German film from 1932 as well, also called Secret of the Blue Room. This version is from Universal and was directed by Leslie Goodwins, and is his first appearance here, but he'd been directing for a while, and a large number of his films were based around a character called Mexican Spitfire. This particular film was originally meant to star the Ritz brothers, who we talked about back in 1939 with The Gorilla, and they'd already had a falling out with Fox and signed up with Universal, but had issues there as well and were booked into a couple of B movies, causing them to just leave Hollywood. So the Jazzy Bells were sent in as a replacement. They didn't really take off as a comedy team though, and it doesn't seem as if they were featured in any other films. This is another one that doesn't seem to have much information out there about how well it did, but it doesn't appear to have been any sort of a hit. And I'll give it a 2. It's a dud. We've seen this story before, and the added comedy doesn't work at all, making the 33 version far superior. Its significance is a 1 since it's not known at all, and Gwyn is the only name featured. Should you watch it, you can leave the door to this room closed.
Pardon me, but do you have a match?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
We're into December now, and it's time for another all-star monster bash, because on December 1st, we're still rocking with Universal as we head to the House of Frankenstein. We meet Dr. Nyman, and it's the return of Boris Karloff to the Frankenstein series, although this time he's not playing the monster, and instead is a man who's imprisoned for trying to recreate Dr. Frankenstein's experiment. He has a hunchback assistant, and an earthquake sets them free. On the run, they meet up with a traveling carnival man named Professor Lampini, and it's George Zucco again, and he claimed to have the actual corpse of Count Dracula, still dead at the hands of Van Helsing from the original film. They kill the prof and take over the show, heading into a nearby town with plans to get revenge on those that imprisoned him. In the town, we have some more familiar faces, and oh yeah, Daniel the Hunchback is J. Carrol Naish from The Monster Maker and Jungle Woman. And Anne Gwyn is here again too, and hey look, it's Lionel Atwill! We haven't seen him since Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. But then, Big Drac is revived, and instead of being Bela Lugosi, instead we get a new look for the Count, and it's John Carradine again, really taking the reins as the face of horror in 44. They begin their plot by using Drac to kill the burgomaster and then enchanting his granddaughter-in-law. Her husband, Carl, gives chase, and meanwhile, Doc Nyman and Daniel head to the ruins of Castle Frankenstein, and we're told that the monster and the Wolfman fought there several years ago, and when they go in to explore, they find more of those darn ice caverns underneath, and lo and behold, again, they find the bodies of the monster and the Wolfman.
Sulfur, ice, it's just so many things to get stuck in down there.
They thaw them out, and Lon Chaney Jr. returns as Larry Talbot, and I think it's kind of strange that he's the only monster that had a consistent actor in the role. Every other monster had multiple people in the role, but Wolfie was always Chaney. Nyman tells him that he can cure his lycanthropy, and they take the monster's body with them as well. Meanwhile, a Romani woman has joined them and takes a liking to Larry, and they use Frankenstein's notes to get revenge. And this one is the second full-on crossover, building off of Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman and adding in Dracula for good measure. Originally, it was going to be a grander affair called Chamber of Horrors and would have had Karloff, Chaney, Lugosi, Peter Lorre, Claude Rains, and more, and also featured The Invisible Man and The Mummy, but that never got past a scripting stage. The budget here was $350K, the highest initial budget for a Frankenstein film, although the original film and Bride were higher in the end, but only because they went over schedule. Earl C. Kenton was given a directing gig, and he had already done The Ghost of Frankenstein. They really did intend for Lugosi to return as Dracula, but after the film was delayed to accommodate Karloff's schedule for the stage tour of Arsenic and Old Lace, he was no longer available, and Carradine had to take over the role. When we finally get a look at the monster, we can see that he's now been recast as Glenn Strange. Critics hated it, calling it a big and silly film that's more for kids than horror fans, but audiences ate it up, and it sold out screenings all over. But in the end, it wasn't as big of a success as some of their other films. And I like it. It's a 3 for me. I'll admit that it doesn't live up to its premise, and the Monster Mash element of the film isn't nearly as much of it as you would hope, but it's entertaining and has enough happening to make it a nice watch. Its significance is a bit higher than most, since I have it at a 3.5, since it was the first real Monster Rally film with more than 2 featured and had a full roster of horror stars. Should you watch it? Yep, go check this house out. It's a cool mashup. 1 week later, nearly at the ending of the year here, on December 8th, we're headed back into horror comedy land with Crazy Nights with a K, in case you thought it was covering Kiss albums or something. And who really says albums anymore? There's a carnival, and one of their attractions is a gorilla in a cage. And man, the 40s really just thought that everyone had massive gorillas in cages, didn't they? Turns out that this gorilla is a guy in a suit, and yes, I know that it's a guy in a suit, but in the story, it's a guy in a suit. But that's no guy, that's a stooge. They move on to their next town, but along the way they encounter a carload of people who have a breakdown. The other guy here, Shemp's partner, is comedian Billy Gilbert, who some of you may remember from His Girl Friday, but this is the first that we're seeing him on the project. And here's a fun fact, he's also the voice of Sneezy from the original Snow White. And here's the weird part, because yes, Shemp poses as a gorilla in their act, but they also do have a real gorilla that they use to drum up interest in the show, which is like, why? You have the gorilla suit and it's convincing enough, so just use that. It seems easier than hauling around an actual big ape. They get invited to crash into Gardner's house, and Mr. Gardner is convinced that someone is trying to kill him, and they also think their house is haunted, so of course, shenanigans ensue. The boys start to investigate, and for some reason, someone is switching paintings from a mustached man to one with a big beard. But, of course, there's quite a bit more going on here that meets the eye. And this is another low-budget number from Monogram, again directed by Voodoo Man's William Bodine, who also has some familiarity with horror comedy, since he did a very similar picture with 43's Ghosts on the Loose. To repeat what I said on a previous video, this was a period in which Shemp was acting solo, while Curly was with the Stooges, and did 3 films teamed up with Gilbert. Like most Monogram films, the budget was insanely small, and it basically just follows the formula that these movies established. And even though I love Shemp, I didn't love this, and I'll give it a 2. It just feels like every other one of these films, and the comedy is just not all that strong. Its significance is a 1.5, since it just blends with all those other bumbling comics encounter ghosts in the house that are just crooks pretending movies that the 40s just all seem to be about. Should you watch it? Likely not. There's nothing in it that stands out.
Hello.
We end this really long year on December 22nd, and this has been a year for Universal Monster sequels, so it's fitting that it ends with The Mummy's Curse. I guess since he was left out of House of Frankenstein, they felt the need to crop up one more time before the year ended. When we last left the mummy in the last movie, he was under the swamp, and now the locals are all afraid of that area, and here's what's hilarious. He says that was 25 years ago. Now, keep in mind, between the mummy's hand and tomb, there was a 20-year gap, and now it's another 25. That means these 4 movies, which were released over the span of 4 years, take place over the scope of 45 years. And since Tomb confirms that it takes place during World War II, I think that they're saying this takes place in the late 60s, which sure does match with everyone's groovy outfits and hairstyles, don't it? A couple of guys show up to the area, say that they're there to help and excavate the area to recover the mummies, but there's a worker who's found dead with a knife in his back. They find an old bandage there and suspect that there's a mummy on the loose, and it turns out that Zandab is secretly one of the high priests and is trying to restore Karis. His servant has recovered the body, and they begin the process of bringing him back, and they do some flashbacks to when Karis was human, and using clips from the previous films. They then revive the mums, and it's Lon Chaney under there again, but he's not the only one that comes back, because Ananka rises as well, although when she washes off, she's been recast into Invasion of the Body Snatchers' Virginia Christine. Karis feels her presence and comes after her, killing anyone that gets in his way, and she's taken in by members of the dig, while the creature keeps on the hunt. And this is the final entry of the Mummy series, outside of a spoof with Abbott Costello, and was shot pretty immediately after The Mummy's Ghost. This was headed up by Leslie Goodwins again, and was also shot almost immediately after finishing up Murder in the Blue Room. The original title for it was The Mummy's Return, and they had some trouble during shooting due to Chaney's issues with alcoholism. He was showing up to set nearly every day, drunk, and Virginia Christine was concerned that he would drop her during the scenes in which he's meant to carry her around. Thankfully, Goodwin saw what was happening and called for a stand-in, a sober one, during these scenes. It was given a rougher welcome than some of the other movies, with most of the reviews calling it uninspired. And this is another one that Joe Dante put on that list of worst horror films of all time. And you know, this is fine. It's a 2.5. The later Mummy sequels are all pretty interchangeable and monotonous to the point that I can't even tell the difference between them, but they're amusing enough. Its HCS is a 3 since it's a Mummy film and one of the Universal monsters, but it's not one of the more well-known ones and has less known faces than the others. Should you watch it? Probably. Definitely if you're doing a binge of the whole Universal Monsters saga. This year starts off skipping January entirely and going straight to Valentine's Day, February 14th, for a film that premiered in St. Louis and then had more cities added later in the year, and it's The Body Snatcher. It's set in Edinburgh in 1831, and a woman is bringing her daughter, who is paraplegic, to see Dr. McFarlane. She's taken there by good old Boris, showing up early in 45 as the cab man. It turns out that little Georgina has a tumor on her spine, but the doc can't operate on her because he's just so damn busy. But then, when one of his students tells him that he's planning to leave school as he can no longer afford it, the doc takes him on as assistant and moves into his house. That night, though, Donald is woken up by some strange noises outside, which turns out to be John Gray delivering a cadaver for dissection. Donald figures out that the man is actually a grave robber, but McFarlane convinces him that it's necessary for them to continue their noble work. Turns out that McFarlane's nickname is Toddy, so I wonder if he's gonna waste a bunch of money on some baseballs. Gray kills a street singer and brings Donald the body, so he realizes that the cabbie isn't just robbing graves and is instead murdering people. When he tells the doc, it's overheard by the school janitor, and hey, look at that, it's Bela Lugosi for his first appearance of the year, and the first film to feature both Boris and Bela since 1940's You'll Find Out. When McFarlane gives in and decides to operate on Georgina, and it doesn't work, things get sticky as there's murder, blackmail, and more murder. And this is another one from Robert Wise, who is really picking up some traction here. And we had just seen him last year with Curse of the Cat People, and as I said there, this guy would go on to be huge and win Oscars. This particular film was produced by RKO with Val Lewton at the head, and since Karloff was unhappy with the direction Universal was taking, he signed on for a few films here. It was adapted from a story by Robert Louis Stevenson, although the story was altered a bit to beef up the character of Gray for Karloff. Also, when it was suggested that adding Lugosi would be a great selling point, they wrote the role of Joseph especially for him. It would end up being the final time that the two horror titans would appear on screen together. The film was a hit, earning around $500,000 worldwide, and the reviews were decent, with most referring to it as a classier horror picture and commending Karloff's performance. And this is pretty solid. I'm going to give it 3 out of 5 reels. I find it a bit stuffy and slow at times, but there's some nice character stuff happening and it looks great. Its horror cultural significance is a 2.5 since it's lesser known, but does have 2 legends in it and has Wise at the helm. Should you watch it? Yes, you should. Snatch it up.
This is how they did it, Joseph.
One day later, on February 15th, we had another number, this one a Poverty Row flick, and it's Fog Island. This begins with a bunch of fog, go figure, and a man lurking outside of a house. There's a young woman inside, but also George Zuko for his first appearance in 45, and also his last, since the other films he did this year were action and crime stuff. Seems Leo here recently was released from jail, and it seems like the guy outside is a former business associate. Leo's wife was murdered, and he theorizes that one of his old crew was responsible and got him put away to get him out of the picture. He invites them all to come out to Fog Island, including none other than Lionel Atwill for his first 45 show, and they all reluctantly agree to head out there. And damn, this place really lives up to its name. There's an unexpected guest, though, with the son of one of his former partners, and this dude moves right on in with Leo's daughter. He starts the festivities by giving everyone some sort of object that seems to have some relevance to them, and they try to unravel the game that Leo has concocted for them, which includes hidden passages and a seance. Pretty soon, everyone starts to come apart as the secrets start to spill. So, like I said, this is Poverty Row, a low-budget film from a B studio, and this one was PRC, the Producers Releasing Corporation. The director here was Terry O. Morse, and this is the first that we're seeing him, but he's done a bunch of crime stuff before this. His biggest claim to fame, though, is that he's the man who directed the American segments that were added into the original Godzilla, and he edited those as well. This movie was based on a play from 1937 called Angel Island, and it's been said that the rights to this play cost the studio $30 grand. However, many historians have claimed that this number likely isn't accurate considering the extremely tight purse nature of PRC and the reluctance to spend that sort of money on anything. There's not much info on its success or lack thereof, although it's not a very reputed film, but it is one of the few times we got to see Zuko and Atwill go head to head. And I'll go 2.5 on it. The whole premise is intriguing, but it doesn't do enough with it, and the whole middle is just a bunch of killing time, really. Its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's not well known at all and is a bit lost to time, but I'll give it the extra 0.5 for having the Atwill Zooks double combo. Should you watch it, you can likely pass, but it's fine. This next one had a premiere on March 1st in New York City, but then went wide on March 3rd, and it's The Picture of Dorian Gray. And I never know to spell Gray with an A or an E, so thankfully you can't see what I have in my script, so you'll just have to guess. We have a painter named Basil Hallward, and he's done a portrait of a young man named Dorian Gray, and he tells his friend Henry that there's something unusual about it, and it feels like it has some sort of power. Dorian is there, and they discuss their philosophies, and he becomes aware of his own youth and the fact that it will fade. He makes a wish in front of the painting, hoping that he will always stay young, while the artwork would grow old instead. He says he would give his soul for it, and we get a splash of color when we look at that painting. At a show, he meets the lovely Sybil Vane, who looks like she's about to rote some murder, and they start up a fling and get engaged, and he shows her the painting and reads her a poem by Oscar Wilde, but then breaks things off, crushing Sybil's heart. Afterwards, he notices some changes in the portrait and wonders if his wish came true, and when he finds out that Sybil killed herself, he decides to only live a life of sin and debauchery. He locks the painting away, and as time goes on, he keeps his youth and falls for Gladys Hallward, daughter of Basil, who Dorian knew when she was a little kid, so that's weird. But Gladys is also played by America's sweetheart, Donna Reed. Problem is, she's already with some rat from some pack. So then, Dorian has to deal with the way that he's seen by society and struggle with the perils of falling to the dark side. And this was another adaptation of the classic Oscar Wilde story, The Picture of Dorian Gray, from 1890. It was the first version on film from the sound era, and there were about 5 from the silent age, and of course there would be many more. This one was directed by Albert Lewin, who is most known for writing and producing, and actually only directed 7 movies, with this being his 3rd. This one changes the original text quite a bit, including some of the added romantic subplots and some tweaks that they had to make in order to appease the censors. The budget was pretty chunky for the area at just under $2 million, and it was longer than a standard film at around 2 hours. However, even though it earned a ton of accolades and strong reviews, it didn't make much of a big splash at the box office, only earning back about $1.5 million, accounting for a loss of money for MGM. It would do well at awards time though, earning 3 Oscar nominations for Best Art Direction, Best Supporting Actress for Lansbury, and Best Cinematography, and it won for cinematography. Lansbury also won a Golden Globe for her role and has since gone on to earn a bunch of respect for its extravagance. And I like it, but I also find it a bit stuffy, so I'll go with a 3.5 though. When you're talking about Oscar Wilde adaptations, I'm expecting a bit more excess and zip, and this is a touch dry, but it's still a lovely film. Its significance is a 3 as well, since I feel like some don't really peg it as horror, and it's not really a mainstream kind of film that's hugely seen, but it won an Oscar and has several big names in it. Should you watch it? Yep. Picture this. We now move on to a film that debuted in the UK on March 20th with a premiere in London, but then went wider on May 28th, and didn't make it to the US until 1949, and it's A Place of One's Own. We meet the Smedhursts, a remarkably British name, and they've just retired, and they purchase a new place, and Mr. Smed is James Mason, who we last saw in The Night Has Eyes, and it seems like everyone is afraid of their place because it's said to be haunted. They hire a young woman to help around the house named Annette, and it's Margaret Lockwood, who we haven't seen since The Lady Vanishes in the 30s, and she doesn't normally do horror-related flicks. Trouble starts when Annette finds herself taken over by some sort of force playing the piano. She starts a romance with a local doctor, and they end up getting engaged, and things are kinda low-key for a while, but then it ramps up, and Annette starts walking around and pounding on doors, looking for someone named Dr. Marsham. Turns out that a young woman named Elizabeth died there 40 years ago, and they theorize that it's her spirit returned and looking for her lost love. And this is a British film directed by Bernard Knowles, and was actually his directorial debut. Before this, he was a cinematographer and worked on several classic Hitchcock films, but switched to directing here and continued in that role until the late 60s when he retired. It was based on a novel from 1940 with the same name by Osbert Sitwell, another super English name. When James Mason got the script, he was originally asked to play another part, but wanted to show his range as an actor, and requested to play Smedhurst, a character much older than he was, and they used old age makeup on him, as well as Barbara Mullen, who plays his wife. It was considered one of the Gainsborough melodramas, which was a period from 43 to 47 in which a number of Brit films were done in an overly melodramatic style and featured a number of the same actors, but all in different stories and roles, and Mason was one of those actors. However, even though it had the prestige of the actors, it wasn't quite the hit that they were hoping for. It did do well, but compared to the other films featuring Mason and Lockwood in the same era, it underperformed and didn't make as big of a dent. And I can see why, because I'm giving it a 2.5. It's just so dry and bland, and it's mostly people talking in rooms, but for a melodrama, it feels too low-key. Its HCS is just a 2, since it's not much spoken of, but it did have enough star power and got some attention, but not enough to affect the genre. Should you watch it? Maybe. That depends on how low-key you like your horror. Well, after 2 highbrow films, let's now go to something a bit zanier, with a film that ran on May 1st, even though it had a premiere back on April 26th, and it's Zombies on Broadway. It's set in New York City, and they're advertising the opening of a new show at the Zombie Hut that promises a live zombie, or a zombie in person, because a live zombie defeats the purpose. The ads were pushed by a couple of press agents working for club owner Ace Miller and his rival Douglas Walker as a radio guy who's determined to ruin him if the zombie turns out to not be real. Ace gets heated and threatens Jerry and Mike to produce a real zombie or else, so they go to see an eccentric professor who directs them to a remote island where it's said that they can find one. When they arrive, they encounter this guy from I Walked with a Zombie, singing a very similar song to the one he did there. And hey, speaking of people from that film, this guy is here too. He's once again played by Darby Jones, and it's fairly clear that these are nods of the hat to I Walked, and not that this is in continuity with it, even though they used the same island name. There's a mad doctor on that island, and yep, it's Bela Lugosi for appearance number 2 in 45. But there's also a cabaret girl, played by Anne Jeffries, who would go on to become a huge force in soap opera and TV later on. The boys go on their hunt for the zombie, but when the doc decides to line up Mike and Jerry for his next experiment, they might end up being their own zombies. And this one was produced by RKO, punching all the blocks of what was popular at the time, with the little rise of zombie-themed films and horror comedy. In fact, Alan Carney and Wal Brown were teamed up together in a number of RKO pictures and were broadly just considered a thin knockoff of Abbott and Costello.
Jerry, I know it doesn't make sense, but... Jerry!
Now what?
An accusation that's pretty spot on. This one was done on the cheap, with the studio reusing sets from their Tarzan pictures as well as some from I Walked with a Zombie. It wasn't a huge hit, but it was a success, enough for them to pair the boys with Bella the following year in a comedy picture called Genius at Work. And this is okay, it's a 3. I find it mostly entertaining, even if I've seen it all before and seen it done better with guys named Abbott and Costello. Its significance is just a 2 since it's not that well known, but it's got a bit of attention and had Bella in it, so it gets a little extra boost. Should you watch it? It's probably worth a look. Get your Broadway tickets and check it out.
I declare that man does love skeletons. Right this way, gentlemen.
You first.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, me.
Well, maybe that was on the opposite end of the spectrum and too silly. So let's see if we can split the difference with a film that came out on May 10th with The Phantom Speaks. This one starts with 2 men, and one thinks that the other is having an affair with his wife, so he kills him and is arrested, being sentenced to electrocution. A reporter is assigned to the story and talks to the doctor in charge of the prisoner, and this guy has a theory that if your soul is strong enough, you can live on past your death. And Matt's worried because he's going to see Harvey right before he dies. He says that his will is the strongest that he's ever encountered and thinks that he'd be the perfect candidate for his experiment and that he can bring him back from death. The big day comes and Harvey is taken to the electric chair, and later Renwick conducts his experiment and is able to call for his spirit. But his will is too strong and he's able to take over the doc's body. He then uses him to go out and get revenge, shooting his attorney, who he felt failed him. He continues his path of vengeance, taking out his ex-wife, and it's up to Matt to figure out what's going on and to stop the ghostly killer. This one's from Republic Pictures, who we haven't seen much horror output from, but they were another Poverty Row studio that managed to transition into being a bigger budget outlet that was eventually purchased by Paramount. It was directed by John English, who had his hands in a ton of superhero stuff and directed Lone Ranger movies, Dick Tracy, Zorro, and even the old school Captain Marvel and Captain America serials. It was, again, another low-budget job and was made as part of a double bill with the very next film that we're going to talk about, and didn't really have much success at the time. However, it went on to a certain form of notoriety for another reason. At the time, in Texarkana, there was a series of murders in which 5 people were killed, with another 3 attempts. These were dubbed the Texarkana Moonlight Murders, and they referred to the killer as the Phantom Killer and the Phantom Slayer, and they did that because this was the movie that was playing at the time. And yes, those were the killings that were fictionalized and adapted into the 1976 film, The Town That Dreaded Sundown. And I'm giving this a 3. It's really nothing special, but there was some fun bits, and one moment that I found worked really well with a little girl whose daddy was just killed trying to wake him up. Its HCS is just a 1.5 though, since it's obscure and unknown, and were it not for its weird little footnote with some real life violence, wouldn't be spoken of. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah. Let this phantom say his piece.
Daddy! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, Daddy! Wake up!
Hello, Mary. Remember me?
My daddy won't wake up.
The next one came out shortly afterwards on May 21st, and it's the other part of that double bill I was just talking about with The Vampire's Ghost. It starts in Africa, and a woman is attacked and killed. And then there's a guy named Roy here, along with his girl Julie, and her dad, and the locals all think that the deaths are the work of a vampire since the victims are all drained of blood. They go to this new nightclub that popped up in town to talk to the owner, an intimidated man named Webb Fallon, and ask him for his help. They head out into the brush to try to figure out what's going on, but when they get into a fracas with some natives, Fallon is speared. That reveals to Roy that he's actually a vampire, which of course freaks him out, but Roy's enchanted and commanded to keep his secret. In order to keep his vamp self under wraps, he starts to kill off other people around him, and it's up to Roy to team up with the local priest, Father Gilchrist, to defeat him. But Fallon throws another wrinklet by trying to steal Julie away and turn her into his vampire mate, making it a race against time. And yeah, like I mentioned, this is that other film for the double bill from Republic Pictures, although it was initially released on its own, but then was paired up with The Phantom Speaks for special screenings. It was directed by Leslie Salander and was his first appearance here, but he's another one of these guys who handled about a dozen westerns a year. He'd only do a few more horror-oriented flicks, and almost the entire rest of his filmography is westerns and war films. But in the late 50s, he shifted to TV and directed a ton of Lassie episodes. One interesting bit is that this was a very early writing gig for Lee Brackett, the Queen of Space Opera as she was called, and later she'd become one of the most prominent writers of science fiction during the 50s. She even did an early draft of The Empire Strikes Back, and parts of that she wrote ended up in the final product, but she passed on before it started filming. Like The Phantom Speaks, this was also surprisingly successful, prompting Republic to stay in the horror biz, and they would head into production on another double feature, which we'll talk about when we get to 1946. And this is a good time. It's a 3. I like that Fallon isn't straight up evil, and they actually give him shades of gray, and even though the story's not really giving us much in the way of newness, the situations feel more fleshed out than the others. Its significance is just a 1.5 though, since it's not one that's discussed and is mostly forgotten, but it was a minor success and launched Brackett's film career. Should you watch it? I would, even if there's no actual vampire's ghost, so the title lies. Moving on into June now, and on the 22nd we're headed back into silly territory with a little number called Scared Stiff, although it was also called Treasure of Fear. We meet a goofy reporter obsessed with chess named Larry, and it's the Tin Man himself, Jack Haley, and his uncle is the head of the paper, and he's at the end of his rope with him. As a last resort, he sends him to a story in a place called Grape City, where there's a big winery and a festival. He heads up with his girlfriend, but gets off at the wrong bus, stopping at Grape Center as opposed to Grape City, and there's a murder on the bus that he took. The body then goes missing, and everyone is sequestered in the hotel, and Larry is implicated since the dead man had a chess piece in his hand. Larry starts to check out the area, looking for a way to get away, and he desperately wants to try to leave the cover of the festival. His girlfriend, who's an antique dealer, manages to find his rare white chess piece, and it seems like there's this ancient set that's rumored to be on the property from the time of Kublai Khan, and the twin brothers who own the place have them all split up. There's another wrinkle in that one of the people there is an escaped murderer, and the police show up looking for him, completely unaware that the bus killing even happened, kicking off shenanigans and tomfoolery and murder. This one was actually distributed by Paramount Pictures, and eventually, though a number of their horror output was more upscale and expensive, this was a B movie made on a much lower budget. The director was Frank L. McDonald, and much like I said with Solander, he was a guy who churned out Western and war story after Western and war story, dipping rarely into horror, and this may be the only time that we encounter him here. I mentioned that Paramount distributed this, but it was actually produced by Pine Thomas Productions, which was a wing of the studio that handled their B pictures. But again, most of their output was war stories and westerns, and they did a handful of horror quickies as well. This was part of a contract that they had with Haley, and they liked the performance of Anne Savage in the film so much that they signed her up as well. It was fairly successful, but not as much as some of the other horror comedies, and it had to change its title later on when it went to television screenings. In 1953, there was another film, one with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, that had the same name, so they altered it to Treasure of Fear to avoid confusion. And this is okay, it's a 2.5. Haley is pretty entertaining, and the story moves along quick enough, but it's honestly just more of the same. Its significance is just a 1 since it's not known at all and is dwarfed by the other films with the same title and doesn't have any horror names involved. Should you watch it, it's probably okay to stiff this one.
Go ahead. Walk along, keeping your hands up. Don't shoot!
And now it's time for us to go back into the jungle, since the film that would be released on June 29th would be The Jungle Captive. We're at the office of a biochemist, and it's run by a Mr. Stendhal, played by Otto Kruger, who we haven't seen on the project since all the way back in 1936 in Dracula's Daughter. He has a couple of assistants, and believe it or not, but this guy right here is none other than Uncle Owen. Before being set on fire, of course. They're doing an experiment to bring a rabbit back to life, and it works. But then this large man arrives, and this should be a familiar face, because you can't forget this one, and it's the legendary Rondo Hatton. Rondo was actually a journalist, but he suffered from acromegaly, which distorted his facial features, and was cast in films due to his distinctive looks. He was in a series of films, although this is the first that we're seeing him on the project, even though he had a cameo in the 39 Hunchback of Notre Dame. Here he plays Moloch, and he steals a body from the morgue and takes it to a house in the middle of nowhere. Investigating into crime, the police are led to the doc's office, and Anna's eventually led to that house by Doc Stendhal, and it turns out that he is indeed responsible for stealing that body. But then, that body is in fact Paula Dupree, the Ape Woman, as this is the third of the Jungle Woman movies, which began with Jungle Woman and then was continued in Captive Wild Woman. The character was killed at the end of that one and is clearly still dead here, but Stendhal plans to use Anne's blood to bring her back. It works, and the Jungle Woman lives again, and they use Anne's glands to turn her human again, although she's been recast for the second time.
What's your name? Paula.
I mean, don't just give her the answer, Doc. Jeez. Simplest quiz ever.
Problem is that Paula's been brain damaged from being dead, and they just decide to give her a new one, and Anne is looking like the likeliest donor. And this is from Universal, and like I mentioned, is the third and final entry of the Sheila the Ape Woman story, the unsung Universal monster. This one was handled by Harold Young, the director of The Mummy's Tomb, and was near the ending of his career. He still directed into the 50s, but he went from doing around 10 movies a year to just doing 1 or 2. It originally had a different actress in the role of Anne, but after she showed up late for shooting and didn't know any of her lines, and then said that she couldn't shoot on certain days due to not finding a babysitter, they had to replace her. The reviews weren't great, and they would end up being a disappointment, leading to them not making any more entries with the character, and for a while it would show up on the worst horror movies of all time lists. And that's a stretch, because I'll give it a 2. I mean, honestly, it's mostly just dull, and even at just over an hour, it feels like there's not enough story to justify the runtime. Plus, there's nowhere near enough Jungle Woman action. Its significance is the same since it was part of the Universal Monster run, even though it was a much less lauded one, and didn't feature much in the way of the regular players, but it got some notoriety. Should you watch it? You can pass. I mean, there's no need to make yourself a captive of this one.
You ain't gonna do that. You told me.
Shut up, Moloch, and get out of here.
No! You ain't gonna hurt her.
Keep away from here, Mullet.
Getting deeper into the year here, and now we're headed into the fall. And on September 1st, we saw the release of Island of the Dead. We're told of an evil force called the Vorvalaka, which actually sounds like some kind of delicious pastry. And we're in 1912 during the Balkan Wars. Boris Karloff is here for his second appearance of the year, and he's a general having a discussion with a reporter. They decide to go and pay their respect to General Faradis's dead wife, and she's laid to rest on a nearby island called the Isle of the Dead. There, they discover that her crypt is trashed, but they hear a woman singing and try to track her down. Instead, they find a bunch of people at a house, including this guy, who is Jason Robards Sr., father of Jason Robards, as well as Alfred Pennyworth. They decide to stay the night and escape the front lines temporarily and sleep in actual beds, even though they're warned that there's a Vorvalaka loose and taking the form of a young Thea. The next morning, they find one of the inhabitants of the house dead in his bed, and they think that it's the plague, so they quarantine everyone in order to keep them from spreading to the army. They hope to wait it out, but when Aubin dies, they start to think that the plague is punishment for allowing the Vorvalaka to stay there, and Faradis starts to watch her like a hawk, and then plans to kill her. This is another from RKO, produced by Val Lewton, who also co-wrote the film, although he's uncredited. The director was Mark Robson, who had earlier done The Seventh Victim for Lewton as well. It was a really troubled production on multiple fronts. First of all, they started filming back in '44, but Karloff had some health issues, and they needed back surgery, and they had to suspend shooting while he recovered. Meanwhile, when he was able to film again, it took time to reassemble the cast, so they filmed The Body Snatcher in the meantime. When they did get the actors lined up, one of them, Rose Hobart, was working on something else, so they wrote her character out of the script. That was no easy task because she was the main character. Once they were able to get back to filming, though, things went smoother. The entire film was based on a painting, also called Isle of the Dead, by Arnold Bachlin, and that work of art can be seen in the opening credits. It was the highest budget yet for a Lewton horror film at around $250K, but that ended up being a disappointment at the box office and only earned a profit of $13,000. Over time, though, its reputation would grow as a cool, atmospheric horror flick, with Martin Scorsese calling it one of the scariest films of all time. And I'm giving it a 3.5. Lewton seems to constantly pick good talent to make simple horror films and then do them in a really beautiful way. The story's a bit slow, and I wish that the ending had a bit more punch, but I enjoyed this quite a bit. Its HCS is a 2.5, since it was one of the more highlighted non-Universal Karloff flicks and had Lewton's involvement, but it's just not that well known. Should you watch it? Yes, set sail for the Isle. Speaking of movies with the word dead in the title, let's go see a movie that debuted in London on September 9th, before getting a US release in June of '46, and it's Dead of Night. We meet a couple of gentlemen who are meeting up at this old country estate, and Walter here is planning on staying there for a while, and a bunch of other guests are there as well. He seems confused and then tells everyone that even though he's never met them, he'd seen them all in his dream. Everyone is perplexed, but then he starts talking about the details of his dream, and when it seems as if he can see things that are going to happen, they test it out by telling each other stories. The first is about a race car driver who gets into a wreck and is hospitalized and sees a mysterious carriageman outside the window. Later, he sees the man again before a horrible bus wreck. Next, Sally tells a story about a Christmas party in a big house full of children, or I guess adults dressed as children? She's told the house is haunted, and while playing hide and seek, encounters a little crying boy with a ghostly secret. The next story is of a mirror that's given as a birthday gift that seems to reflect a different room and the dark influence that it has. Another story is about a couple of golfers that encounter cheating and spirits with a healthy dose of love triangle. The next story is probably the most known from the film, and it's about a ventriloquist with a dummy named Hugo that seems to have a life of its own. But is all of this just stories, or are they all linked to Craig's dream? So this one is from the UK and featured several different directors on the multiple segments. They included Alberto Cavalcanti, Charles Crichton, who much later would direct A Fish Called Wanda, Basil Dearden, and Robert Hamer. During this period, when Britain was knee-deep in the war, they didn't make horror films, as they were banned, but this was produced anyway. And it did quite well, being one of the biggest box office performers of the year and received a fair share of critical accolades. It was picked up for release in the US, but the distributors found as it was too long at an hour and 45 minutes and cut out the Christmas party story as well as the golfing one. But that only served to confuse audiences when the ending of the film made reference to those stories. But then it had a bigger influence. Several astrophysicists watched the movie and pondered the circular nature of the plot and decided to develop what is known as the steady state model of the universe, an alternative to the Big Bang Theory, although various scientific flaws have been pointed out in reference to it, and it is no longer really discussed. And I love this one. It's a 4 from me. It's a fun variety of stories, and each one feels like this cool little vignette, but it all adds up to something in the end. Plus, that ventriloquist bit is one of the all-time best anthology segments. Its HCS is a 3.5 since it's more well-known and has had a ton of influence, but it's not one that really soared into the cultural mainstream, so I can't really push it that much higher. Should you watch it? Absolutely. Go on into this night.
Finished.
Suppose I tell him the truth. Suppose I tell him that you made me do it.
Try it and see what happens. They'll put you in the madhouse. But not little Hugo. Oh, no. I'm going to team up with Sylvester. Maybe we'll come and visit you. You know, private show for the loonies.
This next one takes us ahead into October as we go into the spooky season. And on October 5th, we have Strange Confession. This has Lon Chaney Jr. appearing, and in the opening credits, they just bill him as Lon Chaney, and he shows up at the house of an attorney in desperation and wants to tell him a story. He wanted to help mankind, and several years ago, he started working at a laboratory, and it's Christmas time. He's married to Jane, or I guess Mary here, and they have a little baby. He's working for Roger, played by J. Carrol Naish, who we last saw in House of Frankenstein, and Jungle Woman, and his good friend picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. He's put into a bad spot by his boss, who wants to rush out a discovery, so he resigns and is blacklisted. He has to take a job as a pharmacist, and time goes by, and his kid grows. And Roger comes by his place on New Year's Eve to try to get him back, and he says no. But his wife seems to think that he should in order for them to make more money. But he's being sneaky and has someone break in and steal his notes, sending Jeff off to South America to find his breakthrough as he sets sail. Meanwhile, Roger releases the influenza drug and takes the credit, and also moves in on Mary. But then little Tommy gets sick and the drug doesn't do anything, but only because Roger didn't have Jeff's whole formula. When Tommy then dies, Jeff swears revenge. And this is another one from Universal, but not part of the Monsters saga. It was directed by John Hoffman and was his first feature film, and he would do many more, but he had a number of additional credits as an editor. So, in the 44 episode, I discussed the Inner Sanctum mystery films, and this was another one of those. It was the 5th of the series, and they were all based on episodes of a popular radio show. It was a kind of a remake of a drama from 34 called The Man Who Reclaimed His Head, but it was unauthorized, so there was a bit of a dispute with it. So when the Inner Sanctum series was released to television later on, this one was omitted. And honestly, it's not much horror, and this is much more of a crime drama, but it makes a pretty abrupt and jarring shift in the final handful of minutes. And I wasn't too into this, so I'm going to go with a 2 here. It's mostly this melodrama plot that's not really all that involving and feels super drawn out, even at an hour. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's not much known, but since it's part of the Universal entries that has Chaney and an early role for Bridges, it gets a slight boost. Should you watch it? Probably not. Again, there's not much horror going on here in the end.
I like my neighbors and they seem to like me. Even the kids.
It's been a while since we've had some monkey business, but that's about to change because on November 2nd we have White Pongo. It's set in the Congo with a tribe there, and they have a man captured that they plan to sacrifice. But there's also this albino gorilla lurking around. Gunderson escapes just as Pongo attacks and makes it to civilization. He tells his story, but no one believes that the gorilla exists, but a group of anthropologists team up to head out into the jungle to try to find him, because they believe that he's the missing link. They head out, and there's a bunch of gorillas out there, and they eventually find that tribe from the beginning and talk to the scientist that is staying with them. They build up a big trap for the guy, and soon enough, he starts snooping about, and there's also some human drama. But it also turns out that several members are there to hunt down a fabled gold field and take the rest of the crew hostage. And this is another one from PRC, the Producers Releasing Corporation, a Poverty Row company. It was by Sam Newfield, who we talked about back in 44 with The Monster Maker, and he also did Dead Men Walk in 43. And I know that I mentioned PRC, but they just distributed this one, and it was actually produced by a company called Sigmund Newfield Productions. And even though their last names are spelled differently, since Sigmund is N-E-U Feld, while Sam is N-E-W Field, they were brothers. And working together, Sam was one of Hollywood's busiest directors and did 350 films in his career, more than 10 per year. Inside that gorilla suit is Ray Kerrigan, and we've talked about him before as well, since he owned a gorilla suit and he was hired to be in a bunch of movies as a stunt performer in it. This one had a specially made suit since it was white and was only used here and in one other film, Man Beast from 1956, where it became a Yeti. This one also had a working title of Congo Pongo, which I really wished it had kept because it just sounds like a much more fun film. And I'm giving this one a 2. It's mostly dull with people just traipsing through the woods, but it does have its moments, particularly when it gets to the gorilla fights near the end. Its HCS is just a 1 though, since it's a very unknown title and there's no one in here that stands out. Should you watch it, you can make this Pongo a no-no. This next one had a debut in New York City on November 23rd and then went wider, and it has a vaguely familiar title with A Game of Death. It has a boat cruising through some dangerous waters, and they say that a nearby island is cursed. On the ship is a writer and a big game hunter, but then there's trouble when the ship wrecks and then freaking explodes. Most everyone is killed, but one manages to make it to that nearby island with the cursey curse. There he finds a big mansion and heads there for shelter, where he meets Carib, who can't speak, and the castle's owner, Eric Krieger. Turns out that there's a few other people there as well, who are also in a shipwreck, and everyone is waiting for a ship to come and pick them up, which they say will take a while. Eric is obsessed with hunting, but has become bored with it, saying it's no longer a challenge, but that he's found a new game.
Mine is the most dangerous game in the world.
The most dangerous game, huh? That sounds like a good title. I guess you're gonna go with Game of Death.
That night, one of them disappears, and they hear a yell from outside, go to investigate, and it turns out that Krieger is indeed hunting them. So, Dawn, Ellen, and Bob have to team up to try to beat him at his own game. And obviously, this is yet another version of the 1924 story, The Most Dangerous Game by Richard O'Connell, and we've previously seen a take on that on 1932. This is a direct remake of that one, since they were both from RKO, but this one was directed by Robert Wise again, fresh off of The Body Snatcher, but like I mentioned there, he go on to much bigger projects. What's interesting is that the manservant Carib, played by Noble Johnson, he played the same sort of role in the other one, although he was named Ivan in that one, and they even reused footage from the 32 version, including Johnson, as well as a few other scenes featuring Fay Wray, although the reused scenes were outtakes. They were originally going to just call this the Most Dangerous Game as well, but then changed it to a Game of Death, although no reason has been given as to why. One other change of note, given the time period, is that they changed the villain from Count Zaroff, a Russian, to Erich Krieger, a German. Obviously, given that the war was going on while they were filming this, it seemed like an obvious switch, but I guess little did they know as they were shooting that by the time the film was released, the war would be over. And this is decent. It's a 3. I think the 32 version is significantly better, and if you've seen that, this just feels like more of the same, with no surprises. But it's done quite well. Its horror cultural significance is a 2 though, since it's a lesser known version of the tale, but still has some notoriety, although it doesn't feature any significant horror names. Should you watch it? Yeah, it's definitely a game worth playing. We're getting close to the end of the year now, and this next one debuted on December 7th, and it's one of the big ones with House of Dracula. The Drac is back, and it's once again John Carradine picking up the part again after he last played it in House of Frankenstein, inexplicably back to life after being dusted by the sun there. He visits a doctor and reveals to him that he's a vampire and that he's looking for a cure for his condition. Franz doesn't quite believe him, but he agrees to try anyway, and is assisted by a hunchback assistant, played by Jane Addams, who is actually the OG Vicky Vale. Turns out that someone else needs the doc's help, and it's Larry Talbot, again played by Lon Chaney Jr., but he ends up turning himself into the authorities. Inspector Holtz is our old friend Lionel Atwill, who we haven't seen since earlier on in this year, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, but it's going to be the last time that we see him. Talbot transforms, and Franz sees it and again tries to help him too. They discover the remains of the Frankenstein monster, last seen sinking into a swamp, and the doc attempts to revive him, but is then talked out of it. Things get tricky when the Count seduces Franz's other assistant and turns the doc into a vamp, with everything winding up at the castle, eventually facing off against the monster as well. And this is the latest entry in the Universal Monster Saga and was again directed by Earl C. Kenton, who did House of Dracula as well as Ghost of Frankenstein, and was originally going to be titled Wolfman vs. Dracula and would have had Bela Lugosi back as Dracula. However, there were a couple of delays, including censor issues that held it up, and they ended up going with Kenton and a different script. It used much of the same crew from House of Frankenstein and brought Glenn Strange back to play the monster, and had Atwill come back to play yet another different police inspector. Shortly after filming this one, though, Atwill would pass away from bronchial cancer, and had 2 other films released afterwards, but this was the final horror film for the great actor that's shown up so many times in the 30s and 40s projects. The reviews for it weren't that great, with most basically just saying there was more of the same, but it did pretty well, earning a profit at somewhere between $250K and $500K. Sadly though, it performed softer than the other big horror releases of the year and did better than those from the smaller studios. It would go on to become the end of the line for several of the characters, at least outside of comedy. After this, Universal Saga would focus on other characters, like the She-Wolf, and later on, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, although these guys would show back up again in the Abbott and Costello Meet the Monsters films, which we'll discuss as the decade goes on. And I actually find this one kind of blah, so it's a 2.5 from me. It feels like a retread of House of Frankenstein, and to be honest, it's pretty boring. Its HCS is a 3.5 since it's the culmination of the 3-character series, the final Atwill horror film, and an all-star cast. Should you watch it? Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but it's a part of the franchise, so it should be checked out.
I will never tell. That's right, Siegfried. You never will. Help! Help!
1 week later, on December 13th, we're almost at the ending of the year, and here's another low-budget flick with Woman Who Came Back. It starts with telling us about the Salem witch trials, but it's set in modern times as an old woman boards a bus and freaks out another woman right before it goes off the road and plunges into a river. The woman, Lorna, survives and tells them about the woman, but they never recover her body. And they don't believe that she was there, including her boyfriend, played by John Loder, who we just saw in Game of Death. Lorna starts noticing strange things, like flowers dying near her, and she starts to believe that the old woman was a witch who made a deal with the devil. And she finds a book that says that the witch will pass her spirit into the body of a young woman, and believes that she is now that woman. She becomes obsessed with the idea, causing problems with Matt and freaking out little kids, but when the townspeople start to actually believe that she may be the witch, it looks like history might repeat itself. And this is one from Republic again, and directed by Walter Combs. It was only his second directing gig, and he'd only do 9 films, but did more as a producer. It's of note that one of his later films was called The Burning Cross and was a movie about the growing threat of the KKK, and is a great example of an early politically motivated film. And this was originally going to be titled The Web, which makes me wonder if Lorna was actually a madam, and it was clearly done because of the success of Val Lewton's flicks, since it utilizes his whole style of film. There's a moment when Lorna is walking down the street and hears the sounds of a dog collar jingling behind her that's ripped straight out of Cat People, but there's really not much information about how well it performed or the critical reviews. And I like this, it's a 3. It starts out great, but does lose steam for a bit, although it wraps things up in a pretty interesting way. Weird and enjoyable. Its HCS is just a 1 though, since it's not known at all and doesn't really feature much in the way of horror names, and it didn't dent the genre. Should you watch it? Yeah, I'd come back to this woman. The final film of 45 arrived 1 day later, on the 14th, and we're going to close out the year with The Pillow of Death. It begins with this grumpy old couple, and they have their sister over for dinner, but then we meet Wayne, an attorney, and he's having an affair with his secretary. One night he comes home and finds out that his wife has been murdered, suffocated with no signs of struggle. Seems like before she died, she was getting into the occult, befriending a psychic, and reading books about suicide. He's arrested for the murder, and his secretary backs his alibi, but there's some missing time in which he could have been there to kill her. Donna's aunt seems particularly keen on him being the killer, and they all have a seance to contact her with the help of that psychic, and her voice accuses Wayne of the murder, but appears to be a scam. Later, though, Wayne hears her voice calling to him, but then more people start dying in that same manner, leading to a mystery and ghosts. And this was another Universal film, but also part of that whole Inner Sanctum Mysteries thing that I was talking about earlier. It was actually the final entry of the series, and again was based on the radio show with that same name, and is the only one of the 6 that doesn't start with the whole floating head and the crystal ball thing. This was directed by Wallace Fox, and we last saw him with Bowery at Midnight and The Corpse Vanishes, but looking at the rest of his filmography after this one, it seems like it'll be the last time that we see his work, because everything else looks like westerns. It's a really weird film because it's all predicated on a twist ending, and there's a bunch of red herrings thrown at you that don't lead anywhere, which makes for a kind of bizarre viewing experience. And I'm giving this a 2.5. I like that you never really know where it's going, but I'll admit that I found the finale to be a bit silly, and not in the best way, in a way that doesn't make much sense. Its HCS is a 1.5 since it's not much talked about, and again, is pretty obscure, but it's a part of the Inner Sanctum series and has Chaney in it. Should you watch it? Perhaps. I mean, it's an okay, if not earth-shattering watch. This year starts off with a film that had a premiere on January 1st and then went wider on the 2nd, and we're kicking 46 off with The Strangler of the Swamp. It has a little boat with a couple of guys in it, and they're lugging around a mostly nude fella. You know, like you do. It seems that they recovered the body out in the swamp, and there's a rash of victims, all strangled. There's a local legend of a ferryman named Douglas who was accused of murder and was hanged for it, although he swore that he was innocent and cursed the town. They say that he's now returned from the dead and is getting revenge on those that did him in. The local women say that they can break the curse by sacrificing one of the intended victims or one of his family, but the new ferryman isn't willing to be the one to offer himself up. That night, though, the spirit of Douglas shows up before him and he accidentally strangles himself with a rope. But then Maria comes back to town and finds out that her father has been killed by the strangler and decides to take up his gig of running the ferry. There, she meets the dashing young Christian, and we have to talk about this guy. He's played by Blake Edwards, and he had a run of acting gigs at this time period, but ended his in front of the camera career in the 60s. Then he switched over entirely to writing and directing, and this man is responsible for some of the all-time greats. He did Breakfast at Tiffany's, almost all of the Pink Panthers, at least the fun ones, and was even nominated for an Oscar in 1982's Victor Victoria. But here he is in Strangler of the Swamp. Turns out that he's one of those descendants that Douglas would be after, so it's up to Maria and Christian to figure out the mystery of the curse and survive the Strangler. And this is another Poverty Row entry from PRC, the Producers Releasing Corporation, and it was directed by Frank Wismar. He was German, and most of his earlier works were done in Germany, but his works were frowned upon by the Nazi regime, so he had to leave. He headed off to the US, but could only find work with the super low-budget studios, and later found some success in television. After the war, he was finally able to return to his homeland and continued his career there. This one was actually a remake of a film that he had previously made in Germany called Farmin Maria, and had some decent reviews, although it didn't leave all that big of a mark. And I like this well enough. It's a 3. The story's a bit thin, but it's giving you more atmosphere than the typical Poverty Row production, and that swamp setting works out in its favor. Its horror cultural significance is a 1.5 though, since it's not well known at all and didn't really impact the industry, but it had a touch of notoriety and an early role for Edwards. Should you watch it? Yeah, put your hand on it, maybe somewhere in the neck region. This next one had a special screening in Los Angeles on January 4th, but then had a broader release a month later on February 1st, and it's another PRC release with The Flying Serpent. The opening has a scrawl that tells us about the Aztecs and the feathered serpent god that they worshipped, Quetzalcoatl. Our boy George Zucco is on hand for the first appearance of the year, and he goes down into a cave, and Q is there. And if you're expecting something like a pterodactyl sort of thing flying around New York, you're not getting that here. It's a little bird-looking thing that Dr. Forbes has locked up in a cage, and he says that for 5 years he's had it there. He has a daughter, and he's generally rude to everyone all around, and he drops one of Q's feathers on the ground. It's taken by Dr. Lambert, who notes that it's a very rare feather, which is pretty amazing just on sight, and he says it's half bird and half reptile. Then, Forbes goes back to the cave and unleashes the bird through a door in the roof, and it flies away, and, I mean, look at this little guy. It's adorable. I mean, well, maybe not, because it locates Lambert, still with the feather, and it kills him. The mystery of his death becomes a hot news item, and reporter Richard Thorpe declares that he's going to solve what happened to him, which causes Forbes to decide to get feathery again. And like I mentioned, this is also from PRC, but it was directed by Sam Newfield, and we've encountered him already with White Pongo and The Monster Maker. But for all of you MST3K fans out there, Newfield is the guy who directed I Accuse My Parents. Based on the plot of a mad doctor who has a winged creature at his disposal that he sends out to kill people by marking them in some way, this has frequently been compared to The Devil Bat, another PRC film that featured nearly the exact same plot except with Bela Lugosi and a giant bat instead of a bird reptile. Considering that that film was one of the company's biggest sellers, it's no surprise that they repeated that formula here with different details. It wasn't that warmly received because of those similarities, and critics just called it a rehash, but it seems like it did okay, even if there's not much information available about it. And I think this is silly fun. It's a 3. Sure, it's not that original, but it's short, moves quickly, and every time that little guy is on screen, I'm loving it. Its significance is just a 2 since it's gotten a bit of attention, but not a whole lot, and was mostly just referred to as a ripoff than having its own stake in things. Should you watch it? Yeah, trust me, watching that bird thing flap down with its little screech is worth your time. Coming up next is one that would have a premiere on January 10th, but then went much wider a couple of weeks later on February 1st, and it's Shock. We have a woman arriving at a hotel looking to meet up with her husband after being apart for 2 years, but they say that he's not there. She stays the night anyway and has a dream that Paul is calling to her, and this giant doorknob. She sees the couple next door arguing about getting a divorce, and the husband is Dr. Phibes. She witnesses him clubbing her over the head with a candlestick, killing her, and the next morning, Paul actually arrives. Unfortunately, when he enters, he finds her catatonic, in a state of shock.
It's in the title.
They decide to call in a local doctor whose expertise is in patients dealing with shock, but it turns out that that doctor is Edward Lionheart. He quickly figures out what she saw, so he recommends checking her into his sanitarium out in the country, where it seems like she sort of remembers what happened. Turns out that Dr. Cross had a plan with his mistress to kill his wife, and now to erase Janet's memory of the instance by driving her further into madness. Trouble abounds when another prisoner gets loose and goes on the attack, and they try to drive her further and further into her shock, with only Paul's presence to help her hold on to her sanity. This one was directed by Alfred L. Werker, and this is his first appearance here on the project, and a lot of his other work was in comedy. This particular entry was from 20th Century Fox, one of their rare dips into the genre in this time period. It was done on a decent budget of $350,000, but had some interesting backlash when it was released. After all, World War II had just ended a little bit ago, and soldiers and people at home, and people in general, were still dealing with the traumatic overload of it all. Some critics complained that this film portrayed psychiatrists as villains, possibly tainting people's views of them and holding them back from seeking any sort of treatment for things that they need to deal with. Regardless, it was profitable and earned close to $1 million in ticket sales and served to further cement Vincent Price as a real player in the horror world. And this one's okay, it's a 2.5. The setup is great, and anytime that Price makes an appearance, you know you're in for some good stuff, but the story hits a rut and doesn't go anywhere after a while, and the ending is extremely anticlimactic. Its HCS is a 2 since it is an early Price role and it did get some attention, but not that much, and it's not as well known as its contemporaries. Should you watch it? If you're a Price fan, then yes, but it's honestly somewhat unnecessary.
I could give her 4 injections. Then with the last one, an overdose.
A little over a week later, on January 19th, we have another one that was released by Monogram, with the release of The Face of Marble. We begin with a scientist hard at work in his lab, and it's once again John Carradine. After dominating 44 and 45, let's see how many times he appears here. He and his assistant are doing experiments on dead men, and he intends to be able to restore people back to life by brain transferal, and his helper is worried that the police may frown on his actions. They retrieve a young man who died in a boat crash during a storm, and it seems to work, except their revived man is insane. The doc's daughter also lives there, and she's kind of freaked out about what they're up to. And so is the dog, because dogs know about this stuff.
If you try some sort of experiment with reviving the dead, your dog is going to be pissed.
Turns out that the police are actually interested, and the Randolphs have a butler, and it's Willie Best again. And we haven't seen him since 42's The Hidden Hand. When it seems like things may be getting a little too hot, David wants to knock it off, but Charles won't hear it and continues with his experiments. And when the dog dies, it becomes their newest test subject. It comes back wrong, and also bulletproof and intangible? It gets loose and starts causing trouble out in the world, and it's up to the doc to figure out what to do, while also being oblivious to the fact that David and Elaine are in love. And this is yet another monogram entry that was handled by William Bodine, who had previously directed Crazy Nights, Voodoo Man, Ghosts on the Loose, The Ape Man, and several others that we've covered here. He was the monogram go-to guy, not only for horror, but for the comedies and crime stuff that they churned out as well. And here's a funny bit with casting. A good deal of the plot revolves around David being Doc's young assistant and his fling with Charles's daughter, but Robert Shane was actually a good 5 years older than Carradine. This is one that there's hardly any information on at all floating around out there in regards to how well it did or what people thought of it, but it never really made that big of a name for itself, and as a Poverty Row quickie, it's likely it wasn't a major hit. And I think it's okay. It's another 2.5. It's crazy how it keeps changing. It's a bit Frankenstein, and then it's ghost dogs, but then it's voodoo women. I just wish it felt a little bit more cohesive, though. Its significance is just a 1, though, since it's practically completely unknown and only Carradine's name to distinguish it. But since he was in so many films around this time, that doesn't amount to much. Should you watch it? I mean, since it's so odd, I'd say it's worth a look.
Police? Uh-huh. Homicide squad.
If you look for homicide, we ain't got none.
A mere 1 day later, on January 20th, we get a film that would get a wider release a couple of weeks later on February 7th, and it's The Spiral Staircase. A woman is watching a movie but gets up to leave and goes to her room upstairs, where a man in her closet comes out and kills her. It seems that it's the third in a string of similar killings in the area, and Doc Perry stops by to investigate, and he's Kent Smith, who we just saw in the Cat People movies. He gives a ride to Helen, a young mute woman who loves the movies, and she's a Swiss Robinson. And just a couple of years after this, Dorothy McGuire would be nominated for an Oscar. Helen lives in this big old spooky mansion where she works as a caretaker for old Mrs. Warren, and she's Ethel Barrymore, part of the Barrymore royalty of film line. She's the sister of Lionel and John and great aunt to Drew Barrymore. She's a cranky old lady, but she's got this adorable little Bubs right here, and then there's other servants working there as well. It seems as if the police have tracked the murderer to somewhere around the Warrens' residence, and her son is on hand too, who's having a fling with his secretary. When Mrs. Warren's condition worsens, they call Doc Perry, and she urges him to take Helen and get her out of the house. We discover that Helen was rendered voiceless when her parents died, and Perry wants to help her work through it, and Blanche decides that she's going to go with them, out of the house. As she's gathering her things, though, she's attacked by the killer, someone she recognizes, and is killed. But who is the killer? And who's next? And this one's another one from RKO, and was a bit more prestigious of a release. The director is Robert Shabmak, who we last saw back in '43 with Son of Dracula. It was adapted from a novel called Some Must Watch from 1933 and was given a nice budget of $750K and had some odd publicity while filming. It seemed that McGuire vanished during filming and no one could find her on set for around 20 minutes before discovering that she had simply accidentally locked herself in one of the rooms in the basement. It was a nice success, having a decent box office run and in making more in the aftermarkets. It received massive acclaim, though, getting a run of glowing reviews, but also netting a Best Supporting Actress nomination for Barrymore, although she didn't win. Since release, the film has gone on to be widely discussed in terms of atmosphere and mixture of film noir aesthetics with horror. And this is a great one, and I'm giving it a 4. And I guess I'm just into RKO flicks in general. They have the mood that I'm looking for. And this is a great story with every performance being top notch. Its significance is a 3 since it's had a major impact on the film world, but it's never crossed over into being a cultural phenomenon, and isn't one that's widely seen outside of film buffs. Should you watch it? Hell yes, climb this staircase.
All right, Carlton. Go away.
This one debuted with a premiere in Missouri on February 28th, but then it went wider on March 22nd, and we're looking at The Spider-Woman Strikes Back, which is not a sequel, and we'll talk about that shortly. We have Jean here, and she's just moved back into her old hometown, and she's Brenda Joyce, who we saw last year in Pillow of Death. Immediately after arriving, Hal here comes on to her, extremely strong, and he gives her a lift to the house where she's going to work. There, the door is answered by Mario, and it's Rondo Hatton again, and we just saw him in 45 in The Jungle Captive. She's working for a blind woman named Zenobia, played by Gail Sondergaard, who was also in a movie in 1943 called The Spider-Woman, and again, we'll get back to it. Jean finds out that she's replacing a woman named Betty that left because she was wary of Mario. As she settles in, we see that at night, while Jean sleeps, an actually not blind Zenobia is coming into her room, drawing blood, and then taking it down to feed her living plant. She then takes some sort of secretion from the plant and is using that to make some sort of formula. There's then a series of cattle deaths in the town, which worries the authorities, but Jean starts to figure out that something is up and starts to unravel the secret of the Spider-Woman. And this is from Universal, and like I mentioned, Sondergaard was in a 43 film called The Spider-Woman, and that was a Sherlock Holmes story that was a part of the Basil Rathbone series. But this film has nothing at all to do with that one, even though the marketing really tried to make it seem like it was a sequel. They cast the actress and called the film Strikes Back, but she's playing a different character with a different name, and there's nary a Watson in sight. The intention was to build the Spider-Woman up as their next big monster character and form a series around her, and they got Arthur Lubin to direct. We saw him previously with the 43 Phantom of the Opera, and also the Abbott and Costello film, Hold That Ghost. But he didn't really want to do this one. He said he hated it, and was told that he would be put on suspension if he didn't do it. So he relented. Unfortunately, the series never went forward because this one was a flop and is considered to have been what essentially killed off the second wave of Universal monsters. And it's not bad, but it's a little dull, so it's a 2.5. The setup is pretty bonkers, and such an odd plan. But then it doesn't do much with any of it, so it just feels like killing time until the finale. Its significance is a 2, since it's a Universal monster flick, even though it didn't ever take off, and had some known faces in it, but it's still fairly unknown, and it helped kill off monster movies of the era. Should you watch it? Perhaps as a sort of a peek into what might have been if they were able to make this into the franchise that they wanted. We're headed on to March 29th now, and it's another Universal flick with the arrival of House of Horrors. It has a cat, so it gets points right away, and it's owned by a starving artist, a sculptor who is having trouble getting anyone to take his work seriously. He gets so flustered that he decides to end it all, but just before he does, he sees a man drowning in the river and saves him, and it's Rondo again for back-to-back appearances. After recovering, though, he just gets up, goes onto the street, and kills a woman, snapping her spine in two. The police say that it looks like the work of the Creeper, but they think that he's dead, drowned. But then things get a little tricky when Marcel forms a bond with the Creeper and decides to make a sculpture of him, and then has him go out and kill those who criticize his work. But when Joan, an art critic, starts to figure it all out, it's up to her to bring it all to light and to stop the Creeper. And this was another entry in what Universal was gearing up to be their next round of monster films to carry on the tradition that they began with Drac and Frank and the crew. Besides the Spider-Woman, they decided to make the Creeper one of their new villains. It was actually the second film to feature a character named the Creeper with Hatton in the role. There was another Sherlock Holmes film from '44 called The Pearl of Death, and the actor played a man called the Creeper there. But much like Spider-Woman Strikes Back, this is unconnected and is just a pseudo-sequel. Jean Yarbrough was brought on to direct, and we haven't seen him since '41 with King of the Zombies, but he'll be a little bit more present as we go through the rest of the year. What's interesting is that originally the police lieutenant may have been played by Kent Taylor, but during filming he says he became upset with the way that they were treating Rondo and felt that he was being exploited, and he quit. However, when the film's call sheets were reviewed, it seems as if the part was only ever played by Bill Goodwin, so it's unknown how true this story is. It was decently reviewed though and was considered a step up from the direction of the other Universal entries and did pretty well. And I like it as well, even if it's a bit standard, so I'll go with a 3. Hatton is a great villain and dominates the screen when he's on it, but the story itself doesn't do much new, even if it remains enjoyable enough through the runtime. Its HCS is a 2.5 since it's got a little bit more attention, had Hatton in there, and was also a part of the Universal second wave, but it's just not all that known and isn't regarded anywhere near as much as any of the forerunners. Should you watch it? Yeah, stop by this house and say hi. Get ready for a weird one since we're headed back into PRC land for a strange sequel that arrived on my birthday, April 15th, and it's The Devil Bat's Daughter. It has a woman being dropped off at the police station by a cabbie, and she's in some sort of hypnotic state. She's said to have been found at the Carruthers place, the home of Paul Carruthers from the 1941 film The Devil Bat, although it's been said to have been empty for years. They determine that she's in some sort of shock and starts to ask her about her identity, and she's plagued by dreams of giant bats and flees the hospital. It turns out that her name is Nina, and she's played by Rosemary LaPlanche, and we just saw her in Strangler of the Swamp, but what I didn't mention there is that she landed a bunch of acting roles due to being crowned Miss America in 1941, and although she was in a number of RKO pictures in a couple of years earlier, she turned to the Poverty Row Studios by this point. It turns out that Nina starts to remember who she is and why she thinks that birds are bats, and they realize that her pops was actually Carruthers, the man they referred to as the Devil Bat. She seems to think that he's still alive and is haunting her, although her doctor, Doc Morris, tries to convince her otherwise. She stays with the Morrises while she recovers, and she starts a relationship with a man named Ted, who has just returned from the army. But her dreams continue, and when the doc's wife is murdered, it looks like Nina may be suspect number 1. So is she going down the same road as her father, or is something else at bat?
Yes, I said at bat. Sue me.
So this one was also by Frank Wisbar, who we just talked about with Strangler of the Swamp, and even though it's billed as the sequel to The Devil Bat, it's very loosely connected at best. There's no returning cast members, and the story is completely different, so you could see this one with no prior knowledge of the earlier film. Even weirder, it decides to retcon the events of the first film to make Lugosi innocent of the crimes he committed there, since that film had him as a mad scientist sending the Devil Bat out to kill for him. Here, though, they say that bats just escape on their own and killed him, and that he was innocent, so I guess this is like some sort of secondary continuity. And I'm going to go with a 2.5 here. Not much happens. It's way too low-key for a follow-up to a fun and silly movie, but it's not without its charms. The significance is a 2 since it's barely known and never really spoken of outside of mentions of what a strange follow-up that it is. Should you watch it? Likely not, although you won't be mad if you do. Just a few days later, on April 20th, we have another one from Republic Pictures, who have been a bit quiet this year, and this one is The Catman of Paris. Shocker of shockers, it's set in Paris. and a famous writer, Charles, has come back to the city, and everyone is excited to see him. He's not feeling well, though, and chooses to head home early. Soon after, a man is killed out on the street, and it's a man who was carrying secret documents involved in a political trial, but he was clawed to death, like cat claws. Renier's book was related to that trial, so he's considered a suspect in the death, so they go to talk to him. He also has a romantic interest in a Marie Audet, but also a past lover with Marguerite, but she ends up the next victim of the Cat Man. The problem is that Charles has been having blackouts and is not remembering where he's been, so he's blamed for the murders, leading him to have brawls and going on the run. Marie believes in him, but even Charles isn't sure that he did it. But did he? Is he the Catman of Paris, as opposed to that Catman of Toronto, or even Thomas Blake?
Look it up.
It seems that there's stories about a human that takes on the characteristics of a cat that would manifest every 50 years, and that happens to be the right time frame, and they think that he's their guy. This one was Republic's attempt to catch up to the other big boys when it came to their horror output. RKO was making big bucks during this period, and of course so was Universal, and a lot of their stuff was done for double features as they were popular. This movie was the studio's first go at doing a movie that was specifically made to run as a double feature, and was done in conjunction with Valley of the Zombies, which we'll discuss very soon. Republic was mostly known for action films like their westerns right around here, so this film features some aspects of that, like a saloon fistfight. The director was Leslie Salander, who we encountered back in '45 with The Vampire's Ghost, and he'd later move heavily into the TV market. This one got some soft reviews, with most complaining about the pacing and saying it was a ripoff of Werewolf of London, but it seems like it performed alright, even without box office numbers to show it. And it's okay, it's a 2.5. It's rather slow, but there's enough action sequences to perk things up every once in a while, but it's lacking the mood and tone of some of its competitors, and it suffers from that lack of style. Its significance is a 2, since it's not much known and doesn't really feature any prominent faces, either in front of or behind the camera. Should you watch it? Possibly. It sort of has a cat in it. I mean, a cat man, but I guess a cat nonetheless. Now let's go to a movie that I almost miss and had to go back and add this in after the video was mostly done, and on May 10th there was Bedlam. It's set in 1761, and a man is trying to escape an asylum, but is thwarted and dies. There's then rich Lord Mortimer, and it turns out that the man was a friend of his, so he calls on the man who runs the place, and it turns out that it's Boris Karloff for his only horror appearance of the year. In fact, it was the only film that he did at all in '46. Mortimer is quite mad at Sims that his friend died in his care, and he sends his protege Nell to check out the show that Sims says that he's going to put on for him. Nell is Anna Lee, who would much later on become a staple of daytime TV on General Hospital, where she played a character for 25 years. The show is exploitative, so Nell talks to a local politician about getting involved to fix what they're doing. Because it could hurt both of their reputations, both Sims and Mortimer scheme to have her committed to Bedlam, Sims's asylum, and they're able to do so by showing she's insane because she refuses to accept a large amount of money for a bird she owns. And if that sounds far-fetched to you, well, read up on women in history. Sims plans to use the tortures of the institution to drive her mad and punish her, but Nell's sympathy and compassion turn the tide in her favor, and soon Sims might end up a victim himself. And this is another RKO production produced by Val Lewton, who had a solid streak of films in this era, and would be his final collaboration with the studio. It was directed by Mark Robson, and he had previously done The Seventh Victim and Isle of the Dead for him, so his artistic flair gets a ton of credit here as well. The budget was $350K, and the opening credits say that it was inspired by a series of paintings by William Hogarth called A Rake's Progress, and they even give him a writing credit for it. In this time frame, Karloff had left Universal, believing the Frankenstein saga and the Universal monsters had run their course, and he liked the artier approach that Lewton was bringing. He was said to have referred to the producer as the man who rescued him from the living dead and restored his soul in a way. Unfortunately, the film was a bust at the box office and it lost money, indicating that this era of horror was clearly fading out. And I'll go 3.5 here, even though this may be my least favorite Lewton-led flick, it's still really solid and a good, albeit slow watch. Karloff is fantastic as well, and one of the last times that we'll see him in the decade. The HCS is a 2 since it's a part of that RKO run, and had Karloff, but it's not that well known and didn't make as big of a splash as some of the others did. Should you watch it? Yes, it's basically a madhouse.
This Paragon, Lord Mortimer.
We're into May now, and on the 17th there was another delivery from Universal, one a touch more noted than the others that we had here, and it's The She-Wolf of London. Seems that there was this curse called the Allenby Curse, and it's set at the turn of the century. We meet the young Miss Allenby, and it's danger, danger, Maureen Robinson, and she's with her fiancé, Barry. The police are there investigating reports of a man who claimed that he was attacked by a female wolf that looked like a human, like a possible werewolf. Hearing this upsets Phyllis, and she lives in this big spooky mansion with her aunt and cousin. But Aunt Martha reveals that they're not actually related to Phyllis, and only agreed to raise her, and that the mansion and inheritance all belong to her. But when Phyllis starts finding blood in her bed, she starts to believe that she's actually that wolf woman out on the prowl, and confides in Martha, who tells her to keep quiet about it. Things ramp up when a little boy is killed in the park, seemingly by a wild animal, which drives Phyllis deeper into her depression, and she calls off the wedding. Next, a policeman falls prey to the she-wolf, and Barry starts to think that something fishy is going on, and has to determine just who is that she-wolf of London, as opposed to that she-wolf of Johnstown, PA. That's my ex. The police go on high alert to stop this werewolf in its tracks, but Barry has plans of his own. And this is yet another film from Jean Yarbrough from just a couple of movies ago with House of Horrors, and it was another that was done with the intentions of being the prime film in a double feature. Considering the title, you'd likely think that this was another attempt to create a Universal monster character for another sort of franchise, but it's not quite what you think since there's no actual werewolf featured in the film, and it's a different sort of mystery. Like a bunch of the Universal output around here, it was not loved by critics at all, and the reviews were harsh, although there was some love for the scenery on display. What's interesting is that there was a TV show in the early 90s called She-Wolf of London that lasted for 2 seasons, but it's only taking the title, and there's no plot similarities. The original has never taken on the notoriety that its cohorts did, mainly because of the lack of delivering on the promise of its title. And I get that, but it's not a bad watch, so I'll give it a 2.5. I'll be honest, it's pretty easy to guess what's going on, so it becomes a bit tiresome waiting for the reveal, but they do enough interesting things with canted angles and taking advantage of all those lavish sets to keep it interesting. Its HCS is a 2.5 as well, since it's a title that got a bit notoriety, but still hasn't been seen all that much and doesn't feature much in the way of genre stars, but it did have Lockhart. Should you watch it? Perhaps. I mean, it's a decent flick with some nice performances, but it's also nothing special. Well, I said that one was a double feature. Here's that second part, because on the same day, May 17th, there was also The Cat Creeps. A letter is delivered to a newspaper from a woman named Cora, who claims that she can prove the identity of the murderer of a man named Eric, and there's a good deal of money involved, so they send out young reporter Terry to investigate. He's not happy about the gig because one of the suspects is a man running for senator, and he's dating his daughter. And the guy's worried about being suspected of murder, well, could hurt his chances in an election, because it was a time where that would. He claims he's innocent, but also hires a private investigator to help out. Terry has a partner, and it's Rockford, and the pair of them take a boat to Cora's Island, where he's hanging out with her kitty. A whole group is headed out there, but when they arrive, it seems like someone got there first, since the old lady is knocked out on the floor. When she mutters in her sleep about the location of the money, everyone is keen to find it, but before she can give any more information, someone shows up to kill her. But then Kira arrives, and she's the murdered man's daughter, and she says that the cat contains a spirit that won't rest until her father's killer is uncovered. It's then a bunch of suspicions and shady revelations as Terry tries to uncover the mystery and maybe find that money. And since this was the double feature of that double bill with She-Wolf of London, it was also by Universal Studios and shot at the same time. It was directed by Earl C. Kenton, the director of House of Frankenstein and House of Dracula, and he was very firmly in the Universal contract stable. As you can sort of see from this crop of films from them, they were putting less and less effort behind their horror entries by this point, because interest in the genre was waning in general. Even though it shares the title with a 1930 movie called The Cat Creeps, it's apparently not a remake and has a completely different storyline. This one was not well received and was referred to as a typical B movie with a standard old creepy house plotline. And I mostly agree, so I'm going to go with a 2.5 on it, but it just feels like something that we've seen around a dozen times already and done with more style and atmosphere. The significance is just a 1.5 since it's not much mentioned, and considering it's part of the Universal roster, doesn't have any of the names or faces the people discuss with those. Should you watch it? I'd say not really, but it has a cat in it, so yes. Back when I talked about Catman of Paris, I mentioned that it was part of a double feature, and we got that second number on May 24th, and it's Valley of the Zombies. Things kick off with a nurse at work at night, and her guy friend Terry is there, but both of them are informed that there's been a series of thefts at the hospital where someone has been stealing blood. Terry is a doctor, and he's Robert Livingston, who is mostly known for playing in a ton of westerns. And then that night, Doc Maynard is approached by a doc man named Merks, who tells him that he wants blood, and he claims that the doc put him in an institution 5 years ago. There's a flashback to when he was put away and they had to operate on him with him dying on the table. It turns out the reports of his death were greatly exaggerated, and he claims that he's discovered a world of living death. He calls it the Valley of the Zombies, and says that he now requires fresh blood and kills Maynard. He also kills his assistant, and the police are perplexed but think that Terry and Susan have something to do with it and are forced to let them go. In order to clear their own names, they start to check things out on their own and find details about Merks that lead them to an old spooky estate. They go inside but soon find themselves coming face to face with Merks and the Valley of the Zombies, except for one thing. There's no zombies here, none of the Romero type, of course, but also none of the voodoo style either. It's just Merks as the villain, and he's closer to a vampire than anything else. And again, this was the second part of that Republic double feature, their attempt to jump into the horror market. Philip Ford handled this one. It was only the third film of his career. The two that he did before this were crime thrillers, and this would be the only entry in his roster that fell into the horror category. On a minor note, Ian Keith, the actor who played Merks, had been in the industry since the 20s, but avoided work in the horror realm. However, he was in the running to play Dracula in the 1931 version and made it pretty far in the audition process, although clearly they ended up going with Lugosi instead. The reviews weren't awful, but they weren't very favorable either, with most complaining that there was a distinct lack of zombies in it and that the plot wasn't really giving us anything new. Seems like it did well enough though, but didn't really stand out in terms of its legacy. And this is a small step up, so it's a 3. Like, sure, it's a standard plot, but it's got some style to it, and Merckx is a great villain and steals the show. Its HCS is a 1.5 though, since it's not spoken of at all, and we have no real names to attach to it, so it's mostly fallen by the wayside. Should you watch it? Probably. It's a solid bit of fun.
I think I need a drink.
I think I need one too. Let's get a zombie.
We're going to fast forward all the way to August 24th now, as the year starts to wind down, and let's head back into Silly Land with Spooks Busters, because busted makes me feel good. We have a graduation and a group of fellas have on their hats and gowns, and this is a comedy group known as the Bowery Boys, and they're getting their diploma from an exterminator school. They start up a new business, weirdly inside of a diner called Louie's Sweet Shop, because I suppose sometimes you need a bite to eat and some bugs zapped? They get hired for a big job from a realty company, and they head out to the location, which is this big spooky mansion. They go in and it's dark and creepy, and it turns out that what they're hired to exterminate isn't rats or roaches, and instead they're supposed to get rid of the ghosts that are haunting it. But, of course, very quickly it's revealed, like in all these comedies involving haunted house, there's no ghosts, and it's actually a mad scientist who's operating out of the basement. He and his minions soon realize the boys are there and might interfere with their experiments, so they start the standard tactics to try to scare them away. These include fake portraits and keeping an eye on them. And where is this camera supposed to be? It's meant to be a hidden camera, spying on them, but it's right in front of them and actually moves to follow the action. So where was it meant to be stored? And this was another Monogram release, and we've talked about a couple of comedy teams over the course of the 40s, and the Bowery Boys were an extension of the East Side Kids, who we covered in a couple of films so far. It even has a few of the same actors, just playing new characters who are suspiciously very similar to their characters from the East Side Kids. The Bowery Boys were featured in a whopping 48 films over the course of just a decade, and this was their fourth one. It was once again directed by William Bodine, as he was heavily involved with Monogram, and we've already covered his stuff around half a dozen times, including the kids' movie Ghosts on Loose, which this entry somewhat resembles. This one introduces a new member of the Boys, and it's an actor named Gabriel Dell, who was in the previous incarnations of the troupe and would continue to appear in a number of the films afterwards. This was mildly popular, as the Boys were a popular comedy crew, and this would end up being one of the more discussed entries because of the horror comedy elements. And I've been rough on the East Side Kids stuff, but I like this one more, so I'll go 2.5 on it. It's still the same old thing that we've seen so many times with this formula, but they've got it down pretty well by this point, and it's sharper than the others, so I got more enjoyment out of it than those. Its significance is just a 2 though, since it was just one of a whole bunch of Bowery Boys adventures, and they've more or less lost their name recognition and faded. Should you watch it? Probably not, but if you're not quite as sick as the whole comedians in a fake haunted house plot, then know that this is a better one of those.
Know something? I think the little rat is ribbing me.
What'd he say? How does he know? He's talking to him in mouse code.
So this next one is more important than it seems, because on October 1st we have the release of The Brute Man. And you'll notice that it's the same credits sequence as House of Horrors, but it says PRC as opposed to Universal. Rondo Hatton is back again wearing the same outfit as the Creeper, and he introduces himself as Hal Moffat and kills a woman. It's said that he broke her back, which was the Creeper's MO, but they shot and killed him, didn't they? He goes to the apartment of Helen, a blind woman, who helps him out, and then lets him hide out there to escape the police. And in case there was any question as to whether this was meant to be the return of the Creeper character, they call him that on the news reports. When he kills off a kid from the local grocer, the police start to narrow down his location, while the townspeople get frustrated that the cops aren't able to catch him. They're able to determine his actual identity and realize that everything stems back to when he was in college and was deliberately given the wrong answers and was forced to remain after class where he was horribly disfigured in a lab accident. Because of this, he went insane and is now out for revenge with anyone that was involved in the accident. So, here's the deal with this one. Even though it said PRC in the opening, this was by Universal and was meant as the next chapter in the Creeper saga. In fact, it was meant to be a prequel leading up to the events of House of Horrors. The script was actually meant to mirror Hatton's real life since he was also a college football player before his acromegaly started to take shape. John Yarbrough, who also did House of Horrors, returned to direct this one, and filming was difficult. Hatton's issues were increasing, and the acromegaly was causing him a great deal of pain. He would have trouble focusing on the scenes and responding to actors, often forgetting lines. They finished shooting in November of 45, and Hatton died shortly after, in February of 46, before either House of Horrors or The Brute Man would be released. But then, during this time, Universal Studios was in the middle of a merger with another company, International Pictures, and the new higher-ups decided that they didn't want to continue production of B-movies. This policy meant that they would stop producing any lower-scale films, like their westerns, crime flicks, and yes, even horror, especially horror. Several films that they had already made would fall into this category, so instead of releasing them, they sold them to smaller studios, in this case PRC, who would then distribute them. Universal was especially anxious for this one to be off their hands since Rondo had already passed on, and they didn't want to be accused of exploiting him and the illness that killed him. The Poverty Row Company put it out, and it would then get a number of negative reviews, with some criticizing Hatton's performance, which seems particularly dickish. There was then a point when it was thought to be a lost film, although it has since been rediscovered and re-released, with even MST3K giving it a riffing, even though they now feel uncomfortable with the fact that they made fun of a movie in which a man is clearly sick. And I wish Rondo had gone out on a higher note, but I'm giving this a 3 even if it's just not all that great. Like, the script is too low-key and not all that interesting, although I do enjoy that they played the Creeper up as more of a sympathetic villain. I like the backstory, and he's also trying to help out Helen, which is the most interesting parts of this story. Its HCS is a 2.5, and even though it's not that well known, it gets some extra push because it's Hatton's last film and was also the ending of an era for Universal and the end of the road for their low-budget horror output. Should you watch it? I'd say yes. Again, it's not that great, but it's the film in which you're getting the most Rondo, even if it's his final one.
You can have it for,
What's the matter?
nothing. I was just going to say that you can buy it for practically nothing.
How much?
Well, to you, $12.50.
I'll take it. I'll pay you for it tomorrow.
Oh, sorry, I don't do business that way.
You don't trust me?
No, in my business, it's too expensive. Put it back, or I'll call the police.
This next one is listed as a 1947 movie since that's when it would have general release, but it had a screening in Oklahoma on December 18th, 1946, and it's Scared to Death. This one's coming at us in color, our first of the year, and there's a dead body in the morgue of a woman that has everyone perplexed because it appears as if she simply died of fright. We then get a flashback, and her name is Laura, and her father-in-law is a doctor, and he's George Zucco again, for only his second appearance here in this year, compared to being in quite a few in the previous years. Her marriage is rocky, and Ward says that she's not been the same since getting a series of letters from overseas. One day, they're visited by a man claiming to be the doc's cousin, a magician who had been traveling, and it's Bela Lugosi for the first time in 46, and that is wild. That practically every video in the 30s and 40s project had him in there in multiple times, and here he is, sneaking in a single appearance right at the end of the year. He's accompanied by an assistant named Indigo, played by Angelo Rossito, who most well known as the loving cup guy from Freaks, but he's been paired up with Lugosi several times before in Spooks Run Wild and The Corpse Vanishes, and fun fact, he's also the Master from Master Blaster from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. The Doc and his cuz seem to have a strained relationship, and the professor says that Laura is actually the former assistant of a magician named Renee. Seems that it's possible that she's not as innocent as she claims, and unless the professor is the evil one? And this was from a new production company called Screen Guild Productions, through a team called Golden Gate Pictures, and since they were new to the game, they dove in with a color picture. It used a process called Cinecolor, which was a lower-end color processing, and a number of low-budget westerns used it around this point, but not many horror films. Originally, Lionel Atwill was slated to be in this one, but he was too sick to do it, and Zuko would step into his role. Atwill died not long after. It's said to be Lugosi's first color film in which he had a starring role, since he was in one or two other color projects before this, but in a side role. This is one that there's no info on in terms of how well it did, but it looks like the reviews weren't all that favorable, with most saying that the dull script didn't deserve the color treatment. And yeah, it's pretty dull, so I'm just going to give it a 2. I wish that Lugosi and Rossetti were in it more because their scenes are the highlights, but they're just not featured enough. Its significance is the same, since it's not one that people talk about, but it's got Bella, Zuko, and Rossetti in it, and is an early color, so it's got a bit of cred. Should you watch it? You can skip it. Instead of scared to death, you'll likely be bored there. We've reached the end of the year, and this is another one that actually ran in 47, but it had a premiere on December 25th, Christmas Day in 46, and it's The Beast with 5 Fingers. We're in Italy and meet this American con man who's hanging out there, and he's bummed out to find out that this woman named Julie is leaving town. He goes to see her, and she's a nurse for this famed pianist, but he's had a stroke and has lost movement in the side of his body. He has an astrologer living with him as well, and it's Peter Lorre, who we haven't seen since 42's The Boogeyman Will Get You. But during this period, he was doing much bigger things like Casablanca and The Maltese Falcon. Ingram is rather demanding of Julie and doesn't want her to leave, but Conrad confesses that he loves her and thinks that she needs to get away from it all. When Hillary tells Ingram about their love, he attacks him and kicks him out. That night, Ingram hears some noises and climbs into his wheelchair, but has hallucinations and ends up rather spectacularly falling down the stairs and dying. The police say it's just an accident, but then trouble starts when they discover he changed his will to give everything to Julie, which his family members are upset about and plan to contest. However, that night they find their attorney dead, and someone was there playing the piano, seemingly a ghost. But then, after they check out Ingram's body in the mausoleum, they see it's missing its hand and surmise that it's possible that the hand itself may be doing the killings. And this is a rare horror film from Warner Brothers from this time frame, and is marked as their only dip into the genre in the entire decade. It was directed by Robert Florey, who we haven't seen in a while, but way back in 1932, he did The Murders in the Rue Morgue with Bela Lugosi. It was written by Kurt Schadmack, and he doesn't get enough credit for his horror contributions. He wrote a bunch of flicks for Universal, like The Invisible Man Returns, The Wolfman, Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, Son of Dracula, and others, but also did The Ape, I Walked with a Zombie, Black Friday, and lots more. Most of his work was with Universal, and he wanted to make this film there, but they were shifting away from horror, so he took it to Warner Brothers, and they agreed, even though the genre wasn't their focus either. And this is pretty solid. I'm giving this one a 3.5. The whole first half is too slow, but once it kicks in, it gets pretty wild, and Laurie kills it. Plus, the twist of the ending feels ahead of its time. The HCS is a 2.5 since it's a bit more known, mainly for being a bigger budget flick with Laurie in it, but it's still on the obscure side, and didn't really have much of an impact overall on horror. Should you watch it? Yeah, don't give this one the finger.
Can you imagine anybody believing a hand that can walk around?
How do you like that? To my own hand.
Believe it or not, but 1947 was one of the sparsest years for horror, and we don't actually have our first entry until September 18th in Paris, and we're kicking off with Fantomas. We're introduced to a young couple who are getting married, but it turns out that the man who was supposed to marry them was an imposter, and the actual mayor is dead, a victim of Fantomas, a notorious criminal. It seems that everyone thought that he was dead, but those rumors were greatly exaggerated, and it looks like the woman getting married was his daughter, and he's always wanted her to be a criminal with him, but she wants no part of it and just wants to marry Fandor. Right after, he interrupts a fancy socialite dinner to announce that he's demanding $1 billion in gold, or else he'll kill 1 million people in Paris. Fandor is a journalist reporting on the story and notes that overnight, 32 people have already died. The criminal has death traps built up and crushes some dudes in a room with a collapsing ceiling, and has a co-conspirator named Maud. In order to hide his daughter from him, they choose to have another former criminal take her and Fandor in, but when Dandy Fandy goes off to try to take down the big bad solo, it's up to Helene and Arthur to go in and get him, and try to save the day from the villain and his new invention, a death ray. So keep in mind, this was before the sci-fi boom of the 50s and after the decline of the Universal monsters, and no one was really making horror films around this time. It's possible that's due to just going through the actual horrors of World War II, and that monsters weren't that scary in comparison. But this is sort of a crime horror flick from France by a man named Jean Sacha, and was his first film. The character of Fantomas was a very popular character in French literature and had been the subject of a series of novels that began back in 1911. Although there had been several versions of the villain brought to the screen in the past, most were in the silent era, and this was the first of two in this series, with the second one coming out in 1949, although that was more of a crime drama, so we won't be covering it when we get there. The more theatrical elements of the series were toned down here, with very few instances of Fantomas wearing his trademark costume, and a focus on death rays and mad scientists. And I'm just giving this one a 2. It's unfortunately way too slow-paced, and for a film about a supervillain with devious intent on taking over the world with science weapons, it's just dull. Its HCS is just a 1.5 since it's practically unknown here in the States, and I'll only give it the extra 0.5 for being a part of history for a decently well-known character. Should you watch it? You can pass. Our next one is our only other entry for 1947, and it came out in the UK on October 8th, and it looks like it didn't get a US run until 1951, and it's Uncle Silas. It's set in 1815, and we meet young Caroline, and her father talk about their infamous Uncle Silas, who has a hell of a reputation. There's some wild stuff going on, like some sort of mad woman running up to the house in the rain, and she also gets a new governess who is more strict than she'd like. She's aggressive enough that Caroline is legitimately afraid of her, but she also does suspicious stuff like snooping around the documents at night. She's caught though, and fired, but the question is raised as to where she got the key to get into the cabinets, with Papa realizing that she likely obtained it from none other than Silas. Right after, he passes away, and at his will reading, Silas sends a representative to find out about his allowance. However, it's said that he's also made Caroline's sole guardian until she's either 21 or married. But if she were to die before that time is up, then Silas would get everything. When she finally comes face to face with her uncle, he's certainly an oddball with wild hair, but seems rather kind to Caroline. But it seems like he also has ulterior motives, and also a son with a mean streak. The old manor has secrets as well, and it looks like the plan is to kill Caroline in order to get the whole shebang for himself. And as I said earlier, there's not much horror going on right now, and this one could even fall into the drama category or thriller if it weren't for a few scenes that seemed more interested in scaring you than anything else. It was directed by Charles Frank, and like Jean-Sacha, this was also Frank's first directing gig. It was based on a novel from 1864 called Uncle Silas by J. Sheridan Le Fanu, and it was a touch more lavish than other UK productions at this time. The cost was £366,000, which was the equivalent of around $1 million, and did get that US release a few years later, although here it was titled The Inheritance. It was a bomb, though, in both countries, only earning back around a third of the budget and then fell into obscurity. And this is pretty good. It's a 3. It's a little slow at times, but not boringly so, and Silas is just such a fun and devious character, as is Madame de la Rougierre. Its horror cultural significance is just a 1, though, since it's completely unknown now and doesn't really have any horror stars of note. Should you watch it? Yeah, but keep in mind that it's a touch dry. We're moving into 1948 now, and we're still not back in America since this is another British film, although it debuted in Hungary on February 23rd, making it to the UK on April 12th, and eventually the US on July 24th, and it's Corridor of Mirrors. We're introduced to a woman in a large estate with several children, and she has a secret as she sneaks off to see her lover. He sends her telegrams on where to meet, leading her to Madame Tussaud's, and spots a wax figure of a man said to have killed his lover and was hanged. There's then a flashback to 7 years earlier, and that killer is out at a nightclub and encounters Mifani, and she's transfixed by him right away. And yes, her name is Mifanwy. Mifanwy, a name I have never heard before, but it looks to be a Welsh name. Manjin becomes obsessed with her, saying that they were lovers in previous lives back in the Renaissance. They begin to see each other, and she feels like he's turning her into another person, and he starts to get more controlling. He also has a housekeeper named Veronica that tries to warn her away and says that she was also one of his former lovers, and she hits the end of her rope and has to walk out on him, but it seems like he won't actually let her. And it's funny that this is the third film in a row here that marks the first feature for a director, and this one is a bit of a bigger deal than most since this is the debut film for Terrence Young. Of course, he'd go on to some massive successes and launched the James Bond film series with Dr. No. He'd also do 2 other Bond films and a run of cool action flicks, but that's not the only debut here, since sharp-eyed viewers will spot none other than Christopher Lee in the nightclub scenes. This was also his first feature film and only his second acting job. Also, like the 2 prior films, this was based on a book, this one by Chris Massey, and it was partially adapted by Edana Romney, who also plays Mifanwy in the film. It's said that it took 7 years to get the script filmed because she wrote it with Rudolph Cartier, and they shopped it around, and several studios were interested, but Romney also wanted to star in the film, and Cartier wished to direct. They were able to finally find some financing after Eric Portman showed interest in starring in it as well, but Cartier was unable to direct due to trade union objections. The film was critically acclaimed, but didn't make as big of an impact as they were hoping. And this is a very pretty film. It's a 3.5 from me. It does drag at times, and Rodney's not really that strong of an actress that the role needed, but the story's great and it looks phenomenal. The HCS is a 2 since it's not all that well known, but it did launch the careers of Young, even though he's not known for horror, and Lee, who surely is. Should you watch it? Yeah, take a look in this mirror.
Who are we all pulling to pieces this time?
Take a look. Standing in the entrance, Lord Byron.
Looks like we're staying on that other side of the ocean as we advance into the year to March 23rd in London for a film that wouldn't get a US release until 1953, and it's Horror Maniacs, or The Greed of William Hart. It begins in a pub with a couple of guys discussing the delivery of bodies to medical schools. There's then these 2 Irish guys, Hart and More. And if Hart here looks familiar, it's because it's our old friend Todd Slaughter, who we haven't seen since the beginning of the decade. One night, while drinking it up, a couple of young women stumble in, already drunk. Mary here talks to Moore and decides to go home with him, but then vanishes, so her friend goes to enlist the help of a local policeman. The two fellas have wives, and Moore's wife is played by an actress named Jenny Lynn, and she was Slaughter's real-life wife. She only appeared in 2 films, this one and The Ticket of Leave Man, both of which had Slaughter in them. Their ladies want them to stop their shady businesses and get real jobs because Hart and Moore have chosen to just murder people and then sell their bodies to those medical schools. The town medic thinks that something is up and continues to search for Mary, knowing that she was last seen at their house. But it turns out that the head of the school likes getting fresh bodies and helps the boys cover up their deeds. So, if any of this sounds familiar, it's likely because you know about Burke and Hare. They were a real-life pair of criminals from the early 1800s who would murder at least 16 people and then sold their bodies for medical study. The names are changed here from Burke and Hare to Hart and Moore, and the corrupt doctor is Cox, similar to his real-life counterpart, Dr. Knox. The original intent was to actually adapt the real-life events, and it was filmed that way, but the Board of Censors said no and asked for all of the details to be changed. They then had to go in and overdub the actors anytime the names of Burke, Hare, or Knox were said, but could leave the victims or heroic characters alone. It's said that doing this was more expensive than they had planned, and they had to use that portion of the budget set aside for music to take care of it, which is why the film has no score track. And this is fine. I'll go 2.5 with it. It takes too long to get to the point, and the setup of the crimes just doesn't come quick enough. It's got more interesting stuff happening in the back portion of the film, but just not enough to boost it any higher. The HCS is only at a 1.5 since it's another that's mostly unknown, but it's a famous story and has Slaughter in it. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's okay, and it's kind of funny to hear all the inserts anytime someone says one of their names.
Mr. Moore's giving a nice... If ever we have to cheat the gallows that way, Mr. Hart, I'd be choosing something other than rat poison. Didn't she, Mr. Moore? She did so.
I'm starting to think that the US is never going to make horror again because we're still in the UK, and this next one premiered there on June 11th, not landing in the US until 1952, and it's House of Darkness. It gives us a composer who's working on some new music and being interviewed about his inspiration for it, and he tells a story about encountering a strange house while on a walk. It's a big spooky mansion, and he hears the sound of music emanating from it and investigates. Inside is a man playing piano, and another on the violin, and it seems like this is a remembrance of a previous time, so we're now in a flashback within a flashback. In it, a young man named Francis, played by Lawrence Harvey, is accused of fraud by wealthy John and told to come clean, but then has an attack and is bedridden. Francis is John's younger brother, and he's known for being a rake, while Big Bro controls the family purse strings and wants to cut him off completely. So, the two have a battle of wits. The younger brother wins that when John's heart is just too weak to deal with it all, but it seems like his spirit isn't ready to give up the fight. Then, when the family decides to sell off their parts of the house, Francis opts to get the whole thing for himself. So this one was by Oswald Mitchell, and as opposed to the earlier films here where they were director's first features, this was one of Mitchell's final works. He'd been directing since the mid-30s, but died in '49 at the age of 51, with only 2 movies after this one. But what I admitted earlier is that he was also the director of Horror Maniacs, and he made House of Darkness immediately afterwards. This one was based on a radio play called Duet by Betty Davies that ran in 1947, and it was the first film for Lawrence Harvey. He got some good write-ups for playing a jerkish guy here, and a good amount of roles he took on later accentuated his ability to play these charming cads. It got decent reviews, but many of them pointed out that it seemed to follow an outdated formula of the old Dark House films and just didn't make that big of a splash. And I agree, it's a 2. It just feels so dated and dry, with only Harvey's performance to perk things up. Its HCS is a 1 though, since it's almost veritably unknown and unheard of, with very little in terms of horror names to give it interest. Should you watch it, you can leave this house unoccupied. Okay, we're finally heading back to the US and back to the Universal Monsters, but not in the way that you'd expect, because on June 15th, the Titans again clashed with Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. It kicks off with Lon Chaney Jr. returning as Larry Talbot, the Wolfman, and we then have Abbott and Costello, or I guess Wilbur and Chick as their characters are named here. They're working as baggage clerks for a train, and Wilbur has an attractive girlfriend that Chick can't figure out why she's into him. Talbot calls the guys, trying to warn him about a shipment coming in that he says is dangerous, but then the full moon causes him to transform, even though the last time that we saw him in House of Dracula, he was said to have been cured. The owner of the crates arrives and says that the crates contain the bodies of Dracula and Frankenstein, and when the fellas go to unload and deliver the packages, sure enough, spooky shenanigans kick off. Of course, Wilbur is the only one that sees them happen, which is the A and C formula. Weird things occur, Costello sees it, but Abbott doesn't and never believes him when he tells him. When we finally get to see Drac wake up and walk around, it's none other than Bela Lugosi, returning to the role for the first time since the 1932 original film. He awakens the monster, but if you were looking for Karloff to return to the role as well, that doesn't happen here, as he's again played by Glenn Strange, continuing as the creature after sporting the makeup in his past 2 appearances. The Count takes the monster away to Dr. Mornay, who turns out to be Wilbur's girlfriend, as she's chosen him for his simplistic brain, which she intends to take and implant in the monster's body to make him more obedient. Things get more complicated when the boys meet up with Talbot and his furrier side, but there's also an insurance investigator named Joan on their case, and she is played by Jane Randolph, who we've seen in both Cat People movies, but this would be her last role before marrying, mostly retiring and moving to Spain. Eventually, everyone ends up at Dr. Mornay's castle, where Wilbur's brain is in danger, and the monsters collide. So, keep in mind, in this period, the Universal Monsters were basically done. The studio was flailing and dropped a bunch of their contract players and weren't moving forward with any of their existing franchises. Also, at about this time, Abbott and Costello weren't getting along, and they were dealing with health issues and a lagging popularity. But then the idea rose to bring the duo into the world of the monsters, even though initially they both hated the script. They were also problematic on set, often not showing up for filming, but the problems extended to issues with the monsters as well, with shooting accidents leading to a broken foot for Strange. The budget was decent at around $800,000, and it went on to be a huge hit. It was actually the most successful Frankenstein-related film since the original, and was one of the highest grossing films of the year, earning over $3 million. The reviews were actually mixed at the time, but it went on to be one of the more noted horror comedies of the era and deemed one of the best of the genre. There were those that weren't that happy about it, though, as Chaney Jr. claimed that the duo ruined horror films because they made monsters silly.
Well, then it's going to cost you overtime because I'm a union man, and I work only 16 hours a day.
A union man only works 8 hours a day.
I belong to 2 unions.
And I love this one, so it's a 4. I know that the plot is a bit all over the place and just rides on coincidence, but the comedy holds up, and everyone seems to be giving it their all. After watching so many of this type of film throughout the 1940s, it's wild just how much this one lands the format and the humor. Its HCS is a 4 as well, since it's very well known and has become one of the most known funny monster flicks out there. Plus, it featured several major monsters, including Bela returning to Dracula, and even a Vincent Price cameo/non-cameo. Should you watch it? Absolutely, and get ready to laugh.
Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to get in on the excitement.
Who said that?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Invisible Man.
A couple of weeks later, on July 29th, shock of shocks, we're staying in the US, and we're staying with a more traditional horror film with the amazing Mr. X. We begin on a beach, and there's a fancy home overlooking the ocean where Christine lives. She thinks she hears a voice calling her from the sea, the voice of her husband who died 2 years earlier. She's been talking to a new man now, Martin, and is all set to meet up with him in person for the first time. First, though, she takes a walk on the beach, hearing that voice again, and encounters a strange man who seems to know all about her. He's Turin Bey, who was Mehmet Bey back in the Mummy's Tomb, but we also saw him in 44's The Climax. He disappears, and Christine meets up with Martin, and he's Richard Carlson, who we last saw back in Hold That Ghost and The Ghost Breakers. They get engaged, but that night the voice calls to her again, and pictures switch, causing Christine to think that Paul is trying to tell her not to marry Martin. She's compelled to seek out Alexis for advice and sees unexplainable things at his place. Christine's little sister and Martin are concerned by her visits to Alexis and hire a detective to prove that he's a fraud and go undercover to reveal his identity as a con man. But things take a much more complicated turn when it turns out that there's more to Paul's death than previously expected. And who is conning who? This one was originally called The Spiritualist and was also originally going to be done at PRC, one of the Poverty Row studios, but ended up at a different company called Eagle Lion Films when the prior company shut down. Bernard Voorhaus directed, and he'd done a bunch of war films throughout the 40s, but this is his first genre flick that he'd handle, but he'd only do a few more films before being blacklisted in the whole McCarthy era. There's a tragedy involved with this film in that the part of Christine was originally meant to be played by an actress named Caroline Landis, who hasn't really appeared on the project but had a number of bigger roles like in 1 Million BC and Topper Returns, and she was meant to head up this film, but mere days before production began, she took her own life over complications with her difficult marriage that she escaped and a later affair with a married actor who refused to leave his wife for her. After her death, Lynn Barry stepped in on extremely short notice to take the role. There's not much info on how well it did, but it seems that it performed well enough for the studio to be pleased with the results, although it's said that audiences laughed at parts of the film that they were not intending to be funny. And I like this fine. It's a 3. There's a lot going on here, and it doesn't quite make all of it work, but it's engaging and interesting with some great character bits. Its HCS is just a 1 though, since it's mostly brushed under the rug and just didn't have the star power that it needed to stand out. Should you watch it? Yeah, Mr. X predicts that you will. We're on a roll in the US now, and this next one debuted on September 1st, and let's check out The Creeper. We begin with a young woman, seemingly in a trance, taking a gun around the house. Her dad puts her back into bed, and the next day in a medical laboratory where she works, Nora is still a bit dazed. She works with her father, and he's Ralph Morgan, and this is a weird footnote because he was a fairly known actor, but his little brother had a bigger claim to fame because he played the wizard in The Wizard of Oz. They're expecting this shipment of serum that arrives damaged, and it was something that they worked on in the West Indies with cats. There's a scientist named Jim that works next door, and he's dating Gwen, the other employee at the lab, and works for Dr. Glock. His lab has a cat there named Creeper, and it just so happens that Nora is deathly afraid of cats and drops the serum. That night, she envisions a large, clawed-pawed creature trying to get into her room, and Creeper has gone missing, although he eventually comes back because it must be dinner time. Nora tells them where her fear began back when they were in the Indies, but then it seems like Gwen and her father are up to something nefarious. Soon, Dr. Cavini turns up dead, clawed to death, as if by some sort of giant cat. At first, Nora is their main suspect, but she's soon cleared. But is she some sort of cat person? Is Creeper out there killing people? This one was produced by a lower budget studio called Reliance Pictures, but was released by 20th Century Fox. It was a low budget horror film and one of the only ones from the era that did this sort of story. There was a touch of confusion considering that Universal had just had that series of films with Rondo Hatton where he played a killer that was called The Creeper, but by this point Hatton had passed away and there's no links to the story here. The director was Jean Yarbrough, and to make things more confusing, he had also directed The Brute Man, which featured the Creeper character. We saw him several more times before that as well, with She-Wolf of London, House of Horrors, and King of the Zombies. This one didn't get much attention, but it did get a lawsuit, considering that there was a popular radio show called The Creeper at the time, and they sued over the use, settling out of court. And this is, okay, I'll give it a 2.5. It's interesting and all, but it just feels like it's trying to do too much, but too slowly, although it's never dull. The significance is just a 1.5 since it's really obscure, but I'll give it the 0.5 for being the only film of its kind from this particular point in time. Should you watch it? I'd actually say yes, because it has a cat in it. Let's take a slight jump now to October and close out 1948 with a film that's perhaps a bit indicative of what the 50s will hold, and it's Unknown Island. This is coming at you in glorious Cinecolor and starts in Singapore as Ted and Carol enlist the services of a drunken lout named Captain Tarnowski. It seems they want him to take them to this island where they claim that dinosaurs exist, since Ted was a Navy pilot and during the war flew over an island where he saw them. Turns out that he believes them, but mainly because he knows a guy who was shipwrecked there and claims to be lucky to have survived, and they all head out. Problem is, the crew finds out where they're going and try to mutiny, but they're stopped and have to continue on. They reach the island, spotting a brontosaurus from the shore, and prep to leave the ship, all while Fairbanks flirts with Carol. They immediately encounter a Dimetrodon, and also a pair of Ceratosaurus, some awesome guys in suits. They continue to have odd encounters with a giant sloth, but the trouble erupts when Ted is happy to get his pictures and head out there, but the captain insists on trying to capture one of the dinos to bring back alive, and get a cool $1 million. Although Carol just wants to go home, and grows closer and closer to Fairbanks along the way. And the color here is that Cinecolor process that I've talked about in some of the earlier episodes, but it was a cheaper color process that only used 2 colors. Everything is tones of green and red minus the blues that were introduced in Technicolor. So if the tones seem off, that's why. It was directed by Jack Bernard, and he was only involved in a handful of films, but was a producer as well, but just never had that big hit of a film. This one has a notorious story to it as well. In the scene, with all the guys advancing at them, they shot it with actors in suits in the California desert. It was so hot out, one of the actors collapsed and then later died due to heat exhaustion. Bernard then decided to leave the shot in the film where he collapses, having the troop knock it down with grenades to explain the dino falling. It did pretty well considering the budget was around $400,000, a somewhat pricey venture for the era, and it pulled in around $1 million. But hey, it has dinosaurs, so it was bound to be successful, right? And this is fun. It's a 3. It's pretty lightweight, and it's just King Kong minus Kong, but it has its moments, and there's always something happening. Plus, I'm a sucker for dudes in big rubber monster suits. Its HCS is just a 2 though, since it's not that well known, but did have a bit of an impact for big dino movies, but just not as much as something like The Lost World did. Should you watch it? Yep, I'd book a trip to this island. Here we go, capping off this decade by heading into 1949, which was also a very light year for horror. But back in the UK, on March 18th, there was The Queen of Spades, a movie that would get a US run a little later in the year. A text screen tells us that we're in 1806, and there's a card game called Pharaoh that's popular in Russia, and the evil influence of the Queen of Spades. There's a group of soldiers and a captain named Herman who loves to watch everyone gamble, but never plays himself because he's afraid of losing money. He hears tale of an old woman, Countess Renovskaya, who grew wealthy with some sort of card game secret. He seeks out information about her, finding an old book that tells the story of Countess R, a woman who found a secret and ends up selling her soul for great success with gambling. Herman believes that this woman is Renovskaya and decides to seek her out. She's an elderly woman and has a young ward named Lizaveta, and a love triangle forms between her, Herman, and one of Herman's friends, Andre. Andre is actually interested in her, although Herman simply wants to use her to get into the Countess's confidence to obtain her secret, and for a good chunk of the film it's more of a period drama than anything else. But then, at around the 1 hour mark, Herman confronts the Countess to get the answer, but she dies, and at her funeral, she opens her eyes. Later, her spirit calls out to him and tells him the secrets of the cards, but says that he must marry Lizaveta, which he finds a touch difficult. So, this is another British film because America is still staying away from horror, although it did get a US release through Republic. Thorold Dickinson was the director, and again, he didn't have a massive filmography with only 16 director's credits, and a chunk of those were shorts. This was an adaptation of a short story from 1834 called The Queen of Spades by Alexander Pushkin, and writer Rodney Ackland was one of the screenwriters and was originally slated to direct. However, just a few days before filming, after several arguments with the producer and stars, he was let go. The film was a bit of a bust at the box office and didn't get great reviews, although it was praised for its style and costumes, but then it was considered lost. A print was then discovered and restored in 2009, bringing it back to the film world. And I'll give this one a 3. It's really pretty and so well put together, but I'll confess I found it a bit dry, and it could have used a bit more of the manic energy it brought at the end. The HCS is just a 1 though, since it's not well known at all and doesn't have much in the way of known horror faces. Should you watch it? I'd say yeah, I'd bet on this queen. The end of the decade is near as we go to the United States again and back to horror comedy with August 22nd's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello meet the killer Boris Karloff. We're in a hotel and Abbott is here and hears about a famous lawyer named Strickland who's checking in, and Costello is here too as the bellboy. He's fired right away because of Strickland and says he'll get even with him. But then, when he instead goes to his room to apologize, it turns out that he's dead and the killer's still there. Casey is the hotel detective and he believes that Freddy is innocent and wants to help him clear his name, and it turns out that there's several other people staying there that are prime suspects. One is a Swami, and that's Boris Karloff, and this is his first appearance since 1945's Isle of the Dead, but he was keeping busy with non-horror projects between them. Another is Angela, played by Lenore Aubert, who played Mornay in A&C Meet Frankenstein. The group of Strickland's former associates all decide that it's best if Freddy take the rap for the crime, so they plan to get him to sign a confession and kill himself. Too bad for them that their plans don't work out as smoothly as they plan, and then more bodies start showing up, so it's up to the boys to figure out who the real killer or killers are before the police pin it all on them. Oddly enough, this script began his life as a vehicle for Bob Hope, but Universal ended up buying it and retooling it for Bud and Lou. But even then, it was titled Abbott and Costello Meet the Killers. But just a few days before they started filming, they hired Karloff and did some last-minute reworking to have him be the Swami character, which was originally a woman. The actual title of the film is Abbott and Costello Meet the Killer, but because of how it's shown on screen, it's usually all spelled out with Karloff's name. This one was directed by Charles Barton, and he also did their Frankenstein meetup, and had done a few other films with the duo, including Africa Screams. This had a slightly lower budget than the previous film at around $750K, and it wasn't as big of a hit, but was still a solid moneymaker, bringing in just under $2 million. It was rough going though, because right after they finished filming, Costello came down with a relapse of rheumatic fever and was bedridden, causing him to take a year break in between features. And this one's not as good as Frankenstein, but it's still tons of fun, so I'll give it a 3.5. The boys' comic timing is still on point, and that finale in the caves is great stuff. Its ACS is just a 2.5 though, since this is the least talked about of the A and C monster team-ups, but it's still fairly known and has that classic duo versus Karloff himself. Should you watch it? Yes, you should meet the killers as well. So close now, and this is a weird one because we're headed over to Japan, because on September 28th we had the release of The Invisible Man Appears. We're introduced to a couple of scientists who are discussing the idea of making something invisible and the problems that would arise with the theories. The younger scientists are rivals not only for their career but for romantic interest, but it turns out that the doc is working on an invisibility serum that indeed works. He shows it works on a guinea pig, but says that it has side effects to prevent him from doing it on a human subject. But a neighborhood cat gets into it, making him invisible, so things just seem to magically get knocked off shelves. And man, this cat is clumsy, or just, an asshole. Things start to ramp up when the doc vanishes and leaves a note saying that he tested the formula out on himself. And right afterwards, this familiar-looking bandaged man appears at a jewelry store, strips down to nothing, and robs the place. Everyone wonders if it can truly be the kindly professor, and it seems like a priceless necklace called the Tears of Amour might be the next target. And this is such a curiosity of a film. Keep in mind, this is right after World War II, and Japan was recovering from the devastation of the atomic bombs. After the war, the public had increased exposure to American cinema since our troops were occupying the country, and US films were screening, leading to more American themes being introduced. It was directed by Nobuo Adachi, and this was only his second film and would go on to be his work of most note. The invisible effects were carried out by Eiji Tsuburaya, and his career was troubled. During the war, he did work for the government making propaganda films, so afterwards he was blacklisted from studio work. In order to get around this, he had to start up his own company and work as an independent contractor that directors would work directly with. It was during this period that he was hired to do this film, although he would eventually get back into good graces with the studios, and is the man who would both help create Godzilla and Ultraman. This was popular enough to get a sequel in 1957 with The Invisible Man vs. the Human Fly, although it doesn't appear to be connected and is just a different invisible dude. And this is okay, it's a 2.5. The effects are all stuff that we've seen before in the American versions, and the plot is a touch of a mess, but it's entertaining enough. Its significance is just a 1.5 since it's not much known in the US, although likely has more relevance to Japan, but it's a familiar title and had Tsuburaya's involvement. Should you watch it? Maybe. It's not hard to watch, but maybe hard to see? Because it's invisible. The final film of the decade, capping off the 1940s, is a weird pick, but since there was so little actual horror at this time, they all are. But premiering in Washington, D.C. on October 5th and getting a wider run in the U.S. of January of 1950, it's The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. It begins in a library, and a book talks about Mr. Toad from Wind in the Willows, and the voiceover is by Basil Rathbone, Sherlock himself. A rat is delivered mail by a human postman, which seems weird, right? Like there's a mole in the rat, and they're just like on this mailman's route. They're invited to Toad Hall, where Mr. Toad lives, and he's in financial trouble. His friend Angus McBadger is doing his accounting, and there's other people here too. So like, what's everyone eat? And like there's a horse here, and it talks too. So this is just a world where every animal can talk, I suppose. And initially I was gonna skip over this segment because it's not horror. And the reason for including it was the Headless Horseman stuff later. But this is a universe in which all the animals talk, which means that everyone either has to be vegan or kill speaking animals that can plead for their own lives. There's a strong possibility that this is a world with cattle farms and cows are just like yelling for help. Anyway, though, there's also weasels that shouldn't laugh, although laugh themselves to death. But at the very end, it's Christmas and they're freaking eating a turkey. These talking animals are chowing down on another talking animal that possibly was strolling around with clothes on the day before. But the second story is why this movie is on here, because it's the legend of Sleepy Hollow and introduces us to good old Ichabod Crane, the new teacher in the town, and he's a bit of an outcast. He falls for Katrina, who is surprisingly buxom for a Disney girl, and here he has a rivalry with Gaston like Brom. There's a local legend of the Headless Horseman, a ghost that searches the woods looking to replace the noggin that he lost, and that night, Crane has to find out if that legend is indeed true. So, this was a Disney production, distributed through RKO, and started life way back in 1940 as a full-length feature of The Wind in the Willows. After a number of false starts and problems along the way, including an animator strike, it looked like it was never going to be completed. It was shelved in 41, returned to production in 43, shelved again in 46, and then the decision was made to use what they had for a short, and they combined it with a concept to do a Headless Horseman movie, shortened as well. After it finally completed, it was a decent-sized hit, earning $1.2 million, but then it really became a big deal in the home market much later on. It would get a number of TV screenings, both as the full feature and also as separate stories, and Sleepy Hollow would go on to be a long-running Halloween favorite. It even won a Golden Globe for cinematography and a large amount of critical praise. And how do you not have nostalgia for this? It's a 3.5. I hadn't seen it in a while, but I used to watch the Sleepy Hollow parts all the time when I was younger, and it's still really charming and fun. Its HCS is a 3.5 as well. I don't know how to rate this because a chunk of it isn't horror, but I feel like the Ichabod part has become so much a part of the spooky season that there's no way to not give it a higher rank just based on that. Should you watch it? You should. Go for this wild ride.
So there you have it, all of the horror of the 1940s. And you know, my favorite of this particular block is probably Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, for obvious reasons. Not a lot to choose from here, but it's still a solid one. But let's take a look at some of the best of this entire decade.
For best effects, that's going to go to Dr. Cyclops. Yes, I really enjoyed all of the big and little stuff that they did in this with the miniatures and the back screening. A lot of good stuff happening here. For best so bad it's good, I just have to give that one to the Devil Bat. What with Bela Lugosi hamming it up and that silly screeching bat, there's just so much fun. For most WTF, I'm giving this for a slightly different reason. This is going to go to Curse of the Cat People. Mainly because it's a sequel to Cat People and has no cat people in it and really isn't a sequel. It's very strange, but very, very good. With our most unique film, I'm going to give that to Dead of Night. This is the movie that set the standard for anthologies. Really great having all these different stories that ultimately weave together. It was a first of its kind and really unique. As our most overrated, I'm going to give that to Phantom of the Opera. This version, because it's part of the Universal series and because it's full color, it tends to get a lot of accolades and gets lumped in, but I don't think it's that great. It's mostly opera and not as interesting as the previous versions. For the most underrated, let's give that to Seventh Victim. This is a gorgeous movie that's doing a whole lot. Looks great, fantastic story, and really isn't nearly as talked about as it should be. And finally, as our most amazing movie of the decade, of the entire 1940s, this was a tough one, but for me, personally, I'm giving this to Cat People. This movie's fantastic, it's gorgeous, it doesn't look like anything else from this era, and it is amazing.
Okay, well, we've reached the ending of the 40s, so you know what that means. That's right. We're moving on to the 50s. Debuting next month. Prepare yourself for the 50s project, because it's coming. And I hope you enjoyed this, and if you did, click on that like button. Subscribe if you enjoy the channel, if you want notified when that 50s project starts up. And of course, check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/movie timelines and help support all of the projects. And thank you very much for coming to watch this. And this has been the 40s Project.